Can I make something good out of this? Can I make something good out of this? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? You could be late, you could be true, you could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong, and I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. Can I make something good out of this? Can I pretend that something is missing? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? You will be late, you could be true, you could be underneath my shoe. Sometimes you're the only one who's strong, and I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, but I want more. You could be late, you could be true, you could be underneath my shoe. Times you're the only one who's strong, and I'll be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. It will be interesting, I'm sure, 'cause I want more. I want more from you, yeah, more. I want more, I want more, I want more from you, yeah, more. I want more, I want more, I want more from you, yeah, more. I want more, I want more, I want more from you, yeah, more. More from you, yeah, more. just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. What's up, people? No, 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 no. This never ends. It's about you. I would never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. What's up? You're radiant. Truth. I know that you will understand because I finally found myself. Let's go. You're radiant. You're radiant. What is up, people? Oh, cheers. Oh, that's good. Oh, dude, I love the taste of a rock star. Let's go, Ella. No way, dude. It's over. What's up? Do you need anything? Holy! You! Let's go! Woo! Dude, you crazy? I've got no place to be alone. Cut his wrist instead. Dude, hold on one sec.
Here we go. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Dude, I don't know why my OBS is like freaking out and shit, but dude, thank you. Ella said, let's go, boss. Glad to be here with you and everyone else. Let's go, Trumpy. Oh, shit. Dude, we also had earlier, thank you, Ella. Not to be outdone, we had a 𝗙cie with the membership. Glad to be here tonight, Tommy. Thank you, 𝗙cie. Okay, we also had Eco-Socialist, new member. Welcome, Eco-Socialist. Dude, we got Slarson. Kicked us off saying, hey, punks. Hi, Tommy. Did Trump have another mini stroke? That mouth is back. Oh, Jesus. Dude, is he sagging again? Says that mouth is back and he is slurring worse. Dude, let's go. Dude, fucking fantastic 74. Can't wait to get your Bondi take on her total meltdown. Actually, we covered her yesterday. There's a video. There is a video about Bondi. That was the video from this afternoon. Thank you, fantastic. Appreciate you. Want to make sure we didn't miss anybody. Let's go. Oh, shit. All right. Dude, we serious. It's Fran. Oh, Fran. Oh, Frantastic. Yes, sorry. My bad. Sorry. Oh, shit. Here we go. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Oh. Breaking it down. Dude, let's go. Let's go. Pine Box. Dude, I vote for Pine Box every year, boss. That's what I want. That's all I want for Christmas is a Pine Box. Yeah, I have not seen the Benny Johnson clip, but we are going to look at them. That's part of our TYT spectacular. We're going to look at Cenk and Benny Johnson, and we're going to look at 𝗙ecie Kasparian and the 𝗙ecie ladies. I mean, dude, I have some thoughts too, right? These streams are what you look forward to. Let's go. We love it. I have some thoughts, like what I was wondering about, just seeing in the Discord, seeing that there was like, you know, hold on, let me get the recording going. So what I was wondering, seeing like 𝗙cie on 𝗙cie, and we had Cenk on 𝗙cie like not that long ago, but I was like wondering like why they're doing the circuit. You know what I'm saying? And like if it was Tucker Carlson related, because it's not like anything spectacular happened recently with 𝗙cie or recently, you know what I mean? So it is just sort of weird that like, you know, I mean, maybe they just regularly do the talk circuit, but I find it weird. Here's why I find it weird, guys. Okay. I find it weird that 𝗙cie and Cenk have almost exclusively been doing the right-wing circuit. Okay. You may have noticed they're right wing. They were going on Glenn Beck. They're going on, you know, fucking, you know, Jillian Michaels, right? They're doing all these weird, obscure, miniature podcasters. They were hanging out with Charlie Kirk, PBD, right? Then the Her Take podcast with PBD. Then Tucker Carlson comes into the picture and they're hanging out with Tucker Carlson. They're like talking about Tucker Carlson, et cetera, et cetera. They're like talking about him on their show. Now they're both going on left-wing podcasts. And it's like, that's really weird. Like they just switched up all of a sudden. As soon as they hung out with Tucker Carlson, now they're like doing the left-wing circuit. And it's like, are they selling Tucker Carlson to the left-wing people? I mean, that's what it really feels like. It really feels like as soon as Tucker came into the picture, now they're like switching it up. And now they're gonna, now let's do the left-wing circuit and we're gonna talk about Tucker now. Okay? They're doing for what makes them the most money. Yeah, but I don't think they're getting paid to go on iHip. You know what I'm saying? They're just, right? They're not getting paid to go on that show, are they? Like, nah, really? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's very, the timing is very strange. They avoided, I don't think they're getting paid going on that shit, but they avoided the left wing like the plague, right? And now that Tucker is in town, it seems like now they're doing the left wing again. And that's fascinating. Except for Cenk Uyghur's hanging out with Benny Johnson. Dude, Shanky, is there something you want to tell us? Right? Dude, I'll be honest though, you ready? I think the Her Take podcast is officially dead. Okay? Have you guys noticed? Like, let's start by looking at that. Okay? If we look at the Her Take podcast, let's go on over to the YouTubes. If you go to Her Take, right? Dude, what does it say? It says sports podcast now. What the hell is that, dude? You see that? It says sports podcast. Her Take pod. But like, dude, I think it's done, bro. I mean, like, dude, I think it's done. Oh, shit. What did they have? They had, let's see what their live show is. See, they had like 4 months ago. Okay, that was Jillian Quits. Then they took a break until 2 weeks ago. Then they did one a week ago. And now I guess they did one a day ago. Dude, I think they're about dead, right? Anna tore into that chick. She did, but you notice, like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it feels like they're grasping at trying to get some ratings going. Because, I mean, look at this, dude. They took, like, months off. And every podcast, like, when they had Jillian, like, Jillian was kind of the draw, I think. You know what I'm saying? Or at least with the panel, but they had Jillian, they had like Amy Dangerfield, and then Amy disappeared. Do we know what happened to Amy Dangerfield? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Amy disappeared too. And did she bounce because of that? Did she, like, I don't know. And then all of a sudden it's like Anna, Lindy, and this Caroline Sunshine person. But like, Caroline Sunshine is an idiot, okay? Anna is a little too bitter to be a primary host. And Lindy Lee is just trashy. And like, you know what I'm saying? They don't really have a host, dude. It's like Real Housewives of the back alley, bro. Now, dude, it is. It is Real Housewives of the back alley. Is her real name Sunshine? I doubt it. I mean, she was like a Disney actor, I think, right? Fucking Caroline Sunshine. I don't think that's her real name. I think that's her stage name. But she's not good at all, right? She's not an engaging personality, right? She's not. And is this is a different woman? Hold on, we're not going to watch this because I'm not going to make her suffer through this. But who is this? This is Anna. So Lara Logan. So the Caroline Sunshine woman is conspicuously absent, right? They had her hosting and like her and Anna like tell each other to fuck off. And then she's just gone. I mean, she was on like 2 streams. Dangerfield has her own channel. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Something though is off here, guys. Don't you think? I mean, here's what I wonder is, you know what I wonder? I wonder if they're testing. Okay? Because look, they had fucking, Jillian disappears 4 months ago. Then they do like 2 episodes with Caroline Sunshine. Now they're doing an episode with Lara Logan. I wonder if they're like just trying out personalities to see if something hits, dude. And then, right, they should have Riley Gaines, right? That would be a good fit for them, dude. Don't you think? Riley Gaines be about their speed. Jesus, dude, what a disaster. Dude, what a fucking disaster this shit is, bro. Oh my God. Right? Oh my God. Just an absolute disaster. All right. What do we got, dude? Dude, we got some shit. Fucking shit is going down. We're going to look at a little bit of the Epstein stuff. They're trying to find what direction will make them the most money. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Maybe always. Dangerfield gets way more views. Yeah, where's her thing again? Let's find that shit. Amy Dangerfield. She just does straight fucking YouTube. Oh, she talks about why she left Valuetainment. Oh shit. Dude, I didn't even realize. Look at that though, dude. She talks about it. So she did leave. Should we watch a sec? Should we get the gossip? Yeah, Bobert, dude, should we watch a little bit and see why she left? Oh shit, dude. Yeah, let's see why she left. We'll watch a minute. Let's see what she's got.
So the PBD.
All right, here we go. So the PBD podcast. All right, let's see. Dude, I love the gossip.
You were there for a while. Can you just tell us a little bit about that experience?
Sure. So before I got into.
Oh my God, dude. Look at what she's wearing, dude. Look at what she's wearing, guys. No way, dude. That's the Fuentes hat. That's the Fuentes America First. Yeah, America First hat. Dude, she is a groiper. Oh my God, a groiper. What the fuck, dude? Right? I mean, we knew something was off about her. I know she's not even American. She's like Australian, right? She's got this Australian like fucking kangaroo accent, and she's wearing the groiper hat. Does she talk like? I would have not guessed she was a groiper. I mean, looking at the Her Take podcast, what I could tell about her was that she was not very intelligent, and she was, like didn't have a lot of like hard hitting commentary. They always gave her sort of the fluff, gossipy angles. They did. Now that I remember it though, I think now that I remember it, there was the one, remember when they had 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀 on and she was talking about spirit cooking? She did seem like a little activated. I don't know if you remember that. It was 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀. They were the spirit cooking episode where they were talking about the people in Hollywood, like summoning the devil or whatever. She did seem rather engaged during that one. So maybe she's always been kind of a 4chan groiper. Dude, her accent is terrible. She looks different too. I don't know. She looks different. She's easily manipulated. Dude, her accent is part brain damage. I mean, maybe. Dude, maybe your accent is part Groiper. It's a South Australian. All right. South Australian accent. Dude, it's a weird accent.
The media space, I'd always worked in sales. I'd been in sales for like 10 years before that.
I'd been in sales.
And I was on Adam 𝗙•nic's show a couple of times. After the Fresh and Fit, after they kind of kickstarted my career, he ran a show that was kind of a similar setup where he would invite various women from different backgrounds.
Dude, she's just been on the worst shows, dude. Like Fresh and Fit. Like, come on, bro.
Show. Sometimes he would feature special guests, but he had me on a couple of times. And he had mentioned after maybe my third or fourth time that 𝗣𝗢𝗡𝗏 was hiring for.
Dude, Fresh and Fit is like, I think the only, when I think about it, when I think about level of like brain deadery, you have Fresh and Fit and you have like whatever. And those two to me seem like they are like vying for like who can be the biggest degenerate, like,
for sales. And I was like, hey, maybe I'll jump in and I'll give it a shot. And at that point, I'd taken about a 6-month break from the industry. The last sales company that I was working with kind of left a bad taste in my mouth, to the point where I felt like I was not really providing value for people. I was trying to sell them shit that they didn't need. And I was making a lot of money.
What were you selling, if you don't mind me asking?
Trucking automation service, where someone would basically invest $100,000.
Dude, trucking automation service? Dude, what the fuck are we watching, bro? Dude, let's get...
Wait, so this was global or just in America?
Dude.
And I
no offense, I don't want to hear anything... I don't want to hear anything about her and the fucking trucking industry. Dude, I feel like we're going to get into some Nancy Mace territory if we follow this.
I really remember it, and I still feel guilt over it to this day. There was this gentleman, he was quite ill. And at the time, these two,
don't care.
I knew like this medical
over there.
They sell consulting services.
Consulting services
for network.
Dude, blah, blah, blah.
So I took a big pay cut, about a 45% pay cut behind the scenes when it comes to running a successful YouTube operation. And
okay, here we go.
Do the YouTube thing. How would you feel about going and working in the studio? And, learning a little bit about the behind the scenes when it comes to running a successful YouTube operation.
All right.
And that was more in alignment with what I wanted to do. And so I took a big pay cut, about a 45% pay cut.
Wow.
To go over there. And at the time, it wasn't really a big deal because, like I mentioned, I had some money saved. But I worked for them in their distribution department, which is essentially posting the videos.
Yeah.
So we would put out content for various different podcasts. Slowly but surely, I started making appearances on these various podcasts, including the PBD podcast. I've been on there 3 times now.
How many podcasts they have total?
Maybe like 6, something like that.
Podcasts?
Yeah, and then they have other channels. Like they have like language channels. They have like a Spanish channel. Dude,
I'm dying here. I just want to know podcasts. I've been on a podcast. Dude, I can't believe she's wearing a Groiper hat. Dude, I don't care about any of this shit. Just tell us why you left.
Some of the other ones, Spanish conversations, which was with their network. And it took some time, but eventually that got approved. And then I basically went into more of a talent role while simultaneously maintaining all of my other responsibilities with managing the other podcasts. And honestly, it just wasn't the best work-life balance. And I don't think they would take issue with me saying that. They mentioned that actually in some of their onboarding videos. Like, if you want a great work-life balance, this probably isn't the place for you. We want people who can hustle. We want people who can grind.
Basically.
And, there's a lot of people who, they like that. They like that lifestyle, and it isn't. But, that we had, and also, possibly with some of the business, like Patrick, who did the interview. And this isn't me like leaking insider information or anything.
See, dude, I don't even care about any of this. I just want to know why she left, but I realize she's going to put it at like the 12-minute mark. Okay? That's what's happening here.
You can go onto his Instagram page.
Yeah.
And there's a video.
I remember seeing that clip of him throwing the basketball.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So, and that got like several million views. So, no, he was perfectly fine with Nick. But obviously, then you watch the interview with Andrew Tate and you're like,
yeah,
maybe he's not so fine with
maybe it was a little duplicitous.
Wait, hold on. I want to see the Nick part.
May not go down so well. Either farewell by his manager. It was good for me for a season. But again, as I started getting older, as I met my fiance who worked there, who was, you know, PBD's, I would say, one of PBD's top editors, but really the top editor. Yeah, he was the best editor. I mean, PBD was like, you know, I want to work with you for the next 10 years. That's a direct quote that he said to him, or said about him, sorry, to his manager. And as we got together, as we started kind of envisioning our life, talking about family planning, talking about children, we just didn't see a world where we could maintain the, you know, the work lifestyle that we had and also raise a family in the way that we wanted to raise a family. You know, I'm not a big supporter of, you know, earning an income only to give like 1/3 of that away per year to have somebody else raise your kid and instill your kid with their own value.
Dude, her having a kid is like, scares me, dude. Yeah, I wish these people didn't procreate.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
And so, yeah, it was due to that. Also due to the fact that, like, you know, leaving, my politics did get a little bit more extreme. And it's nothing on their end where they're like, hey, you know, don't talk about this or anything. But it's just like respect for the brand and the platform that me espousing some of these views may not go down so well, you know, possibly with some of the business interests that they have on the business arm of the company. And so it was more so out of respect to them and me wanting to...
Dude, you know what she's saying? She's like, she's saying without saying it, she is saying that her political views were like too extreme for PBD, dude. I think we're getting into the Fuente shit. Like, right? That's what she's trying to say.
On the things that I really believe in, that we decided to go independent.
What's the Jewish guy's name again? Sulznick?
Adam Sulznick, yes.
Sulznick.
Yes.
Would you say, he hates Nick, right? Or
well, here's the thing. When Nick came in for the interview that he had with Patrick, he was hanging out with Nick. They were like playing basketball together. They were shooting hoops. So, I mean, he was very friendly to him when he arrived and was probably the individual that spent the most amount of time with him out of everyone.
Wow.
Aside from Patrick, who did the interview. And this isn't me like leaking insider information or anything. You can go onto his Instagram page. And there's a video.
I remember seeing that clip of him throwing the basketball.
Yes, exactly. So, and that got like several million views. So no, he was perfectly fine with Nick. But obviously then you watch the interview with Andrew Tate and you're like, maybe he's not so fine with Nick.
Maybe it was a little duplicitous this.
Listen, that's not for me to say. Who knows? But really, it's about all I can say on the topic. You know, I want to be respectful to them.
I get it.
I really appreciate the launch pad that they provided for me to learn the behind the scenes of how to really run a YouTube. Because for me, when I would just...
Dude, like how... I think we missed something in here about Nick.
We just didn't see a world where we could maintain the planning.
I want to see something
children.
here.
Slowly but surely, I started making appearances on the... Well, I managed Unusual Suspects, her take podcast, which is the one with Jillian Michaels, 𝗣𝗢𝗡𝗆ment short clips. So basically the clips from the podcast that didn't go on the main 𝗣𝗢𝗡𝗆ment page, I would post those onto the 𝗣𝗢𝗡𝗆ment short clips page. And so worked in distribution.
Dude, I want to hear about like what her attachment is to Nick Fuentes.
I ended up then pitching them a show idea for my show, Dangerous Conversations, which was with their network. And it took some time, but eventually that got approved. And honestly, it just wasn't the best work-life balance.
We saw that.
He was like, you know, I want to work with you for the next 10 years. That's about to raise a family. You know, I'm not a big supporter of...
I guess we saw it all.
YouTube because they are going on these shows that I have not had the opportunity to go on in a while. Like, we've been going on this little HQ in Sarasota. Had a great conversation with the guys at Rumble out there.
Bro.
I've officially launched my Rumble channel. Already doing quite well. Thank you. The first video that we put up there had like nearly 100,000 views by the next day, which was pretty cool.
She has a fucking Rumble channel. Jesus, dude. Dude, what are we fucking doing, bro? What are these comments? Right? What a classy person. Dude, right? Oh my God. Dude, I mean, she left because she's a groiper, bro. Right? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy when you're too extreme for PBD? I mean, that says a lot, dude. What a weirdo, dude. And oh, there it is. She responds to the 𝗙𝗍𝗍 allegations. I'm not watching any more of her because she's dog shit. But like, dude, she is a fucking 𝗙𝗍𝗍. Okay? Isn't that weird? So to some, yeah, I just saw that. So to sum it up, like, what the fuck was Anna doing? So Anna Kasparian has spent the last, I don't know, whatever, 6 months on a show with a groiper with Jillian, the like uber transphobic, like Michaels, and Lindy Lee. I stand for nothing. I was a staunch Democratic supporter until 30 minutes after Trump won the election. And then I was like, I'm an immigrant, and Kamala and Joe Biden never understood me. They have an open border, right? Like, what is she doing, bro? Oh my God. Dude. Oh shit. I see the 𝗙𝗍𝗍 thing though looks like, I don't know, it looks a little fucking, I mean, if you look at it, I mean, she's definitely, even going back 2 years ago, she's hanging out with 𝗙𝗍𝗍. So I mean, her fucking, you know, and then she's hanging out with Destiny, right? But like the 𝗙𝗍𝗍, the Destiny, fucking Andrew Tate Russell brand. I mean, she's obviously pretty extreme. But now though, I see this though, guys. I mean, this is where we're at, right? This is kind of what we talked about the other day, where it's sort of that now something worse. Hold on, I got the fucking wrong chat on. There we go. It's like something worse than, you know, we're gonna have something worse than MAGA. Like MAGA is going to lead us to something more extreme, right? You know, and I think this is it. I mean, the blue America First hat, I don't like that hat is blue. Like, that the fact that they're wearing blue hats, like, bro, that shit should be like a different shade of red, boss. You know, that shit should not be blue. She aligns with men who deep down hate and zero respect for even her existence. Yeah, I know, but you know what it is though? It's like there's a power there, guys. Okay? I'm telling you though, there's a power because they hate all women, but they don't hate Amy Dangerfield. So when you're right, she's the exception. And that's what it's about. When you're the one that they don't hate, it is like you're enshrined. And it's a very powerful aphrodisiac in these types of things. It's the same when you look at like black Republicans or trans Republicans, right? There's a handful of transgender Republicans who are the only transgender people that get approval from the Republican Party. So they are like superheroes in a way, you know what I mean? Because they're the beloved one of the hated class. And that is it's very, very powerful, man, with that thing. I think that lure. And when you think about it, guys, when you think about it, think about this, because what it is if you're not in the Republican Party, okay, and you're an LGBTQ or a black person, you are like aligned with a bunch of people that believe in you, but you are still like victimized by all of their racism and misogyny and shit, right? So like the way to just get rid of all of that stuff is to align with the oppressor. You know what I'm saying? I think there's a lure there. If you are tired of dealing with the shit, you align with them and then you're like part of the oppressor. You know, I think there's like a whole psychology to that, I mean, my God, do you see like Nicki Minaj? Like, what is going on with Nicki Minaj? She is running around being like, hey, Barbs, everybody get out for the SAVE Act. She can't even fucking vote, dude. Right? She can't even vote. And she's out there like talking about the SAVE Act. Like, come on, dude. Just no. Just no, dude. It's so funny. Like, what are you doing? All right. Thank you, Amy Dangerfield. I'm really sorry I had to witness that. Trying to get a pardon for the pedo husband. Dude, she's got a lot of pedo shit. And did you see what Tommy Lauren said? Like, look at this shit, bro. Like just watch this, okay? Because this shit is wild, dude. Okay? Look at fucking Tommy, fucking Larry. Look at what she says here. In a world full of Cardi B trash, be a Nicki Minaj, is what she said, right? And why? Because Cardi B was at a concert and said, if ICE comes in here, we gonna jump their ass, okay? Right? And so Tommy Lauren's like, don't be a Cardi B, be a Nicki Minaj. And it's like, but dude, Nicki Minaj is, dude, what does that even mean, bro? She was like an undocumented person, which supposedly they don't like. She's married to a sex offender. Her brother is a child rapist. She literally has no real political values or thoughts whatsoever. She's just a transactional weirdo that for now, the time being, is all of a sudden like agrees with every MAGA viewpoint ever. She's broke. She's like struggling, you know? And like, what are they fucking doing here, man? It is just so dumb, right? It's so dumb. But again, the only thing is to them, you just got to say something nice about ICE, right? We don't care they don't care if you're a rapist, as long as you say ICE is good, right? So it's like, oh shit, if you're a rapist walking around and you're like, nobody likes me because I'm a rapist, and everybody's like, oh wait, oh shit, the Republicans, hey, go ICE. Let's go, dude. Trump is great. He doesn't smell like a shit bag. He doesn't smell like a clogged catheter. Congrats. You're now part of the group, dude. Dude, I mean, think about how easy it is to become part of that group, right? You don't have to be real. You don't have to have morals. You don't have to have any fucking value. You bring no value to the table whatsoever. You just say, I love ICE. The shit-smelling 80-year-old is Jesus, and la-di-da, and off you go, dude. Senor Poopy Pants. Dude, oh shit. It's disturbing. All right, dude, let's go. Let's see let's go look at a little TYT, boss. Okay? That's what we're going to do. We're going to check out some TYT, ladies and germs. All right? I want to first, let's watch 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗹𝗀 and Benny Johnson, the collab that nobody ever needed, right? Jesus, dude, what is he doing, boss? 𝗙cie𝗶𝗶𝗃? Dude, Cenk does suck. He does suck. I admit it. All right, let me find the clips. Dude, all right, I found the 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗵𝗃 one. Where is the other one in a different channel? It must be in the general. All right. Oh, there it is. All right, it's from Twitter. Cenk hanging out with Benny Johnson. So, guys, this is so toxic, boss. What are we doing, bro? Dude, says, is Cenk Uygur going to open a winery with Ilhan Omar? Like, Dude, I love that. Hassan, fucking come get your unk. Oh my God, dude. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Like, what are we doing? Dude. Natalie, I love that, right? Oh my God, real America first type stuff. What is going on, right? This is insane, dude. This is insane. So we got Cenk Uyghur hanging out with Benny fucking Johnson. Now, Benny, dude, I'm sorry. If you are hanging out with Benny Johnson and you are saying anything to Benny that doesn't include like, you fuck off, you have to like seriously consider what's going on with you, because there is nobody, okay? There is literally right now in the right-wing space, I don't think there's anybody that is a bigger degenerate liar than Benny Johnson, except maybe Laura Loomer, okay? I think Laura Loomer is like a level above Benny. But Benny is Russian paid. He's closeted, completely living a lie. He's targeting children. He's right. His audience is aimed at like young boys, gamer boys, all right, which considering how like secretive he is about his predilections feels extra dangerous if you believe any of the rumors swirling around the TPUSA events. It's like keep Benny away from the young men, okay? Because he's a danger, all right? Because he's like a closeted predator, all right? So you have all of that going on, but Benny just outright lies, like outright. It's not even like he's shading the lie. He is like outright lies. And he is an actual groomer, like trying to, convert young males into the whatever, the post TPUSA army. Now, and he started, right? He started with TPUSA. That was his like conservative thing, okay? That he started with it. Now, the other thing I do want to point out, okay, is I want to point out about this. I posted this today. Like, we have to remember, guys, that TPUSA, they're election deniers. Okay? TPUSA are election deniers. Like Charlie Kirk had buses taking people to J6. They were the fake electors. Tyler Boyer and TPUSA arranged the fake electors. And they've been funneling millions of dollars to the state senator, Jake Hoffman, who was a fake elector. And now that Charlie's been off, they're trying to groom high school and middle school kids. I mean, they are domestic terrorists, without a doubt, these guys are. And what's more, they're working for Netanyahu too, okay? Yes, Tyler Boyer was one of the fake electors. And TPUSA has had a history of covering up like grape charges against their employees. So this org that is, trying to like stick its foot in the Super Bowl craw and all that shit, they are all predators, domestic terrorists that are undermining they've been known to undermine the Constitution and or the rule of law in order to try and cram their biblical, like whatever, down people's throats, particularly young kids. And here you have Benny, who is like the interface. Like Benny started as TPUSA, but now he's like an independent guy who like glorifies TPUSA, and he's a spokesperson for the Trump admin doing interviews in his little suit. Okay. Then he's also, though, he took that Russian money, right? And Benny's a conduit to people like Andrew Tate and other like manosphere bros, just basically anybody that is in that weaponized Christianity and like, all about the money, right? It's all about the money. And remember though, guys, do you remember just, I don't know, was it a month ago? Remember Benny's big trip to go find fraud in California? You remember? Benny went to California. He's like, dude, I'm going to go find the fraud. He's going to be the new closeted Nick Shirley. Okay? And what happened? He found no fraud. He took some footage with homeless people. He filmed at a couple gas stations. And ironically, though, for his homelessness, Florida, his home state, is number 3 in homelessness. Florida has a huge homelessness issue, huge homeless population. But oddly, they don't film any content about the homeless in Florida, right? Yeah, he did not find fraud. And so the I don't know about Benny. I know that Riley Gaines brought her baby to the press conference, right? That was, if you're talking about recent, the White House press room, that was Riley Gaines that brought her new baby. Remember when she was in the new media seat and she was asking a really stupid question? She had her little baby there, right? Because of course, right? You know, if you're MAGA, they'll do anything to help you, right? Oh, yes, Riley. All right, let's watch these guys, though. I feel like we're about to watch Cenk Uygur bottom out. Here we go. You ready?
Just want everyone to know that Cenk has an important announcement.
All right, for those who are Israel first and think of Muslim Brotherhood.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. He and Ilhan Omar are going in together on a winery.
Dude, he called him Cenk. Dude, what? Dude, why do we keep seeing Cenk Uygur hanging out with right-wing dickheads who call him like the wrong name, dude? Cenk. He said Cenk here. Stank. Dude, stank. Stank. Dude, what the hell, bro?
Just want everyone to know that Cenk has an important announcement.
All right, for those who are Israel first and think of Muslim Brotherhood.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. He and Ilhan Omar are going in together on a winery.
Dude, and dude, he's like, you see him back there chuckling? He and Ilhan Omar going in on a winery? And like, guys, Ilhan Omar's been getting fucking death threats, bro. Like, her family are all like in hiding because Trump is like targeting her and the entire Somalian, right? The entire Somali community in Minneapolis is being like targeted, has been targeted for, you know, months now with fucking ICE agents and Trump talking about them, denigrating them. And they're just like yucking it up. Dude, that is so like low grade, dude. I don't know what he's doing, man. I don't know what he's doing, but like, dude, I want no part of it. I love this though. Come get your unk. Oh shit, dude. Come get your unk. Oh man. Right? Dude. Yeah, I like that. When you build your brand attacking wealth, influence, and corporate corruption, you don't get to pretend that optics don't matter. Dude, isn't that crazy? And you know what's wild about it though? Here's what's wild about it, guys. Right? Cenk, yeah. Cenk is also not Muslim. No, he's not Muslim. And he like, I mean, he's Cenk though is like Muslim when it's convenient, because I've seen him say, oh, I am a Muslim. Oh, I'm the one's really under attack. He likes to use the Muslim like identity thing as a cloak, right? But look at him though, dude. Look at his eyes. Like, look at him. Look at his eyes. Dude, I can't help. You know what I can't get out of my head? Dude, I can't get out of my head that Milo thread where he was talking about 𝗙𝗪𝗍𝗪 and how at the end of every night it ends up with something up his butt. And I'm thinking about Cenk and fucking Benny Johnson hanging together. And I wonder if Cenk is going to wake up tomorrow and there's going to be a little something, something, you know, in the old booty. And he's going to have a little bit of a hangover, not exactly know what happened, how it got there. Right? He's setting Benny up to joke about Ilhan. Yeah. No, yeah, I know. It's like, yeah, it's crazy. But look at his face though, guys. I mean, like, I don't exactly know where they're at or why they're doing it, but it looks like his face is like vengeance. You know, doesn't it? Doesn't it? He look like he's like, ugh, right? He is like, you know, drinking to spite. There's like spite in that face. You know, he's trying to get wasted. Where are they at even? What are they even doing? Do we know? Do we know where they're at? Is this like a convention of assholes? And I just didn't get an invite, right? But an asshole convention? Crazy. That's wild, boss. Yeah, well, so Cenk is always like, he's not a Muslim, but Cenk, though, does like talk about being a Muslim at certain times when it benefits him. That's when I've seen it. Usually when someone's like talking about a marginalized group and then he's like, but I'm a Muslim and we're the real ones under attack. And then he tries to like co-opt the energy of either the marginalized group or to somehow say that he is like even worse off than the marginalized group. Absolutely. He is whatever's going to give him the most credibility or give him some kind of a win, you know, but I guess I'm intrigued about where they're actually at. They're at some fancy hotel. I don't know what's going on, man. All right. Moving on though. Dude, what a tosser. That's the only thing I can think of, guys. What a fucking tosser. Right? He is a tosser, dude. Dude, or in Seinfeld language, Cenk Uygur is definitely a chucker. Dude, he is. He is a chucker. Right? 100%, dude. He is a chucker, dude. There's no way around it. Dude, there is no way around it. Cenk Uygur, chucker. Oh, man. Dude. So, and guys, I've seen some of this before that, like, I don't know if it's a fame thing, but I have seen instances where you have like people like Benny Johnson, right? You have some like whatever, Cenk Uygur, supposedly they're on the opposite sides, but then they get in a room together and it's like, hey, Benny, hey, Cenky. And like, why are we doing that? Because the thing about this is Benny Johnson is not honorable at all. Okay. He is not. He's like a disinformation spreader. Okay. I mean, I could see certain Republicans, like if I saw Thomas Massey in the street, you know, I could have a conversation with Thomas Massey. I could even have a conversation with, you know, some whatever middle of the road Republicans. But like somebody like Benny Johnson, who is specifically a disinformation liar, mouthpiece, like child groomer, there's no way I'm going to be in a room with this guy and not be on his ass, you know? You know what I mean? I mean, his whole career, he went from plagiarism at BuzzFeed, then he went to the Washington Examiner at plagiarism, and then he became a right-wing figure and Russian money with, you know, Tenet Media, and now he's just a right-wing billionaire fluffer. Dude, everything about him is just smarmy. I mean, remember that Chris Cuomo interview? Like it was like Cuomo had Benny Johnson and Brian Tyler Cohen on. And every time Brian Tyler Cohen was like, you know, talking to Benny Johnson, laying into him, Chris Cuomo would step in and be like, oh, let me protect Benny over here. And Benny is just like smug, no point. He's just like blathering over there with nothing to say, dude. What an idiot, bro. And I mean, he's got this like 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗍𝗀 like haircut, dude. What's up with his like, with the little Nazi like man bun going on up there? Dude, right? That's crazy. Like so fucking, man, so smarmy, bro. So smarmy. All right. What are we going to do, though, guys? What are we going to do? You know what we're going to do? We're going to watch Cenk Uygur try and sabotage the elections. I don't know if they've done it yet. I don't know if TYT has already said, hey, guys, we should pass the SAVE Act. You think it's coming? Oh, man, dude. You think it's coming? You think TYT is going to start promoting the SAVE Act? Like, dude, you like that? 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗍𝗀? It is, dude. It's Beaker. I'm telling you, I'm not wrong, dude. Dude, look at that. There it is, bro. This is Benny, dude. Tell me that's not... Oh, wait, where is it? There it is. 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗍𝗀. Hey, guys. Dude. Right? I mean, Beaker's a little more colorful, but he's... Dude, 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗍𝗀. Bro, let's go, dude. Benny! Benny! Dude, you know what's funny is Beaker? Dude, right now, Beaker is fucking messaging me, dude. I'm going to get a DM from Beaker, and Beaker's going to be like, yo, I appreciate you being funny, but like, yo, homie, you're going to need to fucking knock that shit off, dude. Dude, Beaker Johnson, let's go. Dude, Day Trader, let's go. Oh! He's like, yo, homie. Dude, let's go. Dude, we love Beaker, all right? Don't worry, it doesn't denigrate Beaker just because Benny Johnson's trying to cop his look. If anything, it's a nod to Beaker, okay? Because Beaker is like, you know, Benny's trying to cop his style, okay? All right, you ready? Let's go to the 𝗙cie𝗶𝗍𝗀, ladies. All right, we're going to watch a little bit of this 𝗙cie Kasparian thing. Now, I'm not exactly sure of what's going on with 𝗙cie𝗶𝗍𝗀. I don't get to watch a ton of content because I'm always making content. And I've seen Jennifer Welch on fucking, you know what I'm saying? I've seen her clips and shit, and she is like aggro and seems like pretty aggressive, progressive. And I think I've always liked her force, you know, her forcible mouth, the way she fucking attacks shit. But, I don't know, when she had Cenk Uygur on, right? When she had Cenk Uygur on the other day, she wasn't very progressive at all, okay? Which was really weird. You know what I'm saying? She did a better job calling Anna out? Okay, because when she was talking to Cenk, she was not calling him out at all, okay? It was more like they just gave him the microphone and were like, you know, give us your spiel, okay? And you are Cenk Uygur, the fucking TYT guy, whatever. We revere you. Body, body, bah. Yeah, no, I agree with what Montoya says there. That TYT's number one job is to discourage Democrats from voting. I absolutely agree with that. That's exactly what it feels like. It exactly feels like they discourage people from voting. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't it? At 100%. It is like they discourage people from voting. They don't like say go vote for the Republican. They don't, but what they do is they continually reinforce this idea that it's not going to get any better. Okay? That's what they do. They continually reinforce this idea that the Democrats aren't going to really do any of the things they say they're going to do. So, like, you know, they're just bought and paid for. And if they win, your life's not going to get any better. So you're just sort of like, yeah, why vote? Why bother? Right? I mean, they're not telling you to vote for the right winger, but they are telling you that voting for the left wing person is going to get you nothing and nowhere. And sometimes they say the left wing person is even worse than the right wing person. You know, they are, and in particular though, guys, I feel like it's going to be very active during the California elections. Okay. They are going to be very active. Yeah. I don't understand what the 𝗏 like, you know what I mean? I don't understand what their 𝗏 worship is. Okay. Because I know 𝗏 says he is for Medicare for all. And I know he says all this shit. And I'll give him credit where credit is due with the Epstein stuff. But like 𝗏's district, none of the people in his district want to pay taxes. Okay. He is from one of the wealthier districts in the entire fucking country. All right. His district is like money above money. And like, I think he talks a game because there's no firepower to get the game going. But I'll be honest, guys, I feel like 𝗏 masquerades as a progressive while simultaneously allowing his wealthy district to just get all the benefits of, you know, the wealthy socialism that exists. Dude, just put Beaker Johnson in the Discord under general. All right, let's go. Beaker Johnson has arrived in Discord. I don't know. There's something about 𝗏 that like, he's very upper class, right? You think that's an L take? Dude, I don't know. I don't really trust the guy. Okay. I don't exactly trust the guy because, you know, has he voted against anything progressive? See, it's not that he's voted against anything progressive, but guys, can I tell you though, like, here's the deal. It's like when you know the progressive shit is never going to pass, you can vote for all the progressive shit and be like, I'm a progressive, man, we're really trying here. But like, here's what I wonder. You ready? You ready? Check this out. What I wonder is if there were 150 progressives in Congress, would Roe then be voting with those progressives, or would he all of a sudden become a moderate? And my guess is he is a progressive now because it's a small caucus and it's like popular with young people. It's like the radical new ideas thing, right? So then when he supports tech, it kind of like, hey, I'm just the radical new idea guy. But I think if there were a bunch of progressives in Congress enough to actually pass the shit, he would start being a moderating voice. I think he would be like, wait a sec, we got to be sensible about, like, we don't want to go too fast. You know what I'm saying? We want to make sure we have this shit figured out. That's kind of like what I see, because if you look at him, he is like very big money. I mean, he is not remotely a working class guy at all, you know? I mean, and I guess maybe this is me. You ready? This might be me. This may just be a Tommy thing, but I don't trust progressives that are not working class. Okay? I don't trust progressives that are in the elite class. I don't trust them because they benefit when progressivism fails. Okay? They don't have any skin in the game. You know what I'm saying? I don't trust him. I don't trust him. I don't trust Ro at all. I don't trust him. I don't trust him at all. His district is like wealthy as shit. They don't like paying taxes. They like free reign in the tech industry. And he like grabs onto all these progressive things, but they're always like loser, like they're things that have no chance of getting passed. You know, you get it. You're from Silicon Valley, union guy. He's always been good with you guys. I mean, and maybe that'll change over time, right? But I have my own personal thing where I have a little bit. I love what he's doing with Epstein. I do. I love what he's doing with Epstein, and like hell yeah, I back him 100% on that. You know what I'm saying? I do. I think he's doing great with Epstein. So is Thomas Massey. I don't consider him like Charles Schumer bad. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's a total fucking fuck up. But my thing is I just in general don't trust progressives that are wealthy, because wealthy progressives have no incentive to actually get that progressive shit passed. Okay? It's like a weird thing where they do better when it doesn't pass. So a wealthy progressive allows them to just build and expand their wealth while being a guy fighting for the little man. And like, whereas like true progressives are people that are not going to be like stockpiling wealth when the other side wins. They would, like a true progressive would have no fucking money in the stock market. Okay? I'm serious. If you're going to be a real progressive, no money in the stock market. Okay? You know what I'm saying? You don't own any stocks if you're a real progressive. Okay? You're like, you're not buying multiple houses as an investment if you're a real progressive. I mean, you know, I just think, I think there's something about that is like, you know, it's like progressivism can be a cover for wealthy acquisition of resources while simultaneously appearing like you're not one of those wealthy Republicans or one of those elite corporate Democrats. You're really fighting for the Medicare for all, and you're fighting for all these like programs that you're not getting for anybody, but you're fighting for them. But oh, by the way, my stock portfolio just quadrupled in size over this term. But forget about that, because I'm not going to let that corrupt me. I'm going to make sure that, like, you know, I get all these progressive things done eventually. But oh my God, my stock portfolio just doubled again. Like, wow, dude, crazy. But I swear we're working on Medicare for all. Oh my God, my healthcare stocks just fucking doubled in value. But I promise you, we are working on Medicare for all. That's how I feel when I am confronted by that. I feel like I'm hearing it, but meanwhile, they're just getting wealthy as shit. And with it not happening. And so that's my that is my issue. Now, that doesn't mean if if he won, right, if he was a presidential nominee who won the primary, I'd vote for the guy. Like, you know what I'm saying? I will vote for whoever wins the Democratic primary. But I'm just saying that, like, this is an American progressivism that I have sort of seen, that, like, it seems like, you know, it's kind of the same thing that makes me not trust Graham Plattner. Okay. Is Graham Plattner made it seem like he was a working class guy who works at an oyster farm, but you look into Graham Plattner's background and you see he was a wealthy as fuck kid who fucking bought an oyster farm, and he's always been from big money, but he's pretending to be a working class progressive guy saying all the right things. And so, you know, and like, you know what I'm saying? Roe doesn't do any stock trading. All right. Dude, people like me ruin it for you? No. If I ruin it for you, then you fucking don't have your shit together. Okay? If I ruin it for you, if somehow my viewpoint ruins it for you, right? How am I ruining it for you? Dude, I'm just saying, you ready for this, guys? So listen to me. Here's what I am saying, okay? Is I believe Ro has a stock portfolio. Somebody said he doesn't have any stocks. I don't think that's true. But here's the thing. You ready? Here's the thing, guys. The thing that has bothered me about progressivism is I want progressive policy. I really do. But what is really hard about progressives is they I feel like they're judged by what they say and not by what they do. Okay? The Dems are judged by what they do. Okay? But the progressives are judged by what they say. And somebody said that I hold progressives to a standard I don't hold most establishment Dems. But like, I don't see establishment Dems promising a lot of shit, right? Like progressives say a progressive running for Congress is like, I'm going to get you Medicare for all. But like, that's not really happening right now. We don't even have nearly, right? If we had a progressive presidential candidate, like nobody's getting Medicare for all with the current Congress. You know, there's like, I mean, dude, they can't even get ACA subsidies for Christ's sake, dude, right? Like we can't get anything right now with our Congress. So it's like, I feel like, you know, the same way with, look at what John Fetterman did, or look at what Kyrsten Sinema did. They said progressive things, okay? And then as soon as they got into Congress, they weren't progressive at all. And so, and you know what it is? You know what it is I think it's because we don't really have many progressives that have a track record of having achieved something. So you don't know if they're really saying it or if they can actually do anything about it, right? Whereas like, you know, you know, if somebody's been in office, okay, if somebody's been in office, you have a track record of what they have and haven't done. But if you have a young voice who comes in and says, oh, I'm a progressive, I've done X, Y, and Z, or I believe in X, Y, and Z, they may not have a trail, you know? And so maybe it's just harder to trust them, right? But I don't know, dude. And I love progressive ideals, but dude, Fetterman had a stroke. Yeah, he did. He has brain damage. You think he has brain damage? Dude, let's go. You know, it's just hard, guys. You know, it's hard because like, you know, I want progressive reforms. Okay. But guys, I don't think you're hearing me right though, when I talk about having working class progressives. Like what is wrong? Why are you guys in chat who will defend the wealthy progressives? Why are you guys so opposed to having working class progressives? Like people that actually, if they don't succeed unless they get those policies passed. Like, why does that seem offensive to you? Because that's your best bet of getting them. Okay. If you have a bunch of wealthy people who profit when the Republicans win, they have no incentive to get you your progressive shit. They're always going to try and fail because they benefit from the failure. But they look good for you because they're trying. Like you need to have some working class progressives that are not going to wildly profit if they lose. Okay, you have to have skin in the game. Yes, and this is important in politics, guys. If you don't have skin in the game, people without skin in the game are never going to get you the game. Okay. It's like you have to have skin in the game or you're not going to fucking have incentive of getting the game. And I think I don't think that's like bad mouthing. I think that's actually fucking realistic. That like, right? Like if you're relying on a really wealthy guy, okay, to tax the billionaires, you might be waiting forever. Okay? If you're relying on a billionaire to tax the billionaires, you might be waiting forever. He's going to almost get it there, right? Because like, does he really have an incentive to tax the shit out of himself? Right? So, I mean, the thing about this though is it kind of baffles me though that like when I talk about wanting working class progressive candidates, I feel like sometimes progressives get mad at me for saying that. And like, what is that all about? Like, isn't progressivism about the working class? Like, isn't that supposed to be the core tenet, that progressivism is about the working class? Like, I just think like, I think it's really, really important. Dude. So, oh my God. So 𝗏 right? 3,923 stock trades totaling 55 million, guys. Okay? Like 55 million. Okay? Let me just tell you, okay? Somebody who's making $50 million in the stock market, they are not ever going to help you temper capitalism, bro. You know what I mean? I don't care what they say. Like, that is like, I just don't see it. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna end my 55 million to help you guys. I'm gonna take one for the team. Dude, come on. Oh shit. Dude, let's go. I don't know, man. And it's weird though. You know what else is weird, guys? It's weird too because if I hold progressives to a standard, people are like, how dare you hold them to a standard? You don't hold the corporate Dems to a standard. But like, guys, I guess the thing about the Democratic Party is the Democratic Party did get me health insurance. Okay. Like, I have health insurance because of the Democratic Party. Now, it might not be great. It's not the public option. It is not like, I mean, it's pretty good here in Oregon because they expanded Medicaid. So our program is pretty good. But I don't pay for it right now. I will be paying for it probably in like a year. But I have not paid for my health care, right? Because I've been under the income range. You know what I'm saying? I've been for, and then it was during the pandemic. So I actually had health care like back from when I was a bartender, not paid, fully funded by the state and the government, right? And so I think though my income probably next year, I will have to like pay for it, right? But dude, isn't that crazy? Look at that, dude. So 𝗏 traded more stock than Nancy Pelosi, bro. What is that, right? Right? Congress is a target-rich environment for ire. So the thing about this, 𝗙ecie, is I didn't come out here targeting 𝗏. People brought up 𝗏 with how much they love him, and I just said I don't love the guy. The guy's I don't hate him, but the guy is a massive wealthy capitalist, okay? And he talks about progressive policies, but he is a wealthy fucking capitalist. Okay, Nancy Pelosi's a wealthy capitalist, but she doesn't promise progressive policies or act like she's going to get progressive policies. You know what I'm saying? And I just said that in general, I trust progressives more when they are working class and when they are not wealthy, like stock trading fucking individuals. Okay. Because I feel like working class progressives are much more trustworthy. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's not like dissing the guy. Like I said, if he ran for president and he won the primary, I'd be like, go 𝗏, and I would fucking vote for him and I would be totally behind him, You know what I'm saying? I would 100% support the guy's presidency, but I'm just saying, right? Roe wants to ban stock trading in Congress. Well, now he does. Now that he's like made $100 million, sure, right? But let's see. Let's see if they get the stock trading ban through Congress. They haven't gotten it yet. But man, are they trading? Okay, all these guys that are like, yeah, we're going to pass a stock ban. But dude, they're trading. Dude, they're all just fucking firing it up. Dude, just cranking it, right? Just fucking cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. But again, will they deliver, right? Will they deliver? Let's see, right? I don't know, man. We'll see. But I love what he's doing with Epstein. But again, let's keep this energy next time Newsom comes up. See, my thing with Newsom, the thing about Newsom is I don't love Newsom either, okay? The thing about Newsom that I have is not about liking the guy in as much as it's just I think he's going to win the primary, okay? So the Newsom conversation is difficult because I think he's going to win the primary because I think he's the kind of candidate uneducated voters in middle America will vote for because of the way he looks and because he's aggressive and in your face and he's that stupid, like fucking male dominant sort of personality. So with Newsom, it's like we have a problem. Like, how are we going to get all the left to vote for this guy? Because I'm pretty sure this is going to be the guy we get stuck with. Right? And maybe not, maybe there's going to be a surprise, but it's mostly a fear that we're going to end up with him. And then a huge part of our coalition is going to be like, fuck that. And then we're going to be in 2024 all over again. Right? You know what I'm saying? Ossoff is good. Yeah, but Ossoff isn't going to run for president. Okay. He's literally just running for a Senate seat now. Right? So we'll see. We'll see, boss. That's my worry about Newsom, right? I mean, ultimately, guys, you ready for this? I don't want to be a doomer here, but guys, like, no president is going to magically, like, flip anything. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even with Obama, okay? Even with Obama didn't magically flip anything. We were excited about Obama because he was a glass ceiling breaker. It was a black guy who became president of the slave nation. So everybody, like, that was like a symbol that maybe we had conquered racism. Maybe the civil rights movement actually worked and we had arrived. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, but then everybody was sort of like ho-hummed on his presidency by the end because there were too many drone strikes and we only got Obamacare instead of Medicare for all. He did, gay marriage came through under his watch. But for the most part, like, people, like, by the end of his term, people weren't as excited as they were in the beginning. But he was like a glass ceiling breaker. But, like, none of these presidents, like, and I mean, the GOP only blocked everything, like, after the first 2 years, right? He had 2 years of, like, all houses and like, I think none of these presidents, like, I don't know, no president can just change everything for the better. You know what I mean? It's like Congress is really they make the laws, right? So the Congress is like so important. And I think just in general, you ready? This is just my take, guys. Take it or leave it. I think we spend too much time worrying about who's in the presidency. And we don't take enough time, like, getting a good Congress. And so when you have a good president, Congress fucks him over. And if you have a bad president, Congress sometimes just lets him be bad. And that's really hard for me, that, like, we focus so much on the president, but the Congress is really the shit where, like, all the power comes from. But it's a lot harder to blame Congress because it's 535 dudes and the Senate is all fucked up, right? So there's, like, you know what I mean? And so it's just, I don't know, dude. It's hard. But are you ready for this? I don't care whoever wins the primaries and has a D next to their name is getting my vote enthusiastically. All right, it could be 𝗏𝗏, it could be fucking 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏. I don't fucking care, bro. If they've got a D next to their name, okay, and they are fucking a primary winner, you have my full-throated support. Dude, all right? Always. Dude, that's my promise. And I will be enthusiastic, okay? I will not. If 𝗏𝗏𝗏 wins a primary for president, I'm not going to badmouth him at all during his presidential candidacy. You watch. I will be his biggest fucking cheerleader, okay? Whether I love him, like hate him, you know what I'm saying? And I don't hate Ro, dude. I don't. Like I said, I just don't trust him because he's mega rich. That's all. He's mega rich, and I don't trust mega rich people who offer progressive policies. I just don't, because I've not seen mega rich people actually deliver on any of that shit. You know? You know what I'm saying? Or I've not seen them, you know, you know what I mean? I'm not, and I've not seen them like build a coalition of other progressives. Like maybe that's what I want to see, guys. You ready? You know what I'm saying? Maybe what I would like to see, guys, is I would like to see the progressives that are in Congress spend more time getting other progressives into Congress, right? That would be interesting. I don't know what that would look like, but I'd like to see more progressives in Congress, like, you know, like 100 of them, right? Like a fucking, you know, 100 progressives would be nice. Because we're not going to get anything with like 10 progressives, you know? You're pissed off with today's bullshit? Why? What happened today, Orphan? What pissed you off about today? This is just going on in circles? Nah. This is everything's a circle. Welcome to the family, right? FDR came from a wealthy family. Wait, FDR though was in a wheelchair, wasn't he? Right? Right? When you're saying FDR came from a wealthy family, but he was in a he had a disability, did he not? Right? You know, which like that is a right? I think that is a that's a viewpoint changer for sure. Right? Dude. But yeah, man. Polio. Dude, polio's a bitch. Polio might be back, dude. Right? Polio might be back, guys. Like, if RFK Jr. gets his way, dude. Dude, you know what I'm saying? I think having a disability, it like gives you a perspective of, you know, struggle and humility and you know, you when you don't have something, you really have a viewpoint about like what it means to have things. You know? You know what I'm saying? Dude, Trump is a fucking piece of shit, though. Can we all agree on that? Right? Can we all agree on that? That Trump is a piece of shit? Oh, shit. But I mean, a newsflash for you guys, though. You ready for this? Back in the days of like, you know, the 1940s, all the way up into really, I want to say like the 1990s, guys. Nobody in Congress was from a poor family, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like pretty uniformly, everybody in government in the 30s were people from wealthy families, right? It's like those were all the, you know, those were all the fucking people. I mean, guys, if I could pick a president and automatically get them elected, I would of course choose AOC, right? You know what I'm saying? Like if I could guarantee the win, the president I would want from this generation right now is AOC, hands down. Right? She embodies everything I want, where she's a woman, she is compassionate, she is a fighter, she is, powerful and insightful and intelligent and right. You know what I'm saying? Like she is able to effectively, I mean, I'll be honest, I would love to have not white men presidents, like women presidents of color for like 100 years would be fucking beneficial, boss. It's just, unfortunately though, our country votes for like shitheads. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing, guys. If you look and it's almost like you can look at which candidate is the biggest shithead, and that's the one that's probably going to win middle America. Okay? Which candidate has like no policy and is the biggest fucking shithead out there? Okay, that's who's going to win all the white people in the Midwest. I guarantee you, like every single time. Look at the presidents we've had. You know what I'm saying? Barack Obama is really the only exception. Okay? Clinton, like, look at the presidents we've had since I was a kid. We had Jimmy Carter, who was good, but his own Congress fucked him over. Then we had Reagan, shithead. Bush, shithead. Clinton was like, we thought he was cool, but he was a shithead. Okay? George Bush, too, shithead. Then we had Obama, who I did like. Then we had fucking Trump, shithead. Biden, shithead. And now we have Trump again, like shithead. Dude, I haven't like, every president has been a fucking shithead, bro. Every single one, dude. And as much as I don't even like, as much as everybody hates Hillary, I would have loved to have Hillary, right? Just to like have somebody who was not a fucking white shithead. Biden was not a shithead. Yeah, Biden was a shithead. I mean, Biden did a great job, but he was way too conservative for my taste. He's religious and old and too much about bipartisan. He was too much about extending the olive branch. He was too nice. Okay? He was too nice, right? And too nice and too like concerned. Okay? But he did a great job. He did a great job stewarding us from the pandemic. I thought he was a little more like, a little less conservative than I thought he was going to be. Okay? I thought he did a wonderful job stewarding us out of the pandemic, but he was like just too deferential to the American system of government and like, I don't know, like, and a little too old. I think maybe if you ready for this? See, here's the hard thing about Joe Biden. And then we're going to go do some politics. But here it is when Joe Biden was younger and he was a fighter, he was kind of racist and he was, good buddies with all of the worst people in Congress, the Strom Thurmond set. Okay, Biden was. And then by the time he got older and started to atone for that behavior, he was not as effective because he was too old. And he was a little too, obviously he was surrounded by a staff that didn't keep him, really cued into what was going on in the thing. But he was racist when he was younger, and not like a Nick Fuentes racist, but like your typical American racist where he didn't fight against segregation when he was younger, like Bernie did. He was fine with segregation. He didn't like it, but he wasn't going to do anything to change it. And then the guys who love segregation, he was making deals with them all the time. And so, like, to me, that's racism. You know what I'm saying? Like, for sure, he was like totally like okay with those guys. And then he did, as he got older, though, he tried to like atone for that, right? You could tell he wanted to make up for that. Like, he knew that, like, shit, I probably shouldn't have been that way. And you could tell that Joe Biden genuinely wanted to like atone for his past. But by the time he got there, he was just like too old. You know what I'm saying? He was too old to really do that. You know what I'm saying? Right? He was just too old to really be super effective at it, right? But he did a great job of like You know what I'm always going to give Joe Biden credit for, guys? You ready? Here's what I will always give Joe Biden credit for. When he came in 2020, when America was a fucking mess and the pandemic was there and Trump had turned everything to chaos and whatever, you had J6 and all this shit, Biden came in and just fucking didn't create any drama, okay? He didn't create any fucking drama, dude. Biden did not. He was like chill and like, I'm going to take care of all of you guys and I'm not going to treat any of you differently. I'm going to fucking be a president for all of you. I don't care if you're in the Trumpiest of the Trump district or the bluest of the blue. He's like, I've got your back and we're going to fucking just like stop the ship from moving and we're going to come through this. And I really respected that he didn't make a big deal about like, I don't know. I felt like he didn't like, he didn't like extra divide us. And I thought that was really, you know what I'm saying? That was really like, I thought that was really good, dude. He was very friendly grandpa, comforting, You know what I'm saying? Let's go. All right, dude, thank you guys for like, our little talk. I know you're always going to roast me because I'm critical of progressives. And I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm probably more critical of progressives than I am of like some of the Democrats, right? And you know what it is though, guys? It's just that I don't hate the establishment because the establishment's where the power is, guys. And so I go where the power is. Okay, I do, because if you want to get shit done, you got to go where the power is, boss. It's true. You got no power. You got no power, dude. If you want to get, right, you got to, right? It's good to be critical of our sides. I don't like to be overly critical, though, guys. I don't want to be overcritical of anyone. I'm serious. Not on our side. I'll tell you this. I prefer, you ready? Just hear me out. I prefer to be critical of our side when they're in power, okay? Than when they're not. You know what I mean? Like I can be I'll be a lot more critical of the Democrats when they have the power. Then we can be critical and like push them. I think it's dangerous being critical when you don't have the power, because then you might just be feeding your opponents a good line of attack, right? It's like I tend to be critical of who has power. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise it's dangerous. If you're too critical of your people when they don't have any power, you're giving the opponents a messaging. Okay, because it's like if I don't like the way they're handling healthcare, and then the Republicans are like, whoa, the Democrats are mad at their own people for healthcare. Let's start telling people we're going to do a healthcare that sounds like that shit the Democrats are talking about. And then the people in the Midwest who are dumb are like, oh shit, no, now the Republicans are giving us the good healthcare. Oh shit, I'm going to vote for those guys. Oh, even though they're not going to give it. They're never going to give it, but let's go. Your favorite show? All right. You want unity? I want unity too, man. That's why, dude. I want unity. All right. Guys, I had some very long discussions, okay, about like Hassan, what he said about Gavin Newsom, about how if it was Gavin and Vance or whatever, he would vote third party or whatever. I made a few comments to Hassan, and then I fucking, I got into some long discussions with Hassan fans, okay? Right? Dude, ML, let's go! I did. I got into for a day. I had long discussions about like leftism and centrism and the Democratic umbrella, and I mean, if you guys want to read them, okay, here, I'll put a link here to the start, and you can read them. I'm not going to read them on stream, but I did. Let me see here. Let's go to Hassan. All right. I'll put a link in here and you can read through them on your own time. But I had a lot of like pretty honest and open discussions about some of this shit, about our coalition as I see it, you know, and not being overly critical of Hassan, but more about me just wanting Hassan to use his platform responsibly in the election. Okay. And it was because I don't hate Hassan, right? I fucking love what he does. I just want him to be responsible with that massive platform he's got. He's got a massive fucking platform. I wouldn't have become a political streamer if it wasn't for that guy and his sort of rebellious edginess. Okay. That's what kind of drew me in and was like, man, I think I can be doing that too. You know, like I got that too. But, you know, there comes a responsibility when you have a massive platform. Okay. You have a lot of power. And even though he might think the Dem establishment is one thing, but Hassan is a type of establishment. He is the leftist socialist establishment. And so like there's an important power thing that he has. But let me show you my comment. Okay. I'll show it. It was when he was arguing with that woman. It's good though. I was not even screaming at people. I was being really like honest and explaining, you know, my thoughts. Hold on, let me find it. It was the woman, what's her name? Hoops. Right here, Tara Hoops. Okay? Right here. It was this one. I never said JD Vance is better than Newsom. Should I just go through this? Or do you want to like, but I said, here's what I said. I replied underneath it, right? With this one. And I said this. I said, all of this is pretty moot since the primary is all about voting with our conscience. Also, I do hope you encourage your audience to vote for whomever wins in the Dem primary regardless. I said, because while you will still benefit from Vance tax cuts and your stream will prosper in a Vance admin, most of your audience will really fucking suffer if Vance wins. So I hope you do the responsible thing and tell them what will be best for them. Also, a Vance win will never get you closer to what you really want, which is like healthcare and education. And so I'm like, so please don't play fucking games with this. And then I said, that being said, I still think it's important to speak truth to power and to challenge our government for better policies, but I think you accomplish a lot more if you win and then fight and protest, etc., and if you run for office. And so I said to him, honestly, Hassan, the most powerful thing you could do if you really want the things you want would be for you to win an election as a socialist or DSA like Mamdani did and show that you can get those things. That would do so much to move the Dems to the left. Talking at them or them losing is not a long-term solution. Winning pulls them always. And then what ended up happening is various people replied to me, and then I got into discussions with like everybody, some of which went on for quite a bit of time. Okay. And you know, and one of these was somebody brought up Mamdani, and I was like, dude, I love Mamdani, but I'm also not so naive to think that Mamdani could win a Senate race in Iowa or a Senate race in Missouri, because he couldn't. Okay. Mamdani could win in New York City, but if Mamdani ran for Senate in fucking, you know, Wisconsin, I don't know if he'd win. I think he would get clobbered, right? I think he would. I think, you know, so we have to sort of like parse out who's where. But here's what I'm going to do, guys, is I am going to put this link, okay, to this. If you want to read the other shit, there are too many things. I would spend all stream reading my various conversations. But if you want to see the conversations, I'm going to put it in chat. I'm also going to put it in Discord, okay? And I'm going to ping it if you want to check them out. Because what I did, guys, is you ready? So what I did is I responded to people. So for example, all right, when somebody responded to me, this guy, I responded to him, and then he responded to me, and then with this guy, like, we went back and forth a little bit, okay? And with this person, I responded. This guy was a little fucking snarkier, right? And because he was like, you're vote blue no matter who. But I stayed in conversation with everybody for like an entire day, okay? Everyone who replied to me, I replied to them and thoughtfully, okay? And no, actually, their arguments were really like not similar. What a lot of it felt like was a lot of it came down because I am not like, I don't call it vote blue no matter who, okay? I don't. But what I say is I vote for the best candidate of the two major parties, okay? Because realistically, guys, we only have two parties, okay? There might be a Green Party candidate, there might be an independent, but that guy's not winning unless it's like a local race in a state that fosters independence. An independent can win in Vermont, in Maine, maybe for a House seat in Oregon or something like that, in a progressive state. But when you go and you look at the president or the big Senate seats, you're mostly going to have a Republican or a Democrat. And I'm not vote blue no matter who. I will vote for the better of the Republican or the Democrat. The thing is just because the Republicans are so shitty, the Republican never wins. I'm not automatically voting for the Republican or for the Democrat. If there was a Republican that was better, I would vote for the Republican if I didn't like the Democrat. There's just not ever a Republican that I've ever thought was any good, right? So I don't look at it as vote blue no matter who, but what I don't do, guys, is I don't waste my vote on a third party candidate that is incapable of winning just to protest or to pretend like I have some special integrity that nobody else has. Because in the end, I'm profiting off the American capitalist system. So even if I pretend like, oh, I didn't vote for the corporate guys, those corporate guys are the reason why I have money and why I own a house. And so, you know what I'm saying? I'm profiting off their policies. If I vote for somebody else and I fucking take their tax cut and I whatever, take their fucking, exemptions, I am still, a part of their system. So I don't pretend like voting outside of them somehow magically precludes me from their system. You know what I mean? But I've never seen a good Republican candidate, you know what I'm saying? And, that's my thing. I've never seen a good Republican candidate, right? I've yet to see one, okay? Dude, I actually thought Nancy Mace was going to be the one, dude. Back in 2020, I was like, dude, she might be the first Republican candidate I like. And look what happened to her, bro. Only because she came in and she was like, we need to not be so crazy on abortion and let's take care of social issues. Look what happened, dude. Oh, fuck, dude. She was a disaster. So there you go. Wrong. How wrong can I be? Right? And here's the thing, though, guys. You ready? Let me just tell you. I want to read one reply here, guys. And it was this one. Okay? Because this guy says, I struggle to see how to advance one's own political beliefs without using the prospect of not voting for a candidate as leverage unless they grant concessions. So this is a common theme with younger progressive voters, is you need to give me concessions or I'm not going to vote for you. And he says Democratic candidates should feel pressure to listen to their base. They should not take their vote as automatic. And guys, I do agree with this, but I want to show you what I shared, because the problem with the Democratic Party is we have more than one base, okay? And that's what I say. I said, while you might not be wrong in theory, the Dems don't have one base. They have many. They have leftists, they have young voters, they have black voters, they have Hispanic voters, they have women, they have white rural independent leans who aren't always loyal, They have Jewish voters. They have LGBTQ, and like we could go on, right? So if every one of those groups withholds for leverage, they ain't all going to be withholding for the same shit. Every group would withhold for a different piece of leverage. And the far left is most certainly not the Dem base. The Dem base is black women if you look at loyalty, but they occupy a small percentage of the overall caucus. And it's white centrists if you look at the biggest number of their voters who aren't always loyal. And I'm like, so if you walk around thinking you're the Dem base, there's actually a really good chance that you're not the Dem base. Like, that's just it. I don't think I am the base, and therefore the Dems owe me some type of concession. I think when you start thinking you're the base of the party and they owe you a concession, then you're like, that can potentially be destructive. I think in the end, we need to have what's going to be the best for the overall caucus of human beings in the country, okay? What is going to be the best for all humans in the country out of those candidates that are there? And not specifically what you're going to give me personally. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm a white guy, dude. I'm a white guy. No matter what, I'm not going to suffer. Even if Trump wins, I don't suffer. You know what I mean? I never suffer. So I need to think not about what I need at all. And I need to think about what's going to help the black voters, the Hispanic voters, the trans voters, the gay voters. And then at the end of the day, we're going to have two candidates, one with an R and one with a D. And I pick which one's going to be better, even if only slightly better, for all those people that are not me. And like, that's how I look at it. It's like real simple. I don't feel like I need to get concessions, but I'm also, though, I'm a white guy, okay? Now, if I was a black voter, I might feel like I want some concessions, okay? Because, you know what I mean? Like, and that's what amazes me about black women is black women, okay, they have been so devoutly, like, pro-democratic, like, they are so loyal, and it sometimes seems like they don't get anything back. They get nothing but our ire. And in fact, when a black woman runs for Senate in Texas, half of the party tries to get her to drop out. And it's like, God damn, bro. Like, what the fuck is that all about? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And so that shit is fucking, you know, and right now you advocate against asking the Dems. But see, here's the thing, CJ. When you say you advocate against asking the Dems to put forward a worthy candidate, but CJ, it's not about the Dems putting forth a worthy candidate. Candidates show up and the people vote. It's like, if you don't like the candidate, you're mad at the voters, dude. They're voting for these people, right? You say this has been a gross conversation, dude. I'm about ready to fucking bounce your ass. Seriously. Right? Like, what are you even talking about, bro? Right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, you're just talking shit about me? Dude, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah. Fuck off. You know, the person's whole fucking thing was like, I can't wait until so-and-so does a video about you. Blah, blah, blah. I can't wait. Meh. You're automatically voting for Dems. Nah. It's like, dude, I don't have to fucking impress you. Like, smell you later, dude. Go ahead, make a video about me. Talk about how much you hate me or whatever. Disenfranchise me. I don't fucking care. Dude, you have no power over me. Fuck off. Okay? You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, the voters pick the candidate. Okay? Somebody you don't like wins the primary and you're like, oh, the Dems. But like, dude, the voters voted. Okay? If fucking 10 Dems run for president, the voters are going to pick one. And if you don't like it, get mad at the voters. Don't get mad like the Democratic Party didn't force the voters all over America to vote the way they voted. Okay? The voters like pick their shit. And will the Dems favor somebody? Absolutely. Of course they will. But that doesn't mean the voters can't pick somebody else. Okay? Like you can't just blame the fucking, at some point, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could run for president. Any one of you out there could run for president and try to buck the system, right? you know, but whatever. I'm not going to fucking sit here and listen to you fucking cry about me all night. All right? Yeah. Bye-bye. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm not fucking like socialist enough for you. Take a hike. I'm a realist, man. I don't live on pipe dreams. I live on like, what can we actually fucking do? Right? And like thinking that like you're going to yell at the Democratic establishment party and that's going to change them. It will not. You should run. Okay? If you really hate the Dem establishment so much, run for office and win, and then you will change that shit. Okay? But you can't like not be willing to run and then say you just hate everybody and then just sit there and cry about the system and how everybody's ruining your fucking parade, but you're not going to get in there and lead the parade. Like, dude, I don't stand for that. You either participate the way it is or you get skin in the game and you change it by participating, you know? But and you can talk all you want, but it's not going to change anything. You know what I mean? Like, you can talk all you want, but talking negatively about the Democratic Party or helping Republicans win will not change the party. What changes the party is winning inside the party. Okay? Mom Donnie is changing the party. Okay? Mom Donnie. And look at this, guys. I feel like Mom Donnie is my crown jewel. You know why? Look at what he did. He did not go in and tell Kathy Hochul to fuck off, okay? He partnered with her, the centrist. He did not go in and say, fuck you, Hakeem Jeffries. He partnered with him, okay? The centrist, okay? And he did not go in and tell Trump to fuck off. He went in and charmed him and won him over. And he did the same shit in New York City. He met with all the groups. He met with the Zionists. He met with the old school Hasidic Jews. He met with the Latinos, with the blacks, with the Trump voters, with everybody. Why? Because he knows that you can't like alienate everybody with power and expect to get power. You have to go to where the power is. And you have to like get your hands on those levers. That's just how it works. You know what I'm saying? You know, and no, Mom Donnie is not a purist. Mom Donnie is somebody that actually wants to achieve. I mean, you can be a purist or you can actually achieve shit. And I think achieving shit is a little more important. I do, right? I just think it's important, you know what I'm saying? And that's what progressives are looking for, is more Mamdanis. You're fighting against no one. Yeah, but so the thing is, though, the thing is what's hard is when you say that's what the progressives are looking for, more Mamdanis. But like, you gotta be the Mamdani, right? Or if there's no Mamdani, you have to work with what you have, and you have to try to like move them to the left after you get them in power, right? You know what I'm saying? But if you don't have enough Mamdanis, you still have to work with who you have. Like, it's certainly a whole bunch of J.D. Vance administrations won't get you more Mamdanis, right? Maybe it might get you one or two, actually, because it would get so bad. But I don't know, right? Mamdani is rich. Yeah, Mamdani is rich. And that is normally a problem that I have as well about like rich people. You know what I'm saying? Believe me, I've thought about that with him as well. But you know, we'll see, right? I don't know, man. It's hard, dude. It's hard. You know, I just don't like, for me, guys, you ready for this? Like, for me, I don't completely rebel against the only chance I have at power. Okay? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, when you think about that, like, if you can rebel against people who are trying to control you, but then if there are people that have power and you can maybe access some of that power can help you, you don't want to rebel against that too. Okay? I mean, because think about it. If we're on the left and we rebel against MAGA, because fuck MAGA and they're trying to control us, but if we rebel against all of the Dems, well, what power do we have? Okay, how are we going to have any power then? If we rebel against the oppressive power, but then the corporate Dems, as you like to call them, the establishment, they do have some power. So if you rebel against them and are like, fuck you, well, okay, then what are you left with? You're left with no power and no chance to get any. So you have to either try to get power from those centrist Dems, or you have to try and get power from the Republicans, or you have to partner up with like maybe you and Elon Musk and he starts a party behind you and you become the progressive party of one or something. But you have to get power somewhere. You can't accomplish anything without power. So that's why I've thought, you know, if you're rebelling against the Republicans and you're rebelling against the Dems, how are you ever going to get any power? You're not. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you might get power over a group of people that like believe in you and are upset at everything, but like you're not going to get any power that translates to meaningful results for them. And so, you know, you do have to go, if you want power, you have to go to where the power is and you have to get your hands on the levers. And I think AOC is doing that. I think Mamdani is doing that. You know, and Citizens United did make everything infinitely complicated, you know what I mean? And like, you know, so it's just complicated, right? Because, you know, you do have to have somebody with power on your side or you're not going to pass anything. And this is the thing that I get into, you know, with a lot. I don't know why I seem to have this fight a lot with leftists, not all leftists, but with some leftists where like they think they're going to destroy the Democratic Party and they're going to have power when it happens. And I just don't think that's actually going to happen. I think, you know, it did happen with Trump. He destroyed the Republican Party and took over, but the Democrats are too smart to let somebody like Trump fucking take over their party. You know what I mean? You know, and so, and that is like, you know, the phrase I've been hearing. I don't know if you guys see this, but I see a lot of people online. They use a phrase that says, we can't vote our way out of this. Dude, right? You know what I'm saying? You can't vote our way. Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to go grab a rifle? And like, what does that even mean? You can't vote your way out of this? To make change, you need power, but you can't reach across the wrong aisle. You can't do it like Cenk or Anna. It is a difficult maze to run with morals. It is indeed. Thank you, Pitchfork. But, right? Let's go, dude. You can't, I mean, we don't really have many tools, but if you want to read those things, they're interesting. I did have some good conversations. Oh no, I haven't done a dance party. Dude, let's dance party. Let's go. All right, here we go. Dude, 30 and 30, baby. Let's get it. Oh, dude, we're leveled. They're going to storm the Capitol. Dude, let's go. Are we going to talk about anything else? Probably not. Yeah. No, we'll talk about whatever we talk about. That's just how it works here. Dude, we're going to talk about this for 5 more hours, right? Dude, I mean, guys, I wouldn't talk about it. Everybody seems to want to talk about this shit a lot. And I think figuring out how like the leftists and the centrists meet some fucking like it feels like a pressing issue. Okay, it is really one of the number one issues with the Democrats, right? I'm just kidding about the hours. I don't understand how everyone is saying gently. What is gently, Luke? Let's go. I mean, I think like figuring out how the left center, and right, the left, center, and progressives. I don't even know what the divisions are, but I think us figuring out how, to work together is really of the utmost importance, because I feel like the progressives have more power than they ever had. You know, the government used to just be like the Dems, and now we have like more factions. Okay, you know what I'm saying? I think we now have more factions that we have to get along together, and it's really who's actually a centrist. Yeah, I don't even know what centrist means. I don't know what that means, because people, dude, hello, let's get it. Like, literally, guys, can I tell you? I get called a centrist all the time, but like, dude, I believe in Medicare for all. I believe in a UBI, and I have a methodology to get us a UBI too. Like, I know how to do it, right? Everybody just gets a digital ID, kind of like you do as a recording artist. And every time any entity like sells your information or monetizes your data, you get a little money from it. Okay. And so everybody is getting a tiny bit of pay from everybody who's monetizing. It's like you get a royalty from your data, and we could all be drawing UBI from that. It's the most sensible thing out there. Okay. We got to unify on the left. I am super far left, but we don't have time for these purity tests. Let's go, Pika. So, I mean, guys, I am pretty far left. The only thing that I get into it with people is I don't resent the part of the party that has power. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And so people like call me like a centrist, but I don't feel like a centrist at all. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't hate the fucking, the power part of the party, you know? And so I don't know. I don't hate them. I mean, I appreciate what they've done with healthcare and civil rights. And I mean, I'm bothered by the fact that they didn't, you know, that they used Roe v. Wade as like an election piece. And I'm bothered by the fact that Hillary, you know, didn't make Bernie Sanders her VP in 2016, you know, and I'm bothered by the fact that when I wrote Hillary's campaign saying Donald Trump is running Bernie's campaign in the Midwest and you're going to lose, God damn it. And they didn't listen to me. Right. So I'm bothered by shit, but I'm not going to like hate them forever for that, you know, because, you know, we got some fascist ass to kick, you know. My dad was involved in the Vietnam War protests. He got mad at me still because I'm an anarchist. It was in the early 2000s. Luke, let's go. An anarchist. I love it. I'm not at all a centrist. Yeah, no, I'm not a centrist at all. Dude, the Pod Save America guys make me cringe, bro. Okay? I am a leftist. I am a realist. Okay? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh shit. Dude, but I do know this. Like what I look at, you ready? So here's the thing, guys. And this may be like where I don't jive with some of the more virulent leftists or progressives is I look at the centrist Dems, if you want to call them, that have power. And what I look at them is I look at them as a vehicle to get power, which means if I were to run for office, I would definitely want to get to know AOC and Bernie and Hakeem Jeffries and Mamdani and all of the fucking Democrats that have power. I would want to know them all. And I would want to be like part of that fucking everybody that has power. I would want to be in their circle, okay? Because I would want to get some power to be able to make shit happen. And I wouldn't run in there and just piss all of them off. I would go in there and find everybody who has real power, and I would try to be on all of their sides, okay? That's what I've always done, whether it's at a workplace or what have you. And now, if they're a despicable human being, I'm not going to like become a despicable human being or sink to somebody's level. But I have found, and this may be crazy, but I have found that if they aren't despicable, if there's like a decent human being in there, there's like, you can find common ground with anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like finding common ground means just not focusing on your areas of disagreement. And that's what's really important, I think, in political thinking is like when I'm climbing a power ladder, I look for common ground. And then if there's disagreement there, I don't really focus on the disagreement. I try to stick with the common ground. And that's what gets me about this whole centrist, progressive leftist battle is we spend a lot of time focusing on our disagreements instead of just focusing on where do we agree. Okay, let's look at the left, the progressives, the center, find one thing we agree about, even if it's like abortion rights, and we just fucking, hang tight there. You know what I'm saying? And you say no one is battling, but they were battling. During 2024, they were actually battling, boss. They were. In 2024, we were, dude, we were at the Democratic convention and there were people holding Holocaust Harris signs out in the street outside our convention. They were calling the vice president a murderer during the convention of her running for president. Like, talk about a recipe for disaster. Like, what the fuck, bro? You know what I mean? That was like, we were battling, okay? At that point, I was like, oh, fuck, bro. I don't think we're winning this, man. I'm not sure if we can pull it. Hi, Tommy, still on vacation. Let's go, Beard. Thank you for the info. All right, and hopefully, though, guys, hopefully it's going to be better, right? It's going to be better. Oh, wasn't that the product of Twitter propaganda? I don't know. But Twitter propaganda is part of life now, right? You know what I'm saying? Let's go, dude. It is. Like, we have to deal with that shit. Dude, yeah. I'm not going to apologize, though, for playing playing the path to power, right? I think if you want power, you gotta go where power is. And you got to get in there, right? If you don't want power, then don't go. You know what I mean? It's true. It's true. Do you want power or not? That's the answer. Can we call attacking our own side during an election year jenking? Yes, we can, dude. Cenk? Should we call it senking? Dude, Little Brown Bird, thank you. Dude, 𝗙𝗍𝗶𝗹𝗀. Let's go. Power isn't a given. You have to get your hands on the levers, dude. You do, man. You fucking do, boss. I like the game though, right? I do. Don't hate the player, hate the game, but I like the game. That's the thing. I like the game, dude. Right? I do. I like the game, right? I do. I like the game, You know what I'm saying? And it's funny though too. It's funny. Like, dude, X is a botted propaganda tool. Yeah, well, yo mamas, you ready? You ready? It's like all of social media is botted propaganda now. No fascist USA. Let's go, kids. It's the sad reality. Dude, right? You're gonna say it's better to have someone on our side who can throw weight around next time? Dude, all of social media now is like botted. Dude, it sucks, right? It really does. Yeah, so that's it, Scrimers. You ready? Like, my thing is what you're saying about Hassan is my thing is with this. I don't ultimately care what Hassan does with his vote, okay? He lives in California. If he wants to do a protest vote, whatever. But what I'm concerned about with Hassan is the fact that he has a bunch of people that follow him, that love him, that would be radically harmed by a J.D. Vance fucking presidency. So I just want him to encourage them to not end up with a J.D. Vance presidency. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? Pine Box Rave, let's go. Thank you. You know what I mean? That's my thing with him. He's got a huge platform. And with a huge political platform comes a certain responsibility. You know, You know what I'm saying? That like if you have a huge audience and your audience is left wing and there's right wing fascists at the gate, it is our responsibility as left wing streamers to make sure we line up at the gate and make sure we're going to defeat the fascists. I believe that wholeheartedly is like voting with our best interest. Yes. And not voting to like, you know, try to burn the system down. Okay. And because you're not going to burn the system down in the Democratic Party, you're just not. They're smarter than the Republicans. Like Trump burned down the Republican Party, but I mean, would we want to burn down the Democratic Party? I mean, look at what Trump did to Republicans. He kind of shows you what happens when you burn down the fucking party. You know what I'm saying? Is like if you burn down the party, it doesn't end up good. You don't listen to Hassan. You won't vote third party again after 2016, even though if you don't like, have to hold your nose. All right, Luke, let's go, baby. Appreciate you, boss. Yeah, you won't vote third party. Dude, I've never voted third party. In America, I've never believed in voting third party because it's just not viable. There's never been a third party candidate that was viable, right? You know what I mean? But I don't know. I have a simple philosophy that not everybody agrees with, okay? And my philosophy is this, is at the end of the day, I go and pick one of the two major party candidates that I think is best, okay? And I don't get resentful when I don't get what I want, right? If I only get some of what I want, I let go of resentment, but I do that in general. That's not just a politics thing. I have a general policy of like asking for the world, but not being upset at all when I get none of it, okay? It's a way of staying like resentment clean so I don't like build animosity if I'm not getting what I want. So there's those two things. And then the third thing is if I ever get to a point of where I hate both parties, like if I look at those candidates and there's a Republican and there's a Democrat and I just can't vote for either one, I'm like, there's no fucking way I can vote for either one. That tells me I should be running for office. At that point, it means I need to be the agent of what I want to see. Like, I can't vote for the Republican. There's no way I can vote for this Democrat. That means it's time for me to get in the game, right? That's how I look at it. It's a real simple 3-step process, okay? I vote for the better of the two. I don't get resentful when I don't get everything I want. And if I can't vote for anybody, then it's time for me to run. All right? You know what I'm saying? And, right? And Hassan wants a better candidate. And if people think he has all this power, maybe the Dems will start listening to him. Yeah, but so the thing is, though, is that's where I think if Hassan wants a better candidate, he has all this power and this fame, he should become the candidate. Right? But here's the problem, okay? I think the problem is Hassan's not going to become the candidate because he knows if he ran on his platform, it might be really hard to win. You know what I'm saying? And this is one of the things you get from like, and maybe he could. I'd like to see him do it to prove it. But I think, you know, if Mamdani just talked politics, nobody would think much of him. They're thinking a lot of Mamdani because Mamdani won. He beat fucking an old school Democrat who stayed in the race and everybody was against him, but he won. He won the fucking election. If Hassan ran for mayor of LA and won that mayorship, dude, that would fucking send earth shattering. Or if Hassan ran for governor or Congress or something, it could even be Congress in a progressive part of LA where maybe he'd have a really good chance of winning. I think if he ran as a socialist and he got in the fucking government as a socialist, that would have reverberations for like 50 years, bro. Who's going to be the first socialist to get in the US Congress? Okay. But like it could be dangerous because imagine if Hassan's like, dude, I am the candidate. I'm doing this. Imagine if he loses. If he loses, nobody would listen to him afterwards, right? So that would be like, everybody would be like, oh shit, maybe the socialism isn't ready to go. You know what I mean? It's like I mean, him saying the way I'm telling you is the way that would work only works so long as you don't get proven wrong. And so I would like him to prove it right. You know what I mean? I would love to see him win as a socialist. Something, any race, anywhere. It would be amazing, right? And you know what I'm saying? But it would be real risky because if he didn't lose, it would tell his audience that, like, it's not as easy as they all think it is. Because that's what's really hard, guys, is it's real easy for us to say, man, if the Dems did this, this, and this, they would win, right? But, like, it's easy to say that. It's a lot harder to actually do that, and that, and win, okay? What if Arnold Schwarzenegger ran for president? You're a lefty in California. He was lefty-gasm Newsom and drastically different than Trump. Let's go. Pitchfork. I don't know, but, dude, wasn't Schwarzenegger wasn't Schwarzenegger a Republican, right? Dude, well, Hassan can't run. Yeah. Mamdani can't run for president, right? I define socialism wrong. I mean, I'm not defining socialism as anything, but I've heard Hassan like talk about being a socialist, or his fans describe him as being a socialist. You know what I'm saying? Right? Right. Oh, Arnold can't run for president. Oh, Arnold, got you. Right? But let's go. But that's my thing, guys. I just believe in responsibility, okay? For me, I believe in responsibility of platform, You know what I'm saying? It's like, guys, you ready? Let me give you an example, guys, okay, of responsibility. I was a famous gamer, okay, 5 years ago, okay? I was like really well known in the Fortnite world. And when the subject of transgender rights came up, when Andrew Tate came up, I had a responsibility to fucking go against that shit because that shit was like wrong, okay? I used my platform to speak out against Andrew Tate, to speak out against the people attacking OnlyFans creators, to speak out against misogyny, okay? I use my platform responsibly. And it did have a cost, okay? It definitely cost me a gaming career. I could have just been quiet and whatever, I would have been fine, or I could have gone along with the party and had my gaming career prosper. But I had to use the platform responsibly because I didn't want to hurt the kids, you know what I mean, that were in the community. And so I just think now as a political person, no matter how I feel about the candidates, I have a responsibility of defeating the Republicans, okay? At all costs. I want to use my platform to help defeat the Republicans. So I don't really care who votes for who, but if it's Dems versus JD Vance, I'm going to encourage everyone on my platform to vote for the Dem, even if you disagree with them. I'm going to encourage everyone to be supportive of the Dem during the campaign. After they win, you can hate on them, you can tear them to shreds. But for the time of the campaign, from summer to that fucking campaign, let's all zip it and not attack them. Let's all not tear them down, not pick every word apart they say, not go, aha, right? And now I can't control anybody, right? Other platform creators will do what they're going to do, but I'm going to advocate, okay? I'm going to vocally ask Hassan and every other creator to do this. And if they don't like me because of that, and they're like, fuck you, I'll do what I like, they're allowed to be that way. But I'm going to vocally say, hey, man, can we all get on board here? Can we all unite here? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I just that's how I believe. I believe it's a responsibility. Dude, we need all of us. Dude, Ella, let's go 20 and 10. All right, let's get this dance party. Beard, Tommy, keep fighting. We will. But dude, I don't know what it is. The Hassan thing is a trigger because a lot of his fans are like, you don't like him. And I'm like, God damn, I love him. Right? I just want him to be responsible with his platform. Because we're getting we can't handle too many more Republican I feel like too many more Republican, administrations, and we're going to be maybe never be able to get back, dude. Dude, let's go. Right? The DNC is going to Bernie progressives. Yes. I mean, dude, you hate him, dude. Yeah, I don't fucking hate him. Right? I don't hate him. Right? I don't. But I don't know. Ready? I don't. All right, we got 8 minutes. We need fucking 19 and 8. Let's go, baby. Hassan might say, Tommy doesn't hate him, but he won't be sucking his D. Yeah, I'm definitely not sucking the D. Dude, the ego, I mean, dude, there is, I've definitely been seeing a little more ego lately, okay? I have, dude. I've definitely been seeing a little more ego with him, dude. I mean, dude, and it feels like it's gotten set off with his battle with Asmongold, okay? That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you don't hate him. You're a Hasanabi head for a decade. Dude, I'll tell you this, though. You ready? Okay, I'm going to make an admission here, okay? You ready? I fucking, Ella, thank you. I love Hassan, but I don't love a significant portion of his audience, okay? Does that make sense? I don't love, like, some of his audience is, like, really, really extreme, and I sometimes wonder if Hassan feels like he has to capitulate to the extreme portion of his audience. I'm going to encourage everyone to look at who advocates for who. No Nazis, no KKK, no more, because we are now no more fascist USA. Let's go, pitchfork. But some of his audience are like super, like, extreme. They're like calling me a baby killer and all this shit, dude. Dude, you know what I mean? Let's go, Vincent. Dude, and that's crazy. Okay, I literally had like some hardcore, like, very, like, I don't even know what they are, what they consider themselves, but they call me a baby killer and shit, right? And I'm like, dude, I've raised a kid. I am not a baby killer, dude. I coached fucking soccer team, boss. Like, what are you talking about, right? Dude, and dude, Kyle, dude, I like Kyle. Dude, I feel like Kyle's like one of my fucking favorites, dude. He is. I'm okay with fighting everything the next cycle. Let's go. Let's go, Luke. Dude, Kyle, I feel like Kyle and I are, even though we haven't met yet, we will meet one day. LFG. Let's go, Ella. But I feel like Kyle and I are very similar, where we're sassy and we're, he's a little bit more of a doomer. I mean, he has a little bit of the Dem doom thing. He's a little more harsh on the Democratic Party than I am, right? But I think that's just an age, right? Some of it is me being old. If I was 25, guys, I'd probably be laying into the Dems a lot more. Okay, can I just tell you? Let's dance, Tommy. I'm serious, guys. If I was 25 or 30, I would probably be more like those guys. I think the reason I'm not is because I'm a little older and I know when it does and doesn't work. Hassan has red flags for you on communism. All right, communism. See, I'm not opposed to communism, guys. I'll be honest. I'm not opposed to communism. T-minus 550, we got this. Right? But UBI, dude, I like UBI, right? But I'm not a doomer. I'm not going to be a doomer. All right, 11 and 5, baby, we got this. Let's go. Do UBI, no UTI, right? Hassan is well. So the other thing, though, guys, I think the other thing that makes Hassan hard for people is he's got a core issue that I feel like is outside some of, like, U.S. politics. And it's not really, because what's going on in the Middle East does very much affect U.S. politics, but he has centered himself in the Middle East politics, and he's very, like, aggressively passionate about that. And that is, like, one of his primary concerns. Yes, we were battling in 2024. Thank you, Magnolia Girl. And so I think that's really hard, okay? That is really hard. Don't stop being a punk, Ellie Montoya. Thank you. Let's go. That is really hard, guys. You know what I'm saying? That is really fucking hard because a lot of American people don't want to have that be the main focus, you know? And I see some people talking about like the dog thing, and I'm going to go on the record and say this, guys. Okay, the dog thing, to me, it looked like the dog got shot, okay? I don't know that it did, but it looked like it did, but I also can't prove that it did, and I can't prove that it didn't, okay? And so I'm like, I don't know what to do with that information because it looked to me like maybe it did, but then it also like, I guess maybe I can't exactly prove that, you know? And so it's like that thing was like really complicated, you know? And like, cause it like, yeah, it did look like it got a shock. And like what's wild about it though, is I feel like it's complicated more because that type of stuff is actually done. Like when you take a dog and you take a dog for fucking training or whatever to listen to you, how do you think they do it? They fucking abuse the animals, bro. That's the whole training process. You know what I'm saying? Ella, thank you. So it's like, I don't know, dude. The whole thing is really confusing because I know people that take dogs to obedience school, but if you take your dog to an obedience school, they're basically beating the shit out of your dog. That's what obedience school is. That's how you make those animals compliant. Ella, let's go. So, I mean, for me, I just don't have dogs because I don't like training animals. I don't believe personally in training them, whether it's through hitting or fucking depriving them of shit or using shock collars. We agree on 90% of things. Love this community. Always voice my opinion when I disagree. Love you, boss. Love you all in chat. Let's go, Ella. Appreciate that. So I think for me, it's really complicated, guys. Ella, let's go. You know, because it's like, yeah, dude, that like fucking, you know, I don't know, man. Dude, it's like, dude, I don't know, man. It's fucking, right? Dude, let's go, Ella. And that's just it, though. I can't prove it, though. You know what I'm saying? I can't prove it. So without proof, I have to think, well, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't, right? But like, dude, they sell shock collars, you know, like people use them. Like they fucking, you know what I'm saying? In obedience schools, people, like many people take their dogs to obedience schools, and that shit is not good for them. All right, we need 2 more, baby. Ella, let's go. There is positive reinforcement training for dogs. Oh, I'm sure there is. You know, I just know that like positive reinforcement training it takes a lot longer. Okay, right? Ella, let's go. It was proven that the dog was shot. I don't think anybody shot the dog, right? The dog is still alive, right? Dude, Ella, let's go. There it is. Nobody shot the dog, right? But you know what I'm saying? Like the dog is alive. Okay? Dude, shock collars are for people who kick birds. I mean, guys, I'm going to tell you this, okay? And listen to me, hear me when I say this, okay? Is like, right? He did our research. He didn't do anything to the dog. I mean, dude, I just, because I have no proof, I just maintained a fucking whatever, a like, a separation on the issue. Like, I'm not going to judge someone for something because I think it's something that I can't prove. Okay, so I just let it go. But I will say this, guys. You ready? In general, okay, I don't know. I don't have proof of he did or he didn't, so I just let that situation go. But in general, guys, I don't like the ownership of dogs, okay? I think the ownership of dogs is kind of problematic, okay? Because dogs are like, they're collared, they're trained, they're forced to be like a human companion. People who have dogs treat them like they're kids, but they're also like have the same boundary issues of the same control issues with dogs that like, I think there's something about like the control issues of human and dog, that feels a little icky to me. That just owning a dog, you're creating this compliant, devoted, no matter what you do, you could beat the shit out of it and it's still gonna come running back to you. And there's something about that like I feel like they should be more wild, you know? And so I always liked cats because cats are just, they do their own thing. They're free. They're not like, I'm not owning my cat. My cat comes to me when it wants to, not when I command it. And so I've never liked the whole commanding, the dogs being commanded by their owner. Come here, sit, like paw. You know what I mean? I've always thought that fucking dynamic is icky. Now, I don't judge people who have dogs, okay? Because I know they're very popular and they, like some people, they bring so much joy to them, right? But I've never liked that dynamic. That dynamic has always given me the creeps a little bit, where it feels like a little plantation-y to me. You know what I'm saying? You know? It's just like, but I'm a like, nobody's gonna own me kind of guy. You know what I'm saying? Right? That's my thing. But dude, people love dogs. All right? A cat would tell a human to STFU. Yeah, dude, let's go. You know, so I just like, you know, and I will say this. You ready? Oh my God, dude, Jesse, let's go with the 5 memberships. Can I just say 2? You ready for this, guys? You ready? Don't hate me for this. Don't hate me for what I'm about to say to you. But when I was dating, if the girl had a dog, I usually bounced. For the most part, dude, a dog was like a red flag for me, right? When I saw women that had dogs, I was like, I'm out. Dude, it was like, I don't know, it was a red flag dating. I dated a couple women with dogs, and it was like, I saw some similarities in personality where I had friends who had dogs, but as far as dating, if the woman had a dog, I was like, you know what? Not really, not interested. All the dog owning women in chat right now are ready to come for my head, dude. Dude, it wasn't even like they were bad. There was like a, you know what it is? I don't know. I felt like Jenny's like, babe, you're reaching with this. Dude, Ella with the gifted membership. Let's go. Dude, that's funny. Dude, oh, somebody said horses. I love horses. Don't hate me, guys. Don't hate me. I mean, a lot of people have red flags, right? They do. A lot of people have red flags, right? I don't think dogs are not sweet. You know, I just said, like, for dating, I never had luck dating dog owners. I always ran into issues down the line when I dated a dog owner. And maybe it's because I'm not like a dog person. It could be as simple as that I'm not a dog person. And so therefore women with dogs were just different types of like pet interactions than me. Right. But I dated one, like my first girlfriend in Portland, Lisa, she had a dog and her dog was like so cute, but like, man, there was a dysfunction in her relationship with that dog that like us taking care of that dog took way more amount of time than I ever wanted to invest in a fucking pet. I have a lizard. You know what I'm saying? I feed that thing like once a week. That thing is like, he has nothing to do with me, dude. You know what I'm saying? And those are the kind of pets I have, are pets that are just like, you know what I'm saying? But like dogs, you got to walk them every day. And you got to like, oh my God, they're so reliant on you. And I'm just like, dude, I'm not walking. So I don't even walk me every day. You think I'm walking a fucking pet? Like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, I can't even, some days I don't even take a walk. Dude. And I think maybe it's like, I'm so high maintenance that I need a pet that's like way low maintenance, right? You cage and keep captive a lizard? Yeah, well, but I cage and keep captive a leopard gecko, which is like not a roaming lizard, right? So you got to cage the right kind of lizard, right? You cage a lizard that is not a roamer, okay? So then you're not like, you're just providing him a safe territory as opposed to, right? You know? But yeah, dude, I like my leopard gecko. Dude, he's like 23 years old. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that nuts? My leopard gecko is like fucking like actually I think he's 24. No, something like that. He's old, dude. He is. But yeah. Cats can be overbearing too. Let's go. Feel bad for cage birds. Dude, I do like the birds. I love snakes. But I've not had a snake in a while. I used to have them when I was younger. Snakes are a lot of care, believe it or not, guys. Right? I think leopard geckos are one of the lowest, like unless you go to like a tarantula or a scorpion, like leopard geckos are the lowest like effort because they're pretty chill. They don't require like UV and they don't require, a constant stream of misting. They're not like chameleons where you have to keep a certain humidity. You just have to occasionally help their skin peel. Like you might have to put them in some warm water and take a tweezers to get the skin off their toes. But they're pretty chill. You give them a moist hide and a warm spot under some rocks and leopard geckos are totally chill, right? But they're really low maintenance, but they're also like they're low payoff. They don't like bask in the sun and they don't like, they don't do things that a lot of other lizards do. Gonna need pictures of me holding puppies before trust is restored. Tell you what, guys, if I did own a dog though, okay, I'm going to tell you right now, you guys, there's really only 2 dogs that if I were to own a dog, it would be one of 2. Okay. Number 1 would be a Jack Russell Terrier or one of those dogs that looked like Cricket that are like a little terrier, the scruffy ones that are sort of like a skinny, like, I don't know what their kind of dog they are, but they kind of look scruffy, sort of like a Jack Russell, but with longer hair, right? I don't know what they're called, right? Like here, let's see. I'll show you dog kinds. Here, we're going to look at images of dogs. Okay. So the dogs that I like, all right, I'm going to show you. If I had a dog, okay, I like dude, I don't even recognize any of these guys. Dude, what are these dogs? Are these all the dog kinds? Dude, I don't know anything about dogs. All right. I can't believe we're talking about dogs. So where are the terriers? Okay. How come I don't see like terriers? Are they a type of terrier? I don't know dogs. I don't know. No, not exactly like Toto, but like cute little dogs. Dude, let's go, member. So I like, let's look at cute little dogs. I like these guys. Okay. Right? What are these? These guys right here. I don't know what kinds are these guys. What is this kind of dog? It's like a little Benji, but like skinnier, right? There is that kind of dog. Okay. Like this guy, right? There's another one. Okay. I like those kinds of dogs that aren't like too hairy, but they're like, they're shorter hair than this, but the same kind of model. I don't know what those are, right? But you've seen them. They like, because this is sort of a Jack Russell, right? And there's the like a short hair, but I kind of like the ones that have a little bit longer hair. Okay, is that a Yorkie, a Terrier? Okay, I like those, but you know the real one though? The real dog I like are these guys. The big traditional poodles. Okay, the super smart poodles, guys. Those are the ones that don't have fur. Like these guys, this would be my dog right there, bro. Dude, if I had a dog, that's the fucking dog I'm having right there. The standard poodle, love them. Dude, they're smart. They're like, I don't know, they're fashionable, right? You know what I'm saying? They're like, I don't know, there's something about them they're like regal. You know, they have fur. Yeah. They have fur, dude. They don't have the dog dander or whatever, right? Just get a plush. Dude, that's the ones that I like, though. They've got one hell of an attitude. Yeah, but so do I. I have an attitude. So maybe that's why I like them, because I have an attitude too, right? And they don't shed. That's key. Dude, dog shedding, like the dog dander, I can't do it, bro. That shit kills me, dude. The dog hair and shit. That shit drives me nuts. But I do like the standard poodles, boss. I mean, look at that, dude. Tell me that dog. Like, come on, bro. Tell me that ain't a fucking, like, that shit is amazing. Right? I mean, look at that, dude. That's a fucking animal. They're brats. Yeah, but I'm a brat. Jenny, can you chime in here? Am I a brat? Am I a high maintenance brat? Maybe that's why I like them, because I am like super, like you can't even imagine how high maintenance I am, right? Jenny's like, yes, and yes. Dude, till you got to wash it. Yeah. Yeah, but again, though, I don't know if I would have a dog. Dude, but I always like the poodles, dude. I don't know, they just feel right. Bro, they just feel like, oh, look at this one. Dude, let's go, dude. Oh, look at that one, bro. That's like a little aristocratic. Dude, I would not be a good dog owner. Yeah, no, I mean, I think, you know what I would like to do, guys? I would like to like rent a dog, I think, right? That's my thing. I think for me, I would like to rent a poodle for like a weekend, and you hang out. And you spend a little time with it, and then you just take it back, right? You know, a dog renter, that would be, you don't like this dog? Dude, look at this poodle. How can you not like this dog? It's like a Clydesdale, right? Dude, it's like a Clydesdale, dude. Look at that dog. Aren't they amazing? But poodles, they're so smart. See, this is too much, okay? When they start doing this shit, where they start looking like a fucking, like a space alien, then I'm out. Okay. I'm not into this weirdness, dude, where they like start making them look freakish. I just like your basic standard poodle. Maybe you give them a little Clydesdale fucking hooving down there. Little flair, right? But dude, I do like the poodles, man. They're pretty amazing, dude. Right? Aren't they? Aw. Let's go. Right? All right. There we go. Dude, the poodle is a war breed. Let me see a Jack Russell Terrier. Okay. Yeah, see, are there long-haired Jack Russells? Because these are like short hairs. Like, I like these. I don't know what kind of dog this is. Right? But I like those kinds of dogs. They'll like Benji, but not super long hair. I mean, so maybe a Yorkie. Somebody said, do I like a Yorkie Terrier? Well, no, Yorkies are a little like, they're a little too, they're not as skinny, right? Maybe it's do they mix them? Like a Jack Russell and a Jack Russell and a Yorkie? Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. Like this guy. Dude, a Chihuahua Yorkshire Jack Russell. Dude, there we go. This is, see, I could get into something like this, dude. That guy's pretty cool, right? There we go. Right? Dude, a mutt. Right? A mutt. That's it. There we go. I'm into the mutts. Or this dude. This dude, look at this guy, dude. This guy's fucking serious. All right. But yeah, I will never be owning a dog, guys, just so you know. As you can tell, I'm very knowledgeable about dogs. All right. You ready? Dude, I'm poodle, baby. Standard poodle. Let's go. All right, you ready to watch 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗹𝗀? Since I've already destroyed all my goodwill here, we're going to go in 30 minutes. We're going to watch a little bit of 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶𝗹𝗀. Oh, wait. No, it's in the live. Sorry, that's on the video. There we go. Dude, where is she on today? Where is the Anna video? Hold on. Somebody has a link. I don't know what video it is. Oh, there it is.
Politicians, which I.
Dude, on the, oh, I was on the live tab. Oh, it's not on the live tab? Oh, shit. Okay. What would I name my dog? So, I mean, I don't know what I'd name my dog. That would depend on the dog, dude. You can't name a dog without like seeing its personality, right? You gotta, right? It's gotta be like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, Johnny Rotten? No, dude, Johnny Rotten is a fucking, John Lydon, he's a MAGA shithead, right? Dude, Johnny Rotten is. By the way, just so you know, I've met Johnny Rotten, okay? Like, check this out. Quick story. So 2003, I went to New York City. A friend of mine was staying in Inwood. My friend Rebecca was up in Inwood all summer. She's a painter, okay? I went to New York City to stay with her for a couple of weeks. And the blackout happened, the big one, where the whole city was out. The first time I went to Times Square, there were no lights on, dude. It was fall of 2003, right? And end of the summer there, August or something like that. And so I like sort of freaked out being all the way up in Inwood. And I was like, me and Rebecca were kind of like, after a couple of days, we were not on the same vibe. So what I did was I rented a room at the 𝗙cie before they got rid of it, right? Because of, you know, Sid and Nancy and Bob Dylan and all that. So I went and got a room at the 𝗙cie, and there's a bar. There's like a dance club bar underneath the 𝗙cie, okay? And you know what happened? So I'm walking down the street, and people were like, Johnny! They're like running up to me. So I had my spiky blonde hair. This was like Let Go Afterglow period when I looked like the cover of that album. Everybody thought I was John Lydon. He was coming to the 𝗙cie for like an event. This was 20 years ago. This was 2003. Okay, this was 23 years ago. So he was coming into town, and they thought I was John Lydon. They thought, and they were like trying to get me to stay. They were like, dude, when are you leaving? And I'm like, dude, I'm leaving Tuesday morning. They're like, he's coming here Tuesday night. So for like half a week, everybody at the 𝗙cie was trying to get me to stay. They wanted to like introduce me to him because apparently at that time I looked a lot like him. I have like the British teeth and whatnot. And I had the spiky hair with the crazy hairline. And isn't that funny? And like they kept like people all that trip kept like running after me at the 𝗙cie and being like, Johnny. And I'm like, dude, I'm not Johnny. And they're like, oh my God, dude, isn't that funny? I wish I could have gone with it, But I couldn't. I just couldn't stay. But like, if I had it to do over again, I probably should have. I probably should have moved it around. You like that? The British teeth? I definitely have British teeth, boss. Right? I do. I had like tetracycline when I was a kid. So my teeth came in a little stained, right? Tetracycline. But now he's like a MAGA. You know, he is. He's a MAGA chode, dude. He is. It sucks. All right? All right, here we go. Is this where I want to go in? Am I watching a specific part, Natalie? 30:55? Oh, got you. Okay. So 58, so we can go to 30, and that's where the interview starts. All right. Oh, look at that, dude. Oh, shit. Dude, that is crazy. Leiden is a sellout? Yeah. Well, so, I mean, guys, I'll tell you this. Now, don't get me wrong. Last thing I'm going to say here, because I like the Sex Pistols music. Okay? I do. I liked it when I was a fucking young person. Okay? Big fan of Sex Pistols music. But the thing to remember, guys, is the Sex Pistols were a created band, okay? They were not the raging, like, fucking punk pioneers that everybody gives them credit for. There was a manager, a guy named Malcolm McLaren, who was like, they were like a boy band, okay? The Sex Pistols, like, punk rock was coming into vogue, and they were essentially the Backstreet Boys of punk rock. They were selected because of how they looked and because of the vibe they had in the beginning. Sid Vicious couldn't even play a fucking instrument, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were crafted and then they were set loose to create notoriety and shit. And they were definitely, you know, they were like, you know, they had the attitude and shit, but they were not guys that were living a specific punk ethos in as much as they were like young guys who wanted to be rock and rollers and like, so they played the part and they let Malcolm like sort of craft them because they just wanted to have money and have fame and get drugs and girls. And I mean, John Lydon, I think, was more the musician of the bunch. Okay, he went on to PIL, which I really liked, but they weren't like the Ramones. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like they were not like the Ramones. Okay, the Ramones were like a bunch of guys from Long Island, literally living their rock and roll fucking scene. Okay, like they were a scene. You know, and the Sex Pistols were a group of guys with a very specific vibe put together to create this like English punk act with a certain attitude that was very calculated. Okay? They were very calculated. It's funny. The Sex Pistols were afraid of the Ramones. That doesn't surprise me because the Ramones were like the real deal. You know what I'm saying? You know, the Ramones, dude, those guys were fucking, those guys were real. They were like Long Island scrappers, dude. And no, I never met Joe Strummer. Right? But I love the Sex Pistols music, but I'm under no illusion. And I get this a lot, guys, where people see my name, Political Punk, and they talk to me about the Sex Pistols. And I'm like, dude, the Sex Pistols are not a good example of a punk band. I mean, they're punk music, but they were not a punk band, okay? The Sex Pistols. They weren't, because they weren't really, you know, they were a punk creation, right? But, you know, they were like a created punk band, a curated, thank you, that's a good word, a curated punk band. But they weren't like, you know, I think they were a little more rock starry than the actual punks were. You know what I'm saying? They were rock starry guys. They were, you know what I mean? If that makes sense. There's like a difference between like you know, rock starry punks and not rock starry. Sublime is underrated. Let's go. Dude, I love Sublime. All right, you ready? Let's go. Dude, Social D. Dude, I went on a Social D I went on a deep dive last night, right? I did. I went on a Social D, right? Fucking, they're kind of like Green Day. No, Green Day are the real deal, man. Like Green Day, they just came from Gilman Street. They're from a scene in Berkeley, right? That was very real, but like they're not like hardcore. Like the Gilman Street scene was kind of like the Orange County punks minus like the skateboards. You know what I mean? They were more, right? Oh, you're looks wise? That's funny. Yeah, no, they adopted a lot of that look. So did Avril Lavigne. They had a lot of that Sex Pistols look. But Green Day, like the Gilman Street scene was very similar to what was going on in Orange County, right? Which was like the thing that spawned like the Offspring and all those guys they were like the modern punks, more of like emo skater punks than like the gutter punks. Because the punks in the 70s and 80s were a little trashier. They were a little like more societal outcasts, and they were like the gender fluid people, and they were like, you know, by the time you get to the Green Day punk and that Orange County punk, they were more like cool guys that were punkers. And then there were people like Mike Ness, I feel, of like Social Distortion, he was like a guy that transitioned. That's what I think made Social Distortion so different is like Social Distortion was a gutter like street punk that became a part of the scene of like the fucking hipster punks, right? But he was the guy that sort of like almost engineered that transition. You know what I mean? He was the guy. I feel like their success, you know, helped sort of catalyze that movement. You know, even though they like, you know, they had like 2 records and then they fucking disappeared, bro. You know what I mean? And then he went to rehab, or had 1 record and he went to rehab, dude. Right? Oh shit, that's funny. Right? See, I really liked GBH, dude. Right? GBH. I think those guys are fucking British. Though those guys were good. Or Fear, right? Fear and the Vandals. I want to be a cowboy. Dun, 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 dun. Dude, Fugazi. I saw Fugazi. All right, I did. I saw Fugazi live. Fugazi and Primus. Great fucking show, boss. I fucking took a beating in that show. It was amazing. Right? It was amazing. Let's go. All right, you ready? Dude, we could talk about music all night, but we got to do some politics because I got to make a video. All right, let's go. Late night. Here we go. Gonna do some politicking. Dude, you know who I just discovered last night that I hadn't really listened to is the Adolescents. Like I said, I did a deep dive listening to Social D, and then I found that Mike Ness lived in an apartment in Fullerton in 79 and 80 when I was in Placentia. So I literally lived like 1.5 miles from Mike Ness's punk rock house that spawned like the Adolescents and all of the fucking 80s punk. When I was 11 years old, dude, I was 1.5 miles away from the epicenter of Orange County punk, and I didn't even know those guys existed, right? Isn't that crazy? And so I went on this deep dive and listening to this song like Kids in the Black Hole by the Adolescents, and I discovered this whole new like fucking music that was like right next door to me when I was a kid. I didn't even know it existed. It's so weird, dude, that like I fucking, right? Isn't that crazy? That was my deep dive last night. I spent like 4 hours doing that. Jenny came in and was trying to like get my attention, and I was just fixated. Dude, I was like reading about the punk apartment in Fullerton. I was obsessed. Right? Dude, let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Are you ready? All right, here's what we're doing. We gotta do some shit, boss. We gotta do some shit. Let's watch a little Anna. Okay, let's watch some of this. See what they got. Here we go. Let's go. We're going.
How are you?
I can't believe I'm here. I'm super excited. I'm doing really well. How are you ladies doing?
Is this Anna's first time on this show? Is this the first time she's ever been on this show?
Great. I'm so happy to have you. I was just telling our listener that your viral video where you're just bashing Christians, that's my love language, bashing religion. It was like, I loved it.
Well, I mean,
see, you know what, guys? Actually, this gives me hope, right? Because I've always thought that, like, I bash religion and like, I've always thought, that's going to prevent me from being mainstream. I didn't realize that the IHIP women were religion bashers. That actually gives me a lot of hope, right? Because I'll tell you guys, I liked Anna's religion bash 2 years ago, but I don't feel like she's really lived it now because now she's sucking up to all those people, right? She is. Like, she is like totally sucking up, Anna is, to all of the fucking like weirdo Christian zealot people. Okay. She's totally, absolutely like, like gone back on what she once seemed to espouse.
I mean, I didn't mean to bash Christians because I really do believe in people's right to,
Dude, look at her. She says, I didn't mean to bash Christians. What is that? You see that right there? She says, I didn't mean to bash Christians. Anna's like, oh, I gotta like cover for the Christians. Dude, the thing she said, the clip was like, I don't want to hear your fucking Bible. Like, get your fucking Bible out of my face. Like, the clip they're talking about, Anna was raging at Christians. Like, all your shit, your Bible doesn't mean anything to me. Nothing. Get that shit out of my face. Like, it means less than nothing to me. This was Anna just going off on it for like 3 minutes. And now she's like, oh, I didn't mean to bash Christians. AKA, like, I've got this right-wing Christian contingent now that I'm trying to cater to. Like, dude, we're 30 seconds in and I am already over this thing, dude. 30 seconds in and the alarm is like, right? The cash register alarm is going off saying fake.
Practice their faith. And I was actually raised Christian, went to Sunday school every single Sunday growing up. But I do have a problem with people not really valuing the freedom to not be religious, right? So if your religion and your religious doctrine indicates that you have to behave a certain way, you have to avoid birth control, for instance, that's great. I respect your right to practice your religion, but you can't allow your religious doctrine to dictate the lives of everyone else. That was the point that I was trying to make.
I totally agree. Yeah, and I was raised like that too. And it was, when you always assume you're right about everything, then you don't understand why people criticize it. And that's where I was. It was like, well, why would you disagree with me? That's God's will. And it's like, oh, there are people that don't believe that or believe differently, which.
All right, so let's look at Anna's Christian rant, shall we? Here it is.
Comments might be strong, but it's how I genuinely feel. I don't care that you're a Christian. I don't care what the Bible says. Like, I feel like it's a clown show, like sitting here trying to decipher what your little mythical book has to say about these very real political issues, right? I don't care if you're Christian. In fact, I will fight for you to have your religious liberty and practice your Christianity. I believe in that. I don't believe in Christianity, which means that you do not get to dictate the way I live my life based on your religion. I don't care what the Bible says. You have every right in the world. All those women who identify with your religion have every right in the world to not get an abortion, to not take birth control, but they do not have the right to dictate my life and what I decide to do with my body. I don't care about your goddamn religion. I'm so tired of having nonstop conversations about what the Bible says. These comments might be strong.
Dude, she's not wrong, okay? But also, like, that is a good rant. I remember that rant. And I remember that rant. I really liked it You know what I'm saying? Because it was like, dude, get your religion out of my face. You know what I'm saying? You can do whatever you want, but like the tenet though, the problem with I guess Christianity when it comes to that is Christianity like it becomes about setting the rules. Okay, they're not merely content to follow their religion. They need their community and their city and their government and their right. Like they need to be like they're not content just doing their thing. If they are witnessing non-Christian things, they have to like get those non-Christian things out of there. And so there is a problem. So, you know, but that was the rant. It was pretty intense.
Like you said, I'm fine with just stay out of my uterus when you do it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think like just one more point about that. I mean, I think everything is simplified in the political discourse in this country. So something like reproductive rights, I think half the country, or at least the portion of the country that doesn't believe in reproductive rights, they've kind of simplified everything in terms of, oh, these are just women who are, you know, skanky and they're sleeping around and they just want abortion on demand. And that's just not the case. So
I would like to say that she, you know, remember when her and Cenk Uygur were hanging out with Charlie Kirk at the DNC or the RNC, wherever it was? Remember when they're yucking it up? Oh, hey, Charlie. Hey, let's go. Let's talk. The guy who literally said he would force his 10-year-old daughter to deliver a 𝗃𝗃ist baby. Like, really? I'm sorry. If you're breaking bread with that guy, same Tucker Carlson, she's like going to support Tucker for president. If you're breaking bread with those guys, don't tell me you like have this belief system where you value women's rights, because you don't. Okay, you don't. If you're breaking bread with those guys, you are a sellout, you know?
I just want Americans to kind of understand each other a little better rather than stereotype each other the way that we've been doing for many years now.
Yeah, I understand, Anna, that you are supporting a candidate for president who would force a young girl to deliver a 𝗃𝗃ist baby. That's what I understand. And I don't like you for it, okay? Just so you know, we do understand you. I'm not stereotyping you. I'm saying you are like hanging out. You're breaking bread with some demons. A guy who in fact said he was attacked by a demon, right? Dude, somebody's talking about wiener dogs. Dude, wiener dogs. Dude, Dachshunds. Let's go. Oh, shit.
But also, I want to say that the religious right very much stereotypes free thinkers and critical thinkers in such a way. And because they're doing it from the position of religion, they get more deference. They get more deferential treatment than somebody like me, who's an atheist, is pretty much dismissed. But okay, before we get into your grievances, I just want to head this off at the top of the podcast. So we're new to this. You've been doing this independent news thing a long time. We're just a little over 3 years. And we had Cenk on recently, and then the comment section, people were like, well, Cenk betrayed us, blah, blah, blah. I don't follow personality news. I follow the news. But because our listeners follow you, Cenk, probably Hassan, you know, Don Lemon, lots of just various crossovers. I was researching you, and apparently the gist online is that you were progressive and you receded from some progressive positions during the campaign. And now you recently issued an apology for that. And I just want you to tell us and our listeners what that is, just from your mouth directly.
All right, before she gives this answer, all right, which should be a doozy. Okay, that was I like the question. Like, hey, you, right? Trump's not a fascist. He doesn't support Project 2025. And now, like, whoopsie, right? We're taking the big old poly market money. And now all of a sudden, oh, I made a mistake. So this shall be interesting. But I do want to address what Paula said in the chat here. Republicans are not real Christians, so why label them as such? That brings to mind the one thing that I hate about our society in relation to Christianity, guys, is that Christianity always gets the benefit of the doubt, okay? And this is the problem that I have. It is so steeped in such a favorable sort of slot where if you wear a cross and say you're a Christian, people will treat you like you're moral or like you have family values or you're like one of the good guys simply because of the token act of being a Christian, okay? And that gets afforded automatically. You know, you can be a rapist who turns to Christian and it's like, oh, he's one of the good ones now. And I have a real problem with that because it makes Christianity become a haven for all of the worst, most abusive, most manipulative, creepiest people, because it's like it's every wolf can go and get a free sheep costume by just going and putting a cross on and saying they're a Christian. Okay, you put a Bible phrase in your headline and automatically it's like you are one of the moral ones that gets to then judge people. And so it is a haven for the worst fucking people in society to gather. The greediest, the most manipulative, the most sociopathic people gravitate there because not only do they get the free sheep costume to cover their wolf nature, but they also get a like, oh, I've sinned. Let me just pray. Okay, it's gone. Let's go. Let's get back to sinning. Okay, yeah, the forgiveness loophole with no atonement. There's no atonement required. You don't have to make amends. You don't have to atone for your shit. You simply go and say a couple prayers, right? Whatever, do the fucking, and then off you go to fucking sin again. And like, so there's a real problem with that theology in that it like, it's too easily, it's too easily manipulated. And yet we are always told we have to treat it with such respect, right? Like, people are like, you got to watch what you say about it. Or like, oh, if you're infringing my Christianity, I now don't have to follow the Constitution anymore because I'm a Christian. I don't have to follow the medical guidelines because I'm a Christian. It's like, screw you. I don't care what you are. Like, you still have to be a functioning member of society with all the non-Christians. You don't get to infringe on our rights simply because of your made up shit. And that's like, that's real hard, guys. Hard to swallow.
Well, the apology was on something very specific. I have moved away from I guess you could refer to it as the progressive position on some social issues, and I'll be specific about that in just a minute. But first, let me just address the apology. So Cenk and I had a debate prior to the election, and I just felt that like using words like Nazi, which Cenk never did, but like Nazi, fascist, like these words, much like the word anti-Semitism, mean something. And when you overuse it, it loses its power. And I got my graduate degree in political science where you learn political theory, you learn about fascism, like the actual definition of fascism, what it means. And at that point, the point I was trying to make to Cenk is Trump is not a person who's driven by ideology. Like, he's not an ideologue, right?
Dude, like, already I want to give her the boot because fascists don't walk around being, I am a fascist. I have a fascist ideology. I'm here to express the ideology of fascism. Fascists are just bullies, okay? They don't have any ideology. They literally just want to be in control of everything and to bully people and to force them to submit. They don't walk around being like, oh, I have this ideology of fascism that I'm espousing. Let me teach you. You know what I'm saying? They are literally just people who want to fucking grape culture you and like force you to submit or take your shit or force you out of a position and fucking take over, right? Oh, you're in my way. I'm going to have you removed. That's literally fascism. Dude, and you know what's crazy is he's always been a fascist, Trump. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. He's a control freak. He said he grabs him by the pussy. I mean, if you're a grapist, you're a fascist, okay? You know what I'm saying? You are. Like, rape culture and fascism are one and the same. They're the same goddamn thing. Fascism is simply, you don't get consent. I'm going to govern you however the fuck I want, and I don't need your consent. That's fascism. It's not some glorious ideology. It's just no consent. Every grapist is a fascist, and every fascist is a fucking grapist. Okay? That's facts. All right. That being said, let's get back to Anna's bullshit.
A fascist is an ideologue. He is an authoritarian. He has authoritarian tendencies. There's no question about that. But fascism is something very specific. Like, identify what he actually is so you can address it appropriately.
Dude, what a fascist is an ideologue. Dude, shut up, bro. See, Anna, this is how you end up like happy merchanting and shit, because you have lost the fucking plot, bro. You have lost the plot, like, so hard. Like, what is she doing? This is a word salad to be like, yeah, we were taking poly market money, so I had to, like, you know, destroy Kamala Harris's campaign. So I fucking Joe Rogan'd Donald Trump, and now I'm realizing that nobody wants to hang out with me. So now I'm trying to grovel my way back in with a fucking 12-minute word salad. And I blocked politicalpunk because he fucking made a video about my happy merchant. Dude, what the fuck, bro? I'm like, we are 5 minutes in and I'm already ready to like go through the roof, boss.
But then he gets elected, and what he's carrying out right now through the use of ICE is fascism.
Oh, yeah, no shit.
So that was what I was apologizing for specifically.
Yeah, never saw that coming. Like, with him saying, you know, just one day of violence and everybody would heal, right? Or saying all immigrants are vermin, all of his Hitler speak, and him saying, I'm going to be a dictator for a day, but just one day, right? And like, oh yeah, I'm going to put all my enemies in jail. Like, yeah, never saw that coming. Dude, give me a fucking break, dude. Like, dude, is she gonna apologize about Project 2025? Dude, yeah, they're eating the cats. Dude, they're eating my Yorkshire Terrier Jack Russell mix. They're eating my poodle. Jesus.
Engaging in that debate, my point wasn't that I like Trump and I'm going to vote for Trump and Trump is not a threat at all. I didn't vote for Trump. I've always been critical of him. And I do think that there's a faction on the far left that for whatever reason has like this weird interest in misrepresenting the point that I'm making. You know, those videos where they attack get a lot of views, and there's a financial component to it.
See, here's the deal though. I call bullshit. And I'm not even going to yell when I say this, because she didn't go and say, vote for Trump. But what she didn't do is she didn't reinforce the danger of Trump. Okay. And she didn't reinforce the importance of voting for Kamala Harris. And in fact, she denigrated Kamala Harris quite a bit. So what she did do was she left it open to people maybe not think Kamala Harris was that good, and maybe thinking Kamala Harris was a bad choice. And she also made it so if you were thinking about maybe voting for Donald Trump, he didn't seem that dangerous. And she did both of those simultaneously. Yes, she eroded the Democratic enthusiasm, and she like sane washed Trump enough to make it think that if you did vote for him, it's not going to be the end of the world. Like, and in fact, guys, you ready? Hold on. Communists will not even bully you. He would just jail you. You can't critique government and communism. There is no success story as yet. All right. Thank you, boss. Appreciate that. You got to be careful with that. But I will say this, guys. What I think the side effect of what she did was by by not identifying the danger of Trump, right? It's like, dude, I fucking lost my thought. Dude, I had a good thought there that now I can't remember. But she definitely pulled a little bit of Rogan. But the thing though, guys, is it was so shady because they were taking money from Polymarket, which is JD Vance's buddy's thing. So they were taking money from the people that were funding Trump. And while they were doing that, they were saying, Kamala's not good and Trump really isn't that bad. Oh, I remember what it was. So the thing about it is by her, okay, you ready? Check this out. By 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀 downplaying the danger of Trump and saying he's not really a fascist, what she did was she reinforced the Trumpian right-wing narrative that the left-wingers are hysterics and that the left-wingers are liars and that the left-wingers are fabricating shit. So she established a right-wing narrative of making the left-wing people seem hysterical and out of pocket and they're making this shit up. They have TDS. She reinforced all that by saying, no, he's not that bad. I mean, he's Trump, but he's not a fascist. And now that he is obliterating every norm in the country, now she wants to say, oh, whoops, I was wrong. And it's like, dude, screw you. You were wrong. You were so wrong. And in fact, you were also simultaneously claiming that those hysterical leftists were holding you to some unreasonable standard about homelessness and transgender rights and all this other shit. So you were like, dude, she was like playing some fucking games, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, to her, you're not a fascist until after you've killed 6 million people, right? You have to right? You had to commit an entire Holocaust of somebody and you had to complete it before you could be called a fascist in Anna's land. Come on, man. Dude. All right, let's see what happens.
But in terms of where I've actually changed a little bit in my policy views, I live in California. And so I got to understand and see firsthand what some of these far left policies, social policies in particular, not economic policies, how they've kind of hurt the very communities and neighborhoods that the left wants to help. So for instance, when the Los Angeles Council voted to cut $150 million from the LAPD's budget, well, obviously they had to lay off sworn officers and, police. And what we ended up doing is spending a lot more money on policing because of the fact that you have the remaining police officers having to work overtime where they get paid a lot more in order to pick up the slack left by the officers who were laid off, right?
By the way, she hates the black woman who is, right? The black woman mayor, right? She wanted the billionaire land developer to be mayor. Right. By the way,
And the call times are much longer if you're calling 911 looking for help. Or in some cases, they won't even send police. They don't consider it enough of an emergency. Let's say you've been burglarized. It'll take hours for anyone to show up and gather evidence. So these things, it's through lived experience that you realize, okay, this policy didn't work out the way that we wanted.
Dude, was she burglarized? She said through lived experience. Was she burglarized? Did she wait online for 911? They didn't get there fast enough. Did she have is she mad because she called in about the homeless guy grinding her and they didn't send the SWAT team over to take the guy out? I'm trying to figure out what her personal, I know she had the experience with the homeless person, but did she call LAPD and they were get effed? We're not coming.
So why don't we just recalibrate? It doesn't mean that you go back to draconian policies. It just means we've applied this policy. There are some flaws. Can we just tinker with it? Can we recalibrate?
Yeah, that's true. What Max has said there is we don't know that the money cut came straight from the police, the LAPD budget for manpower. They may have gotten rid of some cars or bought one less tank or whatever, right? We don't know what they did with those cuts.
And leading up to the election, as I'm sharing these ideas, you know, people are obviously experiencing a lot of tension, a lot of fear, and they don't want to hear anything negative about Democrats or left-wing policies. And so that kind of turned into, oh, you're betraying us. I'm not betraying you. I just see these policies firsthand and I want to improve them. And everyone should want to do that. But alas, there's a lot of ego that plays into politics.
Yeah, but so what I'm confused about is here's what I'm confused about. Because you notice she pivoted, okay? Did you notice she sort of like stepped away from Donald Trump and has pivoted now to saying, well, I experienced some firsthand bad things in Los Angeles City with policing. So therefore, I thought, like, I'm going to not identify a fascist as a fascist. So now ICE can be fucking cracking people's skulls. Like, dude, what is she doing here? And why is a supposed progressive Democrat talking about, like, I'm really upset that they cut policing? Like, I'm not buying that. You know, dude, she is like, she made a nice pivot there of like, here, let me bring this to my fucking crime talking point, bro. Oh my God, dude.
So there's politics and policy. I think I'm more focused on policy as opposed to like the horse race. And I've always run into issues because of that. So I think that's what's really going on here.
Yeah, well, what kind of policy do you got now, Anna? How's the policy going now that, like, there's ICE, like, you know, shooting people, breaking windows, cutting women's seatbelts and dragging them out of their car, right? How's the policy working for you? Good? Is it good? Do you have better policing now because you fucking like white sane wash Donald Trump?
So you critically think through these things instead of just adopting what is the foregone conclusion that a person identifies as leftist. But for the record, you believe Trump and his regime to be fascist, authoritarian, autocratic,
yes,
tyrannical.
Now I do, yes,
etc. Okay.
I mean, I always identified Trump as authoritarian. I never did. I mean, the guy.
Dude, what the fuck, bro? She always identified Trump as authoritarian, but she just didn't think he was a fascist. Like, dude, what the fuck? You know, what is that, bro? Like, you know, and like, just so you know, I'll be honest with you. I didn't like what Jennifer Welch's response was there. I felt like that response was not accurate. Okay, that, oh, so you don't just adopt a party position, you think critically. I don't think Anna thinks critically. I think if Anna thought critically, she would have correctly identified Donald Trump as a fascist. She would have correctly identified Kamala Harris as a way better choice. She would correctly identify that we need to do something about over-policing, and we do need to, like, try a number of different things to reduce the militarization money going into police force, right? Like, she doesn't think critically at all. In fact, she thinks, like, with the cash register bell in mind, you know? I mean, come on, man.
I tried to overturn the 2020 election. I'm not stupid. But again, the word fascism is something very specific, and what's being carried out right now through the use of ICE, the terrorizing of not just people who are here in undocumented status, the terrorism that's being carried out against American citizens. I mean, it's just abundantly clear. The retaliation against blue states and blue cities. ICE, it's his version of the brown shirts, in my perspective.
Oh,
do you think ICE needs to be abolished?
Oh, weird. Now he's a Nazi. Oh, thank you, Anna. Great.
Abolished.
Yes, I do. You might have convinced me earlier that reforms are good enough, but at this point, Trump has hired so many questionable agents, and I don't know how you fix that in the next administration. I think that you need to dismantle ICE and just build from the ground up. Because, look, I do believe that we have to enforce our laws. I just don't believe in dehumanizing people, and I don't believe in violating human rights.
See, this is interesting because when she said you got to just sort of like clear it out and start from the ground up. But like, that's kind of what people were trying to do with the defund movement, or with the changes of like, when they send out social workers and shit. They were trying, but they didn't want to just clear out all the cops because they knew that would be dangerous, right? And like, dude, this whole thing's not really holding water. See that? She sounds like she'd be fine if it was just non-citizens. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. She was like, she didn't really have a problem until the citizens were getting jacked. Dude, I know defund was a bad slogan. It should have been like, I don't know what the solution is. Like, prioritize the police, right? Prioritize, right? Or you got to have something that is like, empowered policing, right? Let's empower our police, right? And right? I don't know.
This is where I think I always stayed clear-eyed that, and I respect your positioning on that, but I always stayed clear-eyed about that Trump was a fascist, because I listened to the people that work with him in Trump 1.0. These are neocons. These are conservative people that came out of that saying, he said he wanted generals like Hitler's generals. Mark Esper said he asked, can you shoot the protesters below the knee? And then in leading up, they had that Madison Square Garden Nazi rally, and I called it as such during the time, because I saw the overt nationalism and the scapegoating of immigrants. And during the RNC, the mass deportations now, which I'm so mystified that there were even Latinos for Trump, that they thought somehow they were going to get a carve out. And I remember them wanting them to hang Mike Pence. And I always was pretty clear-eyed on it. And I would even say to Pumps when we were podcasting as baby podcasters during the campaign, that I suspect that they will have concentration camps. They are, and I think it's my experience living in Oklahoma versus you're living in California. I've lived around these Christian nationalists. I've lived around these fascism. I know how serious they are about this. Oklahoma has had MAGA Republicans before Trump ever came down the escalator. I know how diabolical and ambitious these people are with it. I know that they will scapegoat anybody, and I know that they will even betray the white Republican Christian men like Mike Pence that don't go along with it. So I always think about right now, people say nobody's safe except for white men, and I'm like, Mike Pence sure as fuck wasn't safe. So it even goes beyond that. But I want to get into something that I think is.
See, dude, this is like hard for me because I mean, Jennifer Welch obviously brought like really good points, because I too, I still see this where people, some centrists and some people like Anna used to do, where they say like, don't use the term Nazi to describe MAGA or whatever. They don't like the term Nazi because to them, you have to like gas millions of people to use the term Nazi. But like, Nazi is like three things, guys. It is like uber nationalism, okay? Right? That's number one, is like unbridled nationalism. And then there's a targeted group. Doesn't matter who the group is, okay? But it is like you have a bunch of nationalism, and then you pick a group that is like the reason for all your fucking problems. And then number three is you actively go and try to do something to that group. And if you have those three things, you are a Nazi, okay? If you are like, and it doesn't even need to be a government. You could like have a belief that your church denomination is superior to every denomination, and that the LGBTQ people are the enemy, and now we're going to go pass a bunch of laws to take away their rights. That is Nazism, okay? You have the nationalism or the tribalism, you have a targeted group, and then you have a using power to fucking like make that targeted group suffer, right? That's it. That's the whole thing. That's all it is. And it can apply anywhere. It can apply to the evangelicals. It can apply to the U.S. government. It is literally like, it does not have to be like the SS, you know, and then there are some other signs of like, you know, having something like the brown shirts. You have like a group, but like, guys, before there was ICE, okay, during Joe Biden's thing, before there was ICE, there was the fucking Proud Boys. How many times did you see a library or a school or a whatever, a state fair or something with the Proud Boys showing up and like beating someone's ass because there was a pride flag or because they were celebrating Pride Month or because there was a book they disapproved of? Like, we had ICE before we had ICE, and now all those dipshits are ICE. So for Anna to say, oh, I don't like the way he's hiring, it's like, what do you mean hiring? He's using the same goddamn squad he was using before, except now they're just weaponized by the federal government. But the Proud Boys were doing this in 2022. They were doing it in 2017. I mean, Charlottesville, anyone? Remember the argument about the very fine people? Oh, he didn't really say they're right. It's like, come on, man. You listen to that quote. He was fucking defending the Proud Boys. Stand up and stand by. Like, dude, this goes all the way back to 2017. Like, you know, for her to act like she didn't see it. Like, give me a break, dude. Give me a fucking break.
Super important, not covered by mainstream media. I'm going to ask you what you've had it with. I'm teeing this up perfectly. What have you had it with?
I have had it with so many things, but honestly, this week, because it does change week by week, I have had it with the fact that our country has been governed and controlled by pedophiles or individuals who want to provide cover for pedophiles. That's the reality that we're currently functioning under. And I've had it with the fact that despite all of the terrifying things that we've been learning through the latest Epstein file dump, there's going to be like no prosecution for things like torture, right? For rape of little girls. I mean, and also all the various people in this country, both in the media and in the Trump administration, who lied to all of us with a straight face about how there are no documents, there is no list.
Dude, I have to stop here. I have to turn it off right here. When she's like, now she's like, I'm livid at all the people in the Trump administration who are lying to us. Like, bro, if you like, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, Trump never told the truth, ever, for 1 second. Donald Trump, since he fucking, the 1980s, that motherfucker never once told the truth about any fucking thing. And right, he denied the election for 5 fucking years, bro. And like, give me a break. And now I'm like, oh my God, I'm so disappointed in this administration that they're saying, oh, the Epstein files were a hoax. Like, dude, what else were they gonna do? Dude, give me a fucking break, dude. All right, we're moving on. Dude, I'm gonna let her finish her thought. Hold on, here we go.
There are no Epstein files. There are no co-conspirators.
Right.
And we haven't even had access to all of the documents yet. The documents that we do have are heavily redacted, and there's another 3 million documents that the Trump administration's DOJ has no intention of releasing. So yeah, I've had it, because how do you believe in our system, believe in our government, pay your taxes, knowing that your money, your hard-earned money, is going to a government that has been covering up for pedophiles or consists of pedophiles?
All right, but I will say this, though, Anna. How do you have a liar, abuser, self-avowed rapist, okay, a guy who pays off a porn star while cheating on his wife and hides it to win an election, suspicion of connecting with Russia, right? He starts an insurrection, lies about the thing, and then during the election, you, okay, as though you're the government of your viewers, you chose to not identify the threat and mobilize your viewers against the threat. You, in fact, were hypercritical of Donald Trump's opponent. You reinforced the idea that Kamala Harris had no policies, wasn't a good speaker, wasn't smart enough, wasn't talented enough. It wouldn't be that different with her in office. She was going to be just as bad on Israel. Clue, she wasn't. She fucking hates Netanyahu. Netanyahu is literally a family friend of Trump's son-in-law. And like, you did all of that during the election, but now you're like, oh my God. Like, our government is being so unfair to us, right? And in fact, she's not even specifically holding this to Trump, okay? You see what she's saying? Do you notice how she kept saying the government? She's really implying that, like, well, part of the reason why I didn't support Kamala Harris and the Democrats is because they're corrupt too, right? The way she's wording this, she's like not even holding the Trump admin responsible. She keeps saying the government, which also includes the Democrats that she doesn't like. Because you know why? In another like 15 minutes, she's going to start saying Tucker Carlson is really the good option. And that's what's so crazy. Like, she is 100% Tucker. She is in the bag for Tucker Carlson. Okay? She is. She is in the bag for Tucker Carlson, and she is now still actively like both sidesing. Okay, let's go to the Tucker question before we go. All right, and then we're going to get out. We got we'll do 30 minutes on something else, but let's go to the Tucker question. Oh my God.
He's not at least from what we've seen so far. So who was he protecting? Why didn't he release the files? Especially knowing all the various political opponents who are implicated in it.
That's what I think the through line is from the lack of prosecutions in January 6th to the Epstein. There is a ruling class that have bank accounts that can choke a bull, that are able to do things with impunity, regardless of who controls the executive branch in the DOJ. And we see that under Democratic politicians, and we see it under Republican politicians, which I want to talk to you next. My next curiosity about you is I see you collab with Tucker Carlson a lot. And so I want you to tell me about that, because Tucker to me is a very dangerous person.
Dude, Tucker Carlson right now, aside from JD Vance, okay, Tucker Carlson is the second most dangerous person in politics, okay? Because he is every bit as extreme as the most extreme MAGA. He is like wealthy beyond wealthy. He's not like about the working class at all. He's misogynist. He's like psychotic religious. I was attacked by a demon. He is like mental illness level religious, okay? And he's like horribly anti-Semitic and very anti-LGBTQ, okay? He is like, dude, and what's more is he's able to like hide it in a way by appearing like just an affable country boy, okay? He tries to hide all of his wealth and power and nastiness in this like down home sort of like, I'm just a pawn shop guy who likes to go to the fucking carnival and shit. I'm not really dangerous. I'm like just a regular guy that's like, man, we've really gotten off the path here. Like, let's be, sensible about this and just be down home like neighbors, right? But meanwhile, like, he'd put a gun to your head and pull the trigger in 2 fucking seconds, I mean, he is so dangerous, this guy. He is like so disingenuous. I mean, remember his show? Remember how he cultivated like racism and misogyny and anti-LGBTQ stuff, but like venomously and using fake information and lying about the election? I mean, he's just a liar and a manipulator. Okay, but anyway, let's see your question.
Because he speaks to a lot of people in middle America that have extreme homophobia, extreme transphobia. And I have so many gay friends in Oklahoma that are bullied by their churches, their families, their governments. And he recently was saying like 𝗣𝗢𝗍𝗍 multiple times. And he is clear-eyed on Israel, but I feel like that his position on Israel is also wrapped in, this is my opinion, in some anti-Semitism, the same way his homophobia is. And I wanted to get your take on that.
I don't think he's anti-Semitic. I don't at all, actually. In fact, he has even in the past like supported Zionism. But I think once he realizes how detrimental the U.S. alliance with Israel really is, he's kind of moved off of supporting Israel in the same way that he has in the past. I really don't think he's anti-Semitic. I think you raise a valid...
Hold on, you ready? This person doesn't think he's anti-Semitic, okay? Just for the record, okay? This person, Anna here, talking about you know, Ellison, right? Remember her, right? She is the one who doesn't think that he's anti-Semitic. And I'm telling you right now, guys, right? There it is. There's my thumbnail from that fucking thing. So I think she might be a little bit like she might be a little not very clear, okay, about what she's seeing in Tucker. I know that juxtaposition, that's actually her on the show, okay, it's very fucking clear. Even Cenk, this is him while she was doing it. He knew, okay? So I'm not sure that Anna's radar of what is anti-Semitic and not anti-Semitic is, I don't think her radar is functioning fully, okay? I that's not to say that, you know, there's a lot of shit that gets called anti-Semitic when it's not anti-Semitic. I won't argue with that. And I won't argue that certain elements of the, like, you know, Zionist or the state of Israel or even certain elements of the Jewish faith, like, will sometimes, there are like power circles in there that will use anti-Semitism as a cover for them to be able to get away with behavior. Okay. Like everybody will engage in that anytime. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like people that are trying to hold power will try to wriggle under shit. Okay. They will. I mean, so there's elements of that, but I just don't think Anna's judge of what is anti-Semitic and not anti-Semitic, I don't think Anna's judgment is really spot on. I think her anti-Semitism like detector is broken because she has become so virulently anti-Benjamin Netanyahu that I think she herself veers into anti-Semitism without even realizing it. Okay? She is like pushing the fucking envelope here. So when she talks about Tucker, you know, I'm like, yeah, she is a little skewed. I mean, she was running down the street yelling at her neighbors like about like funding a genocide or something because of like while she was walking her dog, remember? And then she's filming it. Remember that? Like, dude, I think her detector's a little broken, but all right, here we go. Let's hear her out.
Alliance with Israel really is. He's kind of moved off of supporting Israel in the same way that he has in the past. I really don't think he's anti-Semitic. I think you raise a valid point about his views on, you know, gay people. I definitely do agree with you on that. And I disagree with him. I have a completely different view when it comes to gay people, gay rights, gay marriage, and all of that. But in regard to the anti-Semitic question, I don't think he's anti-Semitic at all. In fact,
he is
pretty well read on the issues that hurt us due to our relationship with an alliance with Israel.
See, the thing about this here is Anna is wrong. Tucker Carlson is very anti-Semitic. And what he has simply done, okay, what he has simply done is he is now that these anti-Zionist movement has become sort of like existing and allowed. And he is now like taking his anti-Semitism into the anti-Zionist world. And he's like being able to operate with people like giving him a pass. Okay. Because he was anti-Semitic before we even made a distinction there. You know what I'm saying? She thinks a Zionist can't be anti-Semitic. I know. Yeah. Right? Dude, Tucker is right. He's anti-everything but rich Christian nationalists. Okay? Let's be honest.
And he articulates that regularly. And by the way, I mean, he had asked me to go on his show, his podcast, a year and a half in advance of me finally agreeing to do it. And part of the reason why I wouldn't do it initially is because I just thought there's like nothing, there's no redeeming quality about this guy. There's no use in having a conversation with him. But his producers were so persistent that I finally decided, okay, fine, I'll listen to his podcast. I'll make an informed decision and see if there's maybe a possibility that I'll do this interview. And I do think he gets taken out of context a lot. He's definitely deeply conservative. I'm not. So obviously we're going to have disagreements. But look, ladies, like to me, the most important thing right now is to free the United States from Israel. And if there are people on the right who agree with me on that, I am willing to work with them on that issue.
See, this is the problem I have with Anna, right? Is like she's like, I disagree with him on gay rights and he's way more conservative than me, but his number one thing is disengaging from Israel. And that's her number one thing. So forget about civil rights in America. Forget about the LGBTQ. As long as he is like disengaging Israel, she's like, yeah, right? She's with it. But here's the thing I don't get, guys. And this is where Anna needs to explain, because there are a lot of leftists who believe in disengaging from Israel. Like, right? 99.9% of leftists want to disengage fully from Israel, and they want to help the Palestinians, and they're pro-gay and pro-trans, and they want affordable housing and health care and high wages and union jobs. So why would she not be communing with one of those like disengaged from Israel people on her own side that don't have all those other negatives? But she's like, this guy over here, this totally rich, white, super Christian, super conservative. Oh, I don't like the fact that he wants to put all the gay people in camps, but he wants to disengage from Israel. And so I'm going to go all the way over there, and I'm going to hang out with that guy that I supposedly disagree about everything but the Israel thing. And now that guy gets my full-throated support. And I tell all the people on my own side that they're horrible. Dude, that doesn't add up, guys. That does not add up. There is no way to square that. Okay? There is no way to square that.
To build a coalition for that specific issue and apply pressure to get our politicians to act in the way that we demand. Otherwise, if you do everything through the prism of partisan politics, we will be exactly where we are today, which is nowhere. No progress, no nothing. I've been doing this for 20 years, and that's been my experience.
I am cautious about the Marjorie Taylor Greenes and the Tucker Carlsons because they say that they care about Palestinian lives and these Palestinians getting killed. Marjorie Taylor Greene speaks about Palestinian Christians. That's her carve out. But when you don't have that same empathy towards the queer kid that lives in rural America,
yes,
or the trans population, which is less than 1%, that really doesn't even want to be spoken about,
then you don't have empathy anywhere, guys.
Discourse. And the immigrant population in the United States.
See, that's just it, guys. Empathy is an on-off switch. You either have it or you don't have it. But if you have it like everywhere. Okay? Empathy is like, we don't beat the shit out of the murderer, even though we're going to punish him, we're going to put him in prison. He's still a fucking human being. So we're going to respect his humanity while we punish him. Okay? It's everybody. You are empathetic for everything. You are like, it is, you're not just, oh, I'm empathetic for the Palestinians, but I'm not empathetic for the you know, the gay people, right? I mean, you either have empathy or you do not. And right. So if there's somebody who's anti-LGBTQ, anywhere that they tell you they have empathy, they're fucking lying. Okay. Because if they had any empathy and compassion, it would extend to the LGBTQ people too. Okay. Which is why you can't be pro-LGBTQ and anti-trans, because it's not possible. You either have empathy or you don't. Right. You know, like, all right, but that's a good call. Let's see what happens.
And you make a carve out. I always think it's a real red flag. And I think there's a danger in both of their voices, because I know when they speak and they say negative things about Israel, at the exact same podcast, they're bashing gay people, they're bashing immigrants. Because I lived in red state America, it falls in the ears of people that are wholly bigoted, that their ethos is white supremacy and bigotry. And that's why I see them as kind of being dangerous messengers. I agree. I don't think it's a big deal that you sit down with Tucker Carlson and y'all aired shit out. I don't think that's that big of a deal at all. I'm worried about the incubation. If you think about George W. Bush incubated Trump, and when I think about what is Trump incubating, and I see Tucker Carlson in these clips being critical of Trump, and then I see this whole Venezuela oil thing, and he's standing there clapping like a seal, taking pictures with Trump, and I see the duplicity and the hypocrisy. So I don't trust the intentions of his messaging on Israel as much as I would somebody else who preaches universal human rights.
See, this is the thing about Tucker, okay? Is like, Tucker is such a devout Christian. Like, guys, he literally said he was like attacked by a demon. So Tucker is a Christian to the point of he believes a demon like tore him up in bed with his wife, okay? So if you're that Christian, you have some Zionism in there somewhere, okay? You do. In order to bring about the rapture, there needs to be a world war in the Middle East. So maybe Tucker's going to get that world war by not funding Israel and by like making Israel vulnerable so they can start a war or something, which maybe Anna likes that, but he is still going to want to induce some type of war against Israel or with Israel in the Middle East in order to bring about the rapture. Like, so I don't even believe that he's anti-Zionist. I think he just realizes the way the evangelicals are doing the Zionism is like causing a problem and it's not working well enough. So I think he probably has some much more devious, right? I think he has much more devious, fucking, right? He must have something much more devious in mind, right? Amy Dangerfield, dude, nobody cares about Amy Dangerfield responding. She wore a blue hat. She wore the blue America First. She's a groiper. Anything that comes out of her mouth after that she's a liar. He is devious. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Tucker is devious.
Who doesn't prioritize one group over the other, who will say, I don't understand trans people. I don't get it. It's not my thing, but it's not my business, and I'll fight for their right. Just like you said about Christianity in that viral clip.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would agree with you had Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, for that matter, not revisited their previous statements about, let's say, Muslim people, and made very clear that they were wrong. In the case of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Candace Owens, by the way, they have talked about this at length, where they're like, we realized that we were totally misled. And
dude, she's giving Candace Owens a pass. Bro, did you see her face when she mentioned Candace Owens? And like, Jennifer Welch's face was like, what? Right? Let's watch that again. The minute she says Candace Owens, watch Jennifer's face. Okay, watch her face. Watch this.
Business, and I'll fight for their.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would agree with you had
right here
Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, for that matter, not revisited their previous statements about, let's say, Muslim people and made very clear that they were wrong. In the case of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Candace Owens, by the way, they have talked about this at length where they're like, dude, we realized that we were totally.
She's like, what the fuck did you just say? Like, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry right there. She was like, whoa, dude. Like, you could just tell there was a moment of complex emotion there where she was like, oh, Candace Owens, really? Which, guys, why is Anna saying including Candace Owens? Because Candace Owens is like Tucker's little darling, okay? Right? Tucker's little darling. So, like, she's got to, like, bring Candace along, too. That is
misled. And we bought into the fear mongering about Muslim people, right? So, like, in the case of Tucker Carlson, something that I was kind of shocked to see, honestly, after Renee Good was shot and killed by ICE, he put out a newsletter kind of condemning the right for making light of it, or even in some cases celebrating it. And he basically said, like, this is a human life and what happened is not okay. And so
dude, yeah, but do you believe him? Like, do we believe him? Because he believes it's okay to be anti-LGBTQ. So he doesn't believe in killing a human life, but he believes in shitting on some select human lives that he deems like unworthy. Like, you don't get it both ways. Okay, you don't get to be pro like human being unless they're trans, right? You don't get to do that. You are either pro all human beings, which means even being pro the shitty MAGA Christians, right? Like I can't stand MAGA Christians, but I don't want them taking a baton to the fucking skull and being dragged out of their cars and having their fucking seatbelts cut and shit, and their faces like smashed into the curb simply because they're a Christian. I mean, you know, it ain't fucking rocket science here. I want the MAGA Christians to be able to go to college for free. I want them to have complete and total health care. I want them to fucking own their house. You know what I'm saying? I want them to have a fucking good paying job, dude. I want them to have a good life. I just want them to get their Christianity out of my fucking face, boss. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, if they keep pushing, like, oh shit.
To me, it's those moments where he's willing to kind of buck his own side, for lack of a better word. And he really gets nothing out of it. I mean, he doesn't get any influence in terms of the Trump administration by condemning Trump's foreign policy. And in regard to him being in the room, I mean, look, I agree. It's not a good look, especially when you're clapping after you did a lengthy segment condemning what the White House did in Venezuela. But at the same time, I know that he...
But at the same time, he hates Israel and she does too. So she's like, I'll forget. I'm going to... Right? Dude, she is like the dating girl where her girlfriends are like, dude, there's like 20 red flags. And she's like, oh, but he hates Israel and so do I. So I'm going to ignore all the red flags, right? I'm ignoring everything but that one thing, right? Dude, she's excusing the fact that he literally gave a speech condemning the behavior. And then he was in there like, good job, Trumpy. Right? Like, come on, man.
Probably wants to influence Trump in the right direction on foreign policy, and you're not going to be able to influence him unless you're in the room. So, you know, I'm speculating about his intentions there, but I hear what you're saying about wanting to be cautious. I also want to make space for people who change their minds, right? And so if they come out and say, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I've changed my mind on this, whether it be on Muslim people or any other issue, I want to allow space for them to be forgiven and to prove that they're not just talking the talk, they're walking the walk.
Oh, I feel like that was a personal thing, right? Because like, I don't, right? There was something there that like, I felt like, did you feel that too? Like, I felt there was something coded there that was like, in a way that was a dig at leftists, of saying like leftists don't change their mind or don't admit they're wrong. But like, she likes people who will admit they're wrong, right? Even if they're being disingenuous about it. I don't know. Something about that was like, you know, was a little fucking.
I think that it's the inverse of that. I think he lies to his audience and then colludes with the powers that be at large. I think he, Steve Bannon, and Marjorie Taylor Greene are looking, how do we keep this cult together, this America First thing? And it's opportunistic for them to say, look, this has not been America First. It's 40 billion to Argentina. It's a blank check to Israel. And that keeps, they're playing on the base's most racist impulses. And I think that he proves himself to not be a credible messenger a lot.
See, I think it's even simpler than that. I mean, that is definitely an element. Like, he's definitely trying to save the movement. But I think Tucker is he's being the opposite of Nick Fuentes. Okay, look at what has happened. Trump is fucking way too aggressive. Trump has blown all the goodwill. Trump is like screwed the pooch, okay? And so people are pulling away from Trump. So now there's a power vacuum. Like Charlie Kirk gets murdered. Nick Fuentes is like, oh, America First Groiper. Like, we're going to be as racist and misogynist and anti-Semitic as possible. And Tucker's like, he ain't going that route. So then he's like, well, what route do I go? Oh, I go a route that's kind of in the middle where now I'm like, not as extreme as those guys. Like, whoa, I'm even calling MAGA out, guys. That's how, hey, remember old conservatives? Remember what it was like before these MAGA extremists? I'm going to bring that back. But the thing is Tucker, I think, is as extreme as Nick Fuentes, which is why he collaborated with him. You know what I mean? Without shitting on him. Like, if you collaborate with Nick Fuentes and you're not shitting on him, you are extreme.
I mean, I'm against giving Argentina a bailout. I don't think that's racist. Yeah. You think he's motivated by racism for being against the bailout for Argentina?
Not for that issue, not for that single issue. I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing. That was a gift Scott Bessent gave to somebody. You know, that was a total shakedown that these people do. I think Tucker Carlson, my opinion, is he is abundantly aware that the base, the connective tissue in the base is racism. Do you hate trans people? Do you hate gay people? Do you hate immigrants and Jews? And in evangelical America, in flyover states, they are deeply anti-Semitic. Their apocalyptic dream, in order for the rapture to come, is for the Jews to be in Israel so that Jesus can then come and send them all to hell forever to be tortured. And the anti-Semitism that I've heard all of my life came from white evangelical Republican Christians. Jew them down and, you know, these seedy Jews.
But they ironically support Israel because they want that end times, guys. That's what's so crazy. It's like giving money to the person you're trying to destroy to help them get destroyed. Okay? They're like, right? They're not going to let any of the Muslim nations drive Israel out of Israel because they need Israel there so they can destroy them themselves. Like, it's so dirty, right? It is so dirty, dude. Literally, the evangelicals in America are like the dirtiest of the dirty, dude. They're so bad.
And I think Tucker Carlson, being a lifelong Republican, understands the base and understands the cult. And I'm very skeptical when people speak out for one group of people, and then the very next episode, he doesn't have the critical thinking skills or the balls to stand up for people in his own country. It's supposed to be a free country. He doesn't have the balls to stand up to the most marginalized group among us, which are trans people. And it's just, I think it's just such chicken shit how both parties just pick them up, use them, throw them under the bus, instead of saying, we believe in equality, we believe in affordability, we believe in the First Amendment for everybody. Even people you don't understand and you think they're light in the loafers and weird. Get over it. It's not your business. It's a free country. In the 80s, when I grew up, that was said all the time. But now, after gay marriage, the religious right has to keep hitting the volume in the crack pipe more and more and more. And I think Tucker is acutely aware of that.
Yeah. See, I feel, guys, honestly, I feel like you can tie someone's humanity to like non-English speaking immigrants and transgender people. If you look at those two groups, if you go to any person and you see where they stand on transgender people being able to live a life without everybody crawling up their fucking ass and policing their genitalia, their bathrooms, their medical decisions, whatever. Okay? If you look at how they feel about transgender people and how they feel about non-English speaking immigrants of any variety, right? With that don't have white skin, you know what I'm saying? You can tell a lot right there. You know what I'm saying? And specifically in America too, I think you have to look at how they feel about like black people as well. But I kind of include that with the non-speaking immigrants, because if somebody has an issue with a non-English speaking immigrant of color, they are like going to be anti-black somewhere as well. The two go like hand in hand. But like, that's just it. It's like, because the thing about this is like, it's not even about approval. You know what I'm saying? Or about agreement or even understanding, right? Like there are some people who understand transgender existence and how, like, the way a human body is formed. Yeah, it's highly likely, like it is likely, maybe not like, it's a small percentage, but it is highly possible that during the the starting off as like female-ish and then your genitalia, that you could end up having a male appendage with a female mind, or a female mind with, right? Or a male mind with a female appendage. You know what I'm saying? Like these things can be scientifically understood. But then there are some people that just don't understand, right? Yeah, or intersex, having like chromosomal differences. But there are some people who they just can't even like it. They say it breaks their brain to like try to identify this, like what that could be. But you don't need to understand it to like still respect it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't need to understand somebody who likes being an accountant to like support their ability to be an accountant without people throwing them under a bus, right? Right? Like, I'm an artist. I have to be creating art. Somebody who doesn't make art, who literally just goes to a fucking job, I don't understand how people live that life. But like, dude, I don't have to understand it to want them to have a good life, You know what I mean? And like, so I don't know. It's just weird because, and here's the thing that's a clincher that we don't really talk about is when you look at anti-LGBTQ, when you look at anti-trans, it is like always a religious component. I feel like it is always a religious component because the people that are anti-LGBTQ or anti-trans, they are because they believe that their God makes the human beings and their God never makes a mistake, as they consider it, or never makes anything. They only make all men and they only make all women, and you're nothing. There is nothing else but that. And if you try to say there is, you're saying their God is wrong. And so they're ready to like tear your limbs off. Because, right? And that's what it is always rooted in. It is always rooted in some type of religious extremism where they believe that how they see the world through their deity is the way the world is. And if you're operating differently, you're like, you have an illness. Okay. And yeah, it's funny because their Bible even says they shouldn't judge. Like I have seen something. I don't know if you've seen this, but I've seen something where it said something to the effect of, you know, like God put, I know this is through a religious lens. And if you're transgender, I hope this doesn't offend you because I don't mean it offensive because I don't believe in God. But it was somebody of God saying that they believed God put transgender people on the earth in order to see who were the real Christians, because they were like, the real Christians are going to accept them as children of God and just take them in like everybody else. And the fake Christians are going to like say they're not of God. And right? And like, you know, I mean, if God were actually, that would be a great fucking test. You know what I'm saying? If there was a God, but there isn't a God. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just, we're all human beings. But even if you're religious, you could look at it from a religious point that like he, you know, God created a whole bunch of different types of people just to see how the real Christians would react, right? Because I mean, if you look in the Bible, God's not above testing people, okay? I mean, right? The whole Bible is all about God, like testing loyalty, which is another reason that I think it's inherently abusive, because in reality, you're not supposed to test loyalty and you don't even fucking punish. You know what I'm saying? You're certainly not going to be like you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but the Old Testament God was all about testing. That's all he did was test. And like so abusive. Right? The Old Testament God is like one of the most abusive like entities ever. You know what I'm saying? The Testament. Yeah, dude. Yes. So screw that shit. But all right.
Yeah, look, I think that so you're talking about dispensationalism when you're referring to the evangelicals who, you know, have this relationship with Israel, not because they care about Jewish people, but because, you know, it's going to be the second coming of God and, you know, all of that stuff, whatever. He's actually pretty vocal against that. And I don't think he's helping to keep a coalition together. In fact, I think he's being blamed probably accurately for breaking MAGA up to some extent, because he's been so critical of Trump and the foreign policy. So look, we're going to, I guess, disagree in terms of like what Tucker actually believes. I agree with you that Tucker was certainly like that when he was at Fox. But since then, he's changed his mind on a lot of policies. He brings it up all the time. He shares his remorse for believing certain things that he believed. But with that said, he still has beliefs that I disagree with vehemently, including he's against reproductive rights. He is against gay marriage. These are things that I support. Dude. So we have those disagreements.
Dude, see, this is where I have to stop here. Natalie, is that in Discord? Because I love that. And I definitely want to look at, you put it in the React channel. Great. All right. I don't think we're going to get to it tonight because I have to do a little bit of Epstein, but let's look at that tomorrow. Let's fucking kick off with that because I love that. But dude, this is where we have to call bullshit, guys. Okay? And like, I don't know if you've watched the whole thing. I don't know if Jennifer Welch calls her out here, but this idea that, he disagrees with reproductive rights and he disagrees with gay rights and vehemently, but it's okay that we don't see eye to eye on those two core human rights issues. But like, I'll forget about that. But like, dude, what about all the leftists? Why are you like anti-leftist, right? Like, what have the leftists done and disagreed with you so badly that you're willing to collude with somebody who completely disagrees on your most basic civil rights issues? And you're going to like let that slide? But like, you won't let the far left slide? Like, what the fuck did the far left touch you somewhere or what, bro? Like seriously. It is like a brain breaking, right? And yes, it is Israel. It is because the only thing that matters to her is Israel. But I'm going to say this, guys. I think Anna's Israel is like, I think she likes Tucker's Israel take because there's anti-Semitism there. And I think Anna's grappling with anti-Semitism and she doesn't fucking realize it. Okay? I think she is a one-issue voter, but she actually is. The anti-Semitism in Tucker is now appealing to her because she is that livid. She has gone that far over to the edge on the Israel thing that like she is now in the anti-Semitic zip code. Okay? She's not openly anti-Semitic, but the anti-Semitic people now feel like allies to her because they actually hate Israel as much as she does. And she doesn't realize that she has now crossed over this Rubicon into anti-Semitism, which is why she was doing this shit. Okay? She doesn't realize you don't do this shit about Larry Ellison unless you have crossed over to the point of where you're now emulating this trope and you're not even realizing how emulating that trope is actually, yeah, that's bad. Like what you're doing there is bad. You shouldn't be doing that. And right? She's like, she is lost in the sauce. All right? Oh, fuck, bro. Dude, we won't kiss her ass? No, dude, we're holding her accountable. And I know a lot of people are tired of Anna Kasparian, and some people even get in the comments and like, stop making Anna videos. I don't make a lot of Anna videos. I don't make Anna videos every day, but we do need to call this out, guys, because she is going to try to undercut, okay? She's going to try to undercut the thing. And here's the thing, guys. I think what she's going to try to undercut the Dems, and especially like during the presidency, she's probably going to be in the Tucker camp. But I want to say one other thing about Anna is I think she's stopped listening. Okay? That's what I think. Okay? And I think it started with when people were saying, hey, Anna, I know you're traumatized by what that homeless guy did. And I know that he grinded you and that's like SA and you had this really traumatic experience. But let's still be respectful of the homeless population at large. And let's not abandon the goal of reforming police simply because police didn't respond the way you wanted them to in that one moment. Like, let's not throw it all away because you were traumatized. Let's like heal your trauma and still like, you know what I mean? Like I didn't get personally attacked by a homeless guy, but there was a homeless guy once in my neighborhood who took a metal rack and he smashed out my car window and he smashed out Jenny's car window. And then he came up on our porch and threw it at our door. And he took a shoe off the fucking porch and started slamming our huge bay window. And I had to be like, dude, get the fuck off the porch. And he went down the street. And I mean, this guy was having a break, okay? And he caused a lot of damage to our house and our cars. And he scared the fucking shit out of us. It was very traumatic to witness. But like at the end of that, guys, you know how I felt? And no, he didn't take the shoe. But at the end of that, you know how I felt? Okay, because my neighbor called the cops. The cops picked him up. At the end of it, I felt really bad for the guy because I was like, how does that guy make it through a day? You know what I'm saying? Like that guy, whatever possessed him to be so scared and freaked out that he just started smashing shit. Like that guy clearly every day for him is a potential like incident. Like, you know what I mean? Like that guy, I don't know what kind of mental illness he was grappling with, but maybe some deep schizophrenia but that guy's like, he never has a day of peace, you know? And so I don't know. I wasn't mad at the homeless population. I wasn't mad at my fucking city for allowing a homeless encampment that's not that far from where we live. I was empathetic for the fact that, wow, that guy, like, I can afford to fix the windows. I can afford to get new windshields. I can take care of the damage. It's not going to harm me. I'm in a very privileged position where I have credit cards. But like, that guy can't even get through the day, maybe, you know what I mean, without an incident or ending up in jail. And maybe he doesn't even, like, maybe he needs medication he's not getting. He's obviously fucked up living on the street. Like, I honestly wanted to help him more than I wanted to punish anybody that, you know, didn't prevent that from happening. And you know, and like, it is hard. It is hard because, you know what I'm saying? And like, dude, that's just crazy because I felt like Anna got harmed and she didn't have that same, like, she didn't have any compassion after her harming. She was just like, it's almost like she got harmed. And then the leftists were like, hey, well, don't lose your compassion. And she was like, how dare you? Like, now you're harming me too. And then it became this fucking spiral, you know? You know what I mean? Maybe if we had universal health care, it would be nice. They would be getting that fucking, you know, if we had 200 progressives in Congress, we would have universal health care. So let's get 200 progressives in Congress, right? You know? But understand a woman doesn't want to be in danger? Yeah. No, I know. I mean, she's right, 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗍. She is. Like, you know, she like, obviously a woman should be able to walk her dog without getting SA'd by a homeless person, okay? Even no matter what the SA is, even if it's just grabbing and rubbing on them, a woman has a right to walk her fucking dog without a fucking indigent person or a homeless crackhead rubbing their body on them. That is incredibly invasive and that is incredibly harmful. And simultaneously, all homeless people aren't doing that, okay? All drug addicts aren't doing that. You know, ironically, Donald Trump does that. The one guy that she said wasn't a fascist and didn't believe in 2025, he does that all the time. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you can be upset and traumatized that happened and want to be safe, but that also doesn't mean you have to attribute that behavior to every homeless person. Like, yeah, dude, I wanted her to go to like EMDR or something. I don't think she went to therapy, guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't think she went to therapy. I honestly don't. I don't think she went to therapy after that incident. She's not living like she went to therapy, because if you go to therapy, you're not going to be supporting Tucker Carlson. Okay? Let me just tell you. Anybody who's gone to therapy for PTSD is not going to be supporting Tucker Carlson, because that guy is a walking PTSD creator. Okay? You know? All right? It's just true. She did make it political. And then she got mad at her caucus, you know? But like, all right, so what do we got, dude? All right? I've been like, the fucking Zorro Ranch shit has been getting me, okay? That like, dude, it looks like we covered some of this shit, right? Like, I feel like I've been behind on the Epstein thing, guys, and I saw some shit today that has come out, okay? Like, you may have seen that, like, people are starting to resign. Okay? The pictures that came out, the Epstein pictures. Dude, if you have links to the pictures, I saw like a picture of a young girl like bound and gagged. I don't know what that was. But guys, I want to thank Europe. Okay? Can we thank Europe? Okay? Because there are American people that are starting to resign, are starting to sort of like make moves, but I feel like it's happening because of Europe, okay? Because the Americans were not really doing this shit. We're just sort of ignoring whatever. But then Europe started saying, whoa, you guys need to fucking resign. And Europe's started holding people accountable like they do. And now Americans are starting to resign. Okay. This woman, Kathleen Rumler, she was in many of the emails. Okay. She had years long personal relationship with Epstein, advising him on his sex crime accusations, right? How to handle the media, what to do with the accusers. And she was a top lawyer for Goldman Sachs. Okay, now guys, listen to me and listen to me very clearly, because I want to show you something that we need to look at. Somebody did a grid, okay? Let me find the thing. They did a grid showing like what part of the economy or what part of our society are the Epstein followers. Let me see if we can find this grid. Okay. It is like, it was an image, Epstein. Let me see if I look at finance. Oh, I can't remember the name of it. There was like a map. Okay. I want to find this thing. It's like it looked like one of those stock market things. Okay. Where it said, who was it? Did I like it? Oh, maybe I saved it. Maybe I bookmarked it. You see if I bookmarked it. And no, I did not. Of course. Dude, I'm the worst bookmarker. Let me see if I liked it. Dude, no, it was really good. I think it's important because it was, I did not like it. All right. Let me see here. Maybe it'll show up in this. I'm going to scroll for a minute. But what it was, I don't know if you guys saw it, but what it was is it said like, what sector are these people in Epstein's orbit? Were they from finance? Were they from science? Were they from healthcare? Were they from politicians? Were they from tech? And it had like colored squares that basically showed you how many people were involved in Epstein's orbit and what sector of American industry they were from. And what it showed was that finance was like the number one, okay? That like most of the people, the largest group of people in Epstein's orbit weren't even the politicians. It was people in finance, okay? And it was really interesting. Dude. I don't know how to find this thing. I just saw it like, oh, wait. Oh, wait. I think I saw it on my phone. Hold on. If I saw it on my phone, it is still on my For You. Give me a sec. It was definitely on my phone. And I don't reset my For You on my phone. I keep it like automatically for this very purpose. All right. It was right around the RFK thing with him like saying he does cocaine off a toilet seat. Like, what an idiot, bro. Right? Dude. Is there a bigger fucking, right? Is there a bigger idiot on like, you know what I'm saying, than RFK Jr.? I don't think there is, guys. Oh, there's the Pressler thing. We ain't in France? No, we are not in France. All right, so this is early morning. So, dude, you see that Trump Epstein banner? Oh, that was good. So it was not down here. Dude, this is crazy. Did you see this? This is nuts. Okay, Leon Black. Okay, he's a billionaire deep in the Epstein files. He owns the school picture company. How creepy is that, guys? Okay, that like, right? How creepy is it that Leon Black, everybody, every school in America uses Life Touch, millions of photographs a year, and they like upload them on the computer where you can order the photos. But like this guy, this Epstein guy owned that company that like, are they like deep faking your children when they take their school photos? I mean, think about the ramifications about how this guy could deep fake every child in America, right? And I mean, the ultimate catalog to browse. Like, how gnarly is that, guys? Isn't that the gnarliest? Like, even just thinking about that is fucking crazy. It is absolutely crazy, dude. We have to fucking save that for tomorrow. Unfucking believable, dude. That is so grimy. Yeah. I mean, it's true. They put themselves where they have access. Okay. They have access to victims. And so I'm going to find this thing, guys. It is in here somewhere. Hold on. We're going to scroll up. We're going to go to the top of this for you and see if we see it. I believe it is in here. And I believe we're going to find it. If you see a thing with like colored squares, okay, we're going to stop and pause. We're going to find this thing. But there was a point I wanted to make about Epstein that I think was eye-opening, because it seemed like his like connections were like they were more in one area than not. Okay? That Epstein's connections were concentrated in the area of finance. That many of the people involved in him, Oh, the show more. Yeah, maybe it's in here. Right? There was a show more. Dude, the way Twitter handles the timeline now is like fucking bizarre, bro. Oh, shit. All right. Oh, man. Dude, that sucks. Dude. The school photo guy is Leon Black, is his name. Okay? Leon Black is the guy with the school photos. Dude, what is CNN doing, bro? Right? Like, the CNN is like saying the Democrat Party is too liberal, right? They're hawking the fucking voter ID like trying to like push the SAVE Act. Like, what the fuck is CNN doing, bro? Have you noticed that? Dude, CNN is pissing me off, guys. They are. They are like totally advocating for the right-wing bullshit. Dude, they are. They are trying to shift this. They are Overton window. They are shifting us towards MAGA, dude, in a complete and utter bullshit way. All right. I don't know where this thing is. This thing is fucking gone, dude. And that's a bummer. And I'm gonna scroll one more minute. I think it may be gone though. Oh wait. No, I remember that woman right there. I remember the woman with the fucking gym shoes or whatever. I remember that Pam Bondi cartoon. I remember this. Oh, that's what we just looked at. Shit, boss. Yep, I guess I'm not finding it. Oh, that's disappointing, dude. If you guys see it, like, somebody snag it for me, okay? It was a really cool, it was kind of like, it looked like the stock market chart, but it was like Epstein, okay? It was like a stock market chart that was showing... Like, you know, those stock market charts where if they lose, they're like the red squares. And it was... I'm going to try one Google search here. Why is it called Life Touch? I don't know. It's pretty weird, right? That Life Touch is like interesting. So what is the name of the, is it a candle chart? Epstein candle chart? No, it's not that kind. It was like the stock market big red squares. It's this kind of chart, okay? This kind of chart, but for Epstein, okay? What is this chart called, right? Is there a name for this kind of chart right here? A big board? Or yeah, no, Life Touch takes all the school photos. That's a bar chart? I don't think it's a bar chart. A heat map? Okay. It's called a heat map. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm not fucking finding it, bro. Oh, dude. Finance, science. Maybe it is. Let's see. Who is in the Epstein files category? Oh, fuck. All right, maybe I'll stumble across it. But anyway, so like my ultimate point that I'm not able to to show you is, and maybe I'll type it in here. Who is in the Epstein files? Heat map. It was not like that. Is this it? No. All right. Yeah, I'm not finding it. GG's. All right. GG's. Dude, but it was the thing about it, Epstein heat map. I'll try one more. We'll try Epstein heat map. And I'll go latest. No. Yeah, I guess maybe they didn't call it that. But all right. But anyway, so one of the things that is so alarming about this, guys, you put a picture in Discord? All right, let me check. No. So it wasn't. It was just like those circles with the big red areas, but it had like finance and a big red square. And then there was like government, and there was like another square. And then I think there was a square for like science. And then there was a square for like academia. And then there was a square for like modeling. And then there was a square for like entertainment industry. And you could look at it and you could see like what group, okay? You could see what group had the, right? You could see like what fucking group had the most people in Epstein's thing, in Epstein's, in his orbit, like all the people in the files. You could see like, oh, this many are finance and this many are entertainment. And it was just really interesting. And so Midnight, I don't know if LifeTouch does every school. Like, you'd have to Google that. What I will say about LifeTouch is this, is I will say that with LifeTouch, every school that my son has been in has been LifeTouch photos. All right. In his entire, 18 years of like, well, I guess it was 13 years, including kindergarten. Every school he went to from kindergarten through middle school through high school was all LifeTouch. Okay. And so I've not known, I mean, you ready? Hold on. I'm going to make sure I don't dox. Oh, look at that. LifeTouch. Right? Oh, shit. Isn't that funny? I've got it from fucking school photos right here. LifeTouch. Yeah. Isn't that weird? Doxed? No, I think I covered all the fucking information, so you didn't see any personal information, I hope. But right? Isn't that wild that the guy who owns that, Leon Black, it's called LifeTouch, right? And then here's what it says. Let's see what we got here. And so the school photography company addresses rumors around him. Let's see. And I think right? And here's a public statement from LifeTouch, okay? At LifeTouch Canada, owned by Everest Solutions in Canada, student safety goes beyond the camera lens, okay? LifeTouch Canada, so I don't know. I want to see, maybe we'll find the LifeTouch statement on Twitter. Dude, it's pretty wild, okay? Let's see if we have their statement. So here is their public statement, okay? It says, right, here is their public statement. It says, at LifeTouch, okay, student safety goes beyond the camera lens. As a trusted partner to schools for 90 years, we're committed to protecting privacy and personal information, okay? So amidst a sea of information, here it says, LifeTouch images are shared only for the purposes of school records and to allow parents or guardians to purchase them, okay? And as part of their relationship with the Center for Missing and Exploited Children, they print Smile Safe cards for each student that families can use with law enforcement, right? It says they follow all federal, state, and local privacy laws. Okay, they never share, sell, or license images to train AI models. Okay, they've never provided images, it says, to a third party. Funds managed by subsidiaries are investors in Shutterfly, right? But it says that no one employed by Apollo or Shutterfly has have any access to student images. And it says LifeTouch is not named in the Epstein files. The documents contain no allegations that LifeTouch itself was involved in or photos were used in. But here's the problem, guys. The problem is this guy, okay, is Leon Black. Okay, so the problem is this dude, okay? And this guy is all over, okay? This guy is all over the Epstein files, okay? And this guy is right, and he for whatever reason, he paid a whole bunch of money to Epstein, okay? He founded Apollo Global, and I believe Apollo Global bought LifeTouch, is what I believe is how the connection goes, okay? So let's ask the AI for a rundown, okay? So it says here that he co-founded Apollo Global, and then Apollo Global bought LifeTouch. Okay, so Apollo Global bought Shutterfly in 2019, okay, and then Shutterfly had acquired LifeTouch in 2018, and so LifeTouch is a subsidiary of Shutterfly, which is a subsidiary of Apollo, okay, which is majority owned, managed by Apollo, okay. So Leon Black, right, paid Epstein, dude. Let's go, Suncats. So he paid Epstein $158 million, okay? And then, right? And then that was between 2012 and 2017. So here's why people are concerned. You ready? So the reason why he's concerned is this, is that, like, I believe the concern is between 2012, right, and 2017, Leon Black is paying Epstein $158 million. And he is deeply involved in the files. We don't know what he paid him for. Epstein doesn't really have a job, But what ended up happening is he paid Epstein this money. And then in 2018, 𝗙𝗪𝗏, okay, bought LifeTouch. Okay. And then in 2019, Leon Black's Apollo Global Management bought 𝗙𝗪𝗏, which owns, has all those photos, the 𝗙𝗪𝗏 photos and LifeTouch. And then, right, that happened in 2019. Okay. And then, Epstein, of course, ends up dead. But so the thing about it is, though, is then 2 years later in 2021, Leon Black steps down. But did Leon Black, right, from Epstein, people I guess are wondering, did he offload all of those LifeTouch photos and put them somewhere, on a giant hard drive at Zorro Ranch that was never searched, right? There is a concern that he pays Epstein and then Apollo Global snatches up this thing, right? Right as this is breaking, because I wonder, let's find out the date. So they bought it on June 10th of 2019, okay? It agreed to buy 𝗙𝗪𝗏 on June 10th. And when did Epstein died in August, right? August 10th. So 2 months. 2 months before Epstein died, they bought this shit, right? You are now a member. Let's go. Right? So, and now guys, isn't that crazy? There's all this AI that's happening. And we know that Peter Thiel was involved in this shit. And Peter Thiel and Elon, Elon is very, let's be honest, guys. If you look at Elon Musk, he doesn't seem concerned about deep faking people. He doesn't seem to have any, right? He's concerned about him getting shit for his thing deep faking, but he doesn't really seem I've never seen Elon say, man, we really need some AI regulation, guys. We really need to regulate this shit because they're using my AI that I created. They're using it to disrobe people. Wow, we should, right? You've never seen that from Elon. He loves that shit. And Donald Trump is trying to make it so no local or state government can pass a law to regulate AI. So don't you find that weird that right up in, during Trump's presidency, while these guys are ramping up AI, that Leon Black, right, that he's buying up, the photo sites? I mean, I don't know, dude. Let's see if he was. I feel like he was too. He was. So which one was Leon Black's? Let's find out which one was Leon Black's. Us Wexner. Leon Black, okay, said a handwritten poem that said, ended with loves and kisses. Oh, dude, we read this one, right? A VFPC is something to be. A VFPC is something to see. A liver, a lover, a 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗪. Let's all give a cheer for today he's 50. 5 decades L or half century. By birds and by bucks. Season M's are on his key. Blonde, red, or brunette. Spread out geographically. With this net of fish, Jeff's now the old man and the sea. teaching math trading options or foreign currency, green eye shade schemes and plans, a unique tax strategy, wet dream, and what is that? Wet dream and I don't even know what that is. 𝗙𝗪𝗏? Dude, does anyone know what this word is? Wet dream and dude. 𝗙𝗪𝗏. Oh, it is 𝗙𝗪𝗏, which means it's a French word. It means nightmare, incubus. Okay? It's a word, right? It's a foreign word. Okay? So wet dream and nightmare and architect's wild spree, Moscow, Paris, Santa Fe. Santa Fe is where Zorro Ranch is. Alhambra East Jamboree. Okay? Let's open this one. It says, Maxwellian delight, a mother's treasure, great joy most surely, Harvardian patron, brain researcher for extending wannabe, outrageous, iconoclastic, unconventional, spirit-free, best of all, a dear friend, a happy birthday, Jeffrey, and via PC is Vanity Fair poster child. But like, dude, when you look at this, I mean, doesn't it seem like he's referencing about like, you know, like, I don't know, C's and M's are his key. I don't know what that means, right? But he's referencing girls spread out geographically, his net of fish, okay? And then he talks about his like growing up, schemes and plans, wet dreams and nightmares, and he mentions all the cities and like, and then he goes on to mention like Harvard patron, right? I don't know, Maxwell, it seems like he's mentioning a lot of specific things like with Larry Summers or with so-and-so. It is like, and a lot of this birthday book felt very inside joke sort of deal. So I guess, guys, this is rather, I don't know, dude, this is rather problematic, okay? That, you know what I mean? That, you know, the Life Touch got purchased by somebody in Epstein's book. And so we don't know if Leon Black offloaded. I mean, guys, think about Doge, okay? Think about what they did with Doge. Okay, guys? Elon Musk locked the doors on all of the government buildings and he sent people in with laptops to just whatever. We don't know what they did. We don't know if they scrubbed data. We don't know if they stole data. We don't know what the fuck they did, but they did something, right? They did something of grabbing all that data and then disappearing to the whole US government. There's no reason Leon Black couldn't have bought Life Touch and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel could have gone in there after hours one night and just done an AI scrub and pulled like everything off of those things and put it on a server in, you know, Zorro Ranch's basement. Now, I'm not getting all conspiracy theory, but we have every reason to believe that like that could have happened. I mean, how? Maybe it did. Maybe there's AI, right? Maybe there's AI deep fake training right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, who knows? Who knows what that data is? You know? And Elon Musk has all the government data. I mean, you know, are they going to go back and facially recognition kids from school? And like, I don't know, dude. I just don't know. I think that shit is very, very weird. I do want to watch this fucking clip from Rogan, okay? Who cares? I know, we're going to watch Trump. He said some shit about Epstein. Like, guys, this is important, guys, because obviously, like, I don't know how deep this shit goes, but there is no doubt. Oh my God, somebody found it. Somebody found it, dude. Nicole Ray found the image I was looking for. This is it. Thank you, Nicole. You ready? This was the image I was looking at. This is a map of the emails from Epstein's top 500 correspondents. Dude, Nicole, you are amazing. This is the one, Nicole. Yes, thank you. Yes. This is it. Look at this, okay? The top 500 from Ariane de Rothschild, 5,000 emails, right? Jess Staley, 4,000 emails, okay? Then here, media and entertainment, and it shows the top people from each group, okay? This is Catherine Rumler. She's the woman who just resigned. She was a lawyer. But so he had emails from people in finance, from people in academia, from girlfriends and or exes, people in politics, business, media and entertainment, tech, law, real estate, and then other. 442,000. But look at who was number one, dude. Number one was like finance. Okay. This is a directory tree. Okay. This is great. But so it looks at it and it says, this is one of the best illustrations of how much interest he had in different industries. Okay. And a very clear idea of how he distributed his time and money into different interests. Noteworthy is how much involvement he had with academia throughout his life. And that's what is really interesting is the number 1 and 2 are like finance and academia. And then it looks like media and entertainment are number 3. And you know, I will save it. Right? But what's crazy about this is how the politics is like really small, guys. You see that? Like the politics is small, right? It's the finance that was really big, right? And this is one of those things where you start wondering, right? Like what his purpose was, okay? Because if his purpose was political power, if his purpose was, you know, some type of intelligence operation on politicians, then like you would expect this to be a lot bigger, okay? Right? But he really was like much, you know, more connected to like these 3 industries, right? Finance was like the big one. You know what I mean? And Trump was very into finance. Okay. Now finance though is like finance and education are like, they sort of rule the world really. Okay. I mean, education is doing all the research. That's doing all the technological advancements. That's doing all the right, like research dictates where society goes in a technological realm, and then finance pays for it. So it like, I don't know, man. This is what's crazy, guys, is when I saw this, okay? When I saw this, guys, why Trump's name is not in here, Max, is this isn't mentions. This is emails. Okay, this isn't mentions. This is emails, and Trump doesn't use email. So Trump never emailed Epstein. Trump called him on the phone. Trump doesn't use email because it leaves a paper trail. And so he never used email. This is emails. Okay, this is just emails, not mentions. But when I saw this, it made me think that Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein and like, you know, like Ehud Barak and Elon Musk, that the surveillance and tech industry was who was running Jeffrey Epstein, and that the political stuff was like they were looking for an entryway to politics, right? Like, think about this. Think about if AI and finance and crypto and tech people are trying to technocrat rule the world, and they were working with Epstein, and then they find out that Trump is one of Epstein's guys, that like they were like partners. So then Trump becomes their entryway. Like, how are we going to get into government? Right. And then, oh, Epstein knows Trump. Epstein has dirt on Trump. Right. Trump kills Epstein, but now the tech guys have dirt on Trump. Right. And so now Trump is like, hey, tech guys, you're my guys now. Right. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, did Epstein help? Like, did Trump winning an election and that, I don't know. I feel like there's some weird connection here that, you know, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and whoever else is in this finance and tech world are like a lot more dangerous than we think they are. That, like, you know, Trump's fascism is just a front, that like there's something much greater waiting beyond this. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I saw this and it just, something rattled in me, you know, when I realized that like there's a bigger, like there's something much bigger than Donald Trump operating in the shadows, that I think JD Vance, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at it this way. It's almost like JD Vance was put in for Trump because they want Vance in as the next leader. And then Trump was like, you can be abusive. You can like ice people. You can threaten your opponents. You can do whatever you want. We're going to make sure you have hundreds of billions of dollars, but you're going to help us get JD Vance established. And when you're done, we're going to take over, right? And they got all the data. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That feels like Epstein was somehow connecting those dots, right? That Epstein, I don't know if he was a blackmailer or whatever. Yeah, this is crazy. This is like, you know, I feel like, and maybe this is going to shake capitalism to its core, because capitalism is the disease, guys. If we really look at everything, I know I'm hard on religion and we have MAGA and all this, but like the disease that we're fighting is capitalism, okay? Capitalism is the disease. And what is it a disease of? It puts all of the resources in the hands of like, you know, 1,000 people, 100 people, okay? It is a disease that no matter what, in capitalism, you go to work, you generate profits, but you only keep a tiny bit, and the capitalist keeps your profits. Then you go home and you take half of your income and you give it to your landlord, or you pay interest on owning your house to the bank, and then that's owned by the capitalists as well. So you're getting fleeced at work and you're getting fleeced at home. And then 100 people control all of those resources, 1,000 people, 5,000 people, and the rest of everybody is just getting milked. Okay? It's capitalism. That's the disease, guys. You know?
This is the one that I hate the most. Yeah. Because this one scares the shit out of me. Because the fear of, you know, we talked about this yesterday with Roger Avery, the fear of these like literally demonic human beings that are running the world and don't give a fuck about human lives and enjoy watching people being tortured, enjoy watching people killed, participating in ritual sacrifice of people, and they do it in order to show that you're a part of a team and you're... We know that has always historically been a real thing, and it's been something that you look at in history, you go, God, it's so sick, it's so twisted, it's so disgusting, and everybody wants to think, thank God that's not happening now. But then when you
see, here's the thing, like when I heard that, I thought of Trump. I also thought of Elon Musk. Okay? Right? Didn't you, when he talked about that, like sick, twisted, like relishing in people's suffering or holding them captive, like how we were talking about the deep fakes or the way Elon sows chaos? He loves to watch people just getting hurt. Remember when he first took Twitter and Elon was pumping like fight videos? I remember the gamer community. I was still in the gaming community when he bought Twitter, and he was pumping like violent fist fights and bodies being maimed, those videos into children's Twitter. If you were a male gamer, your feed was just nothing but like violent. Like he was pumping it in even to like big streamers like 𝗙𝗪𝗡, okay, who's a huge Twitch streamer, a gamer. Look at this. Okay? You know, he's still from the fucking gaming industry, right? Okay, if we look at him, let me see. Let's see if I can find the tweet. Right? Right here. Look at this. April 8th of 2023. When Elon said the For You tab would show opposing views, I wasn't expecting videos of people dying, competitive racism, and school fights every time I scrolled through Twitter. And like, guys, this was so rampant in the gaming community, I shit you not. Like, it was really gnarly shit. It was like brain melding shit. Okay? And he says, I can't believe some replies are saying, well, that's the content you clearly interact with. And he says, I don't have any of that on any other platform. And they use algorithms too. And they're all, look at all the gamers, dude. People are like, all the gamers are in here, dude. Right? It was literally, no matter how much you hit not interested, that shit was like piling in, guys. And like, what I am saying, the reason why I'm bringing this up is when Elon bought Twitter, he like before the election right away, he started desensitizing youth to violence, like instantaneously, just an onslaught of violence and racism, violence and racism and violence and racism. And guys, right? That was like, I mean, dude, that shit was fucking crazy. Okay? And you know what's wild about this, guys? Is look at the date. Okay? April 8th of 2023. Okay? Well, look at what came shortly thereafter. Okay? October 7th of 2023. Okay? The October 7th attack. So what I was saying is Elon Musk, who is certainly in bed with fucking Netanyahu and all the whatever, the like huge amounts of money over there in the Middle East, they started inundating people with violence in their feeds, fights and violence and people dying like months before October 7th happened. And then October 7th happened and this shit just went fucking haywire. And like, I'm not saying he knew something about it, but like, I thought the timing of that was weird. I thought that it was really weird that the first thing he did was hit the gaming community real bad with violence. And then those gamer boys were like people that they started sort of manipulating like heavily. Okay. They started manipulating heavily and like making them fucking warriors against like trans people and against like non-Christians. And like, this was right at the same time that Andrew Tate was preaching violence and that, right? All that shit. I mean, Andrew Tate was like, he had already been deplatformed by that point, but it was, you know, I believe he was blowing up a little bit earlier, but like this was not, I don't know. When you look at Joe Rogan, what he's talking about here, that was not an accident. Okay. Like they have been manipulating young men. Okay. and young male minds and trying to make them like less compassionate or more desensitized to violence. And now, you know, like there's like mass men fucking like, you know, killing people in the streets. And we have a bunch of young men being like, that's fine. Like, I'm fine with that. They deserved it. Like, dude.
You realize like that might have been happening now. Here's one of the craziest ones. The day he was indicted in 2018, the very next day he ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid.
What?
Yes. He ordered 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid to be delivered to the island. And so there was a lot of people online saying, oh, that was probably for his desalination plant. It's probably like a regular thing they need to order. So then someone else did a deep dive and said, no, this is the first time this was ever ordered.
Check that again. I saw there was 2 other ones.
See, here's the thing that's hard, okay? This is what's hard, though, guys. You ready? Can I just tell you, and this is what I don't like about Joe Rogan, is Joe Rogan presented this, but like, how much of this is actually true? He's not showing us an email. He's not reading us the factual data, right? He is like, and then, you know, well, what could sulfuric acid be used for? Okay, right? What, if you go, what might sulfuric acid in bulk be used for on an island, right? And then let's see what we've got here. Okay. It's used for water treatment, processing phosphate fertilizers, maintaining lead acid batteries. So batteries. Okay. So, right. So having like large amounts of batteries on an island, maybe that's it. It's essential for industrial cleaning or metal pickling. So yeah, it could be. It's used for water treatment. Okay, the maintenance of large. So, I mean, you know, and the production of fertilizer. So we don't know necessarily if it's used for getting rid of bodies. There are a lot of really, I mean, if you know about Epstein and his island, you know that one of the things Epstein did with the island is he made it insular. Okay. Like Epstein's island was designed to not need the outside world. For example, you know how you and I, like we get our internet from like whatever provider, you may have Comcast or Cox or whatever, you know, well, you know what Epstein did? Dude, Epstein laid his own internet, guys. He literally paid millions of dollars and he had boats putting underground cables in for the island for his own power and his own internet. Like he spent millions on the island to make it so he wasn't relying on any other island for power. Or internet. He like had his own private internet and he had his own private surveillance shit set up. And eventually he bought Greater St. James too. So then he had 2 islands, right? So he was like, you know, he made that island like, so he didn't even need the government. He was like a government free. And yes, in a hurricane, you would want all those batteries. You would want a whole bunch of sulfuric acid. You'd want to be able to like have large scale battery. Like if you want your shit to be powered, if there's a hurricane. I mean, there are many, many uses of like sulfuric acid that are not just like burying bodies, but like Rogan here, like Rogan's not doing that research. He's only going to present you, well, you know, that one thing. And I think that's what's kind of dangerous about him.
On drums,
right,
of sulfuric acid to be delivered to the island. And so there was a lot of people online saying, oh, that was probably for his desalination plant. It's probably like a regular thing they need to order. So then someone else did a deep dive and said, no, this is the first time this was ever ordered.
Check that again. I saw there was 2 other ones.
Oh, there was 2 other orders?
2017 and 2015.
Oh, yeah. But look at that. right? And he's like, oh, but his guy corrected him right there and said, no, he had orders before in 2015 and 2017. So yeah, so every 2 years, he's ordering. Look at his face, dude. This is like Rogan. Every 2 years, you know, there's like Epstein is ordering this shit, and Rogan's like, oh, whoops, you just blew my whole, dude. You just blew my whole thing. Let's see how he responds to it.
Oh, so that guy was wrong.
The first one from that company potentially.
Ah, that makes sense,
dude. Whoops.
So maybe it was for this desalination equipment, but also,
dude, maybe, but also, let me get back to my conspiracy theory about burying bodies and satanic rituals. Like, dude. Dude, what a joker.
That's a lot of sulfuric acid. You know, if I needed 5 gallons for my desalination equipment, but...
Right.
Dude, it's a whole island though, bro. Oh, 5 gallons to desalinate the island. And right, but like, yeah, but no, but dude, we had to be fucking satanic ritualing. Dude, what a fucking putz. See, this is what's so dangerous about this guy though, guys. Is this guy, this is how so much brain deadery spreads to young men, because he presents something as like fact, and even when presented with evidence that proves him wrong, he's like, no.
239 gallons or whatever it is to burn kids.
To burn kids.
Yeah. To fucking get rid of bodies.
Dude.
Well, it's kind of hard to think of any other use for acid. Just in general, right?
Yeah, it's called batteries, dude. Like, when I see acid en masse, I don't think, because let's be honest, guys. You ready? You don't need 330 gallons to get rid of some bodies. You need like 10 gallons to get rid of some bodies, right? It doesn't take a lot of acid, you know, and to get rid of a body, right? You 155-gallon drum, dude, and the bodies are, you know, I mean, dude, it's just, or like if you're on an island, you could literally just like bury him in the ground and put lye over him. Like it's like batteries.
You think
immediately?
Yeah. The other orders, were they that large?
Let me check.
Because here's the other thing: how long has he been killing people? How long have they been boiling bodies to get rid of them? I mean, if you do have, for lack of better words, let's call it a service, where you allow rich people from foreign governments or whatever, you set it up. I can give you whatever you want.
Right. Dude, he is on a full-on, like, QAnon bender, bro.
What I want to do is I want to kill a hooker. Like,
dude.
I want to kill her, I want to torture her, and I want to, you know,
dude,
get rid of the body.
What?
Ahmed.
What is he, like, didn't it seem there like he was, like, playing something out in his head, bro?
Bin Sulaiman. Sulaiman.
Now that Bin Sulaiman though guy is like crazy. Okay, he is, dude. But like, this is what I don't like, right? Is this part, guys? Okay, this is what I don't like. Is they're using of this? Okay, and this, guys. Oh shit! I'm sorry. I keep like this is what I am starting to have a problem with in the use of like demonic human beings. And this is a very right-wing thing. This is a very MAGA thing. This is a Trump admin thing. When they start, right? When they start doing demonic, okay? When they start using demonic to describe people, because it gets applied to LGBTQ people. It's getting applied to Democrats, Democrats. And there is this move lately of mega church pastors saying like, you're going to go to hell if you vote for Democrats, where they are trying to religify things to where like the Republicans are the God group and the other people are not even people anymore. That we are doomed, we're demons, right? We're not even people, you know? And when you dehumanize to the demonic, there's no reaching across the aisle. Okay? You're not going to have bipartisanship with demons. Okay? You're not going to meet them halfway if they are demons. You're not going to let them have some elements of their social agenda if they're demons. Okay? If they're demons, you're going to vanquish them, imprison them. You're going to, right? There is like, you have to remove and like protect yourself from them. They're like, you can watch them be harmed and you're going to cheer it because you're vanquishing the demons. And so like, this has been I have not seen this in mainstream Christianity. Okay. Like if you go back to my childhood, there was like the Army of God, which were these crazy, radical, like abortion clinic bombing people. And so the Army of God people talked about demons, but they were like way radical extremists that even all the regular Christians in America were like, God damn, those people are extreme and they should go to jail, right? But now you have like mainstream evangelical people, you have our government leaders saying that people of the opposing party are demons. Okay? It's not fringe, bunker-ridden, crazy people. It is like the Speaker of the House will refer to Democrats as demons, or the president's press secretary or his cabinet members will refer to Democrats as demons. And that is, I find that personally alarming, because much like Elon pumped those videos of people being murdered or being in fights into young men's timelines, I think if you like make it your point to look at everybody who's not in your little group as a demon, eventually you're going to get to the vanquishing stage, right? You're never going to partner with them. You're never going to make friends with them. And I mean, this gets really fucking overused, guys. Okay? It's like, let me see. I mean, we're getting a lot of, let me see. Democrats. Okay? We look at it, like we're getting a lot of, right? We're getting a lot of stuff inundated, okay, where they are like saying that people are fucking demons, okay? Epstein files, Epstein, full of Democrats, they're demons, okay? There is a lot of, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find the mainstream stuff because we're getting like fringe, but Democrats equals demons. This is like becoming more and more common. Okay, it is. It's becoming more and more common. And guys, I've never seen this. Okay, I have never seen this before where Christians are calling other people that include other Christians demons, and it's not like socially acceptable for the Republican Party to like thwart that language. They're like running with that language. They may, even if they're not using it themselves, they are totally okay with it, okay? I mean, look at this, dude, right? It's like somebody wearing a protect trans kids, and then they're like James Wood says, whoa, mental illness, what's going on? And then everyone's like, they're demons, they're demons, they're demons. And they're trying to attach this stuff to, right, to Democrats, right? I mean, dude, right? Here it is. Dude, I'm like, I've been talking about this like for a while. You see me, I've been calling this out for like a year. Okay? Right? They're calling Democrats demons. So have other people been doing it. It has been really prevalent. Okay? I mean, it's crazy how many like people I've been interacting with, how many tweets I have about this. But they have specifically, look at this, Right Wing Watch. This is one of these accounts, okay? Right Wing Watch, right? And they keep an eye on this. And these are fucking preachers, okay, that are saying the Democratic Party is possessed by evil. It's not a human instrument anymore, right? Look at this shit.
This is spiritual warfare. And we are now in the Normandy landing of spiritual warfare. The Democratic Party is possessed by preternatural evil. It is not a human institution anymore. It is an instrument.
Right? Okay, now you look at this guy and you're like, all right, what the fuck? This guy's a crazy. But like, guys, libs of TikTok is using this rhetoric, guys. Libs of TikTok, which is a very mainstream, Laura Loomer, Liz Churchill, Nick Sortor, okay? They are using this rhetoric. This, you hear it from this guy and he looks insane, but like, let's see if I can find a libs of TikTok. Look at this, right? This is Eric Erickson, okay? This guy is not a small creator. 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗋𝗆 is the hero of the story. She's dedicated herself to protecting her children from demons who masquerade as people, okay? Right? Isn't that crazy? Okay? Like they are definitely mainstreaming the concept that Democrats are demons, all right? This is like, right? Straight up demonic and deranged. It is good versus evil. Now they're looking at some like, you know, whatever content, but like the point being that they're no longer content with talking about like left or right, or it is like they're creating a good and evil, and they are trying to use religion as the wedge to like, if you're not MAGA, you're not even a human, okay? That those Democrats are not trying to get you to be a compassionate, kind human. Those are demons in the body of people claiming to be Democrats, and they are trying to like deliver you to hell, okay? Now that is very powerful stuff for people that are extraordinarily religious. That is a very powerful cocktail. Okay. On that note, though, my God, dude, we already went like 6 hours, bro. We went way over time. All right. I got to go make some videos. And so, but the thing about this, though, Binge, is my point is this, is it's not that it has to play. Okay. What it does, though, is it desensitizes. Okay. So you don't need 50% of America to believe Democrats are demons, okay? But what happens is if you normalize the calling of Democrats being demons, right, or dehumanizing Democrats to where they're no longer human, and if you allow that language to get normalized, eventually what happens is if you see a Democrat getting beat up in the street, people like many more people will ignore it. You know what I'm saying? And religious people could, in fact, a small 20% of the population could be talked into taking up arms and being in like a Nazi police force, right? Like imagine that, guys. Imagine if just like 20,000 people who believed Democrats were demons, imagine if they were part of a police force that wore masks and just went around cutting people out of their cars or shooting them on the streets, and they felt totally justified because they're not even really people. They're fucking demons. So they're going to just round them up and put them in concentration camps, and they're going to like, you know, like they're going to do that because they, oh, wait. Oh, fuck, bro. Oh, shit. I mean, all it would really take is them doing it beyond immigrants. Right? I'm saying the demon thing is where they go from doing that to immigrants to doing that to Democrats or doing that to LGBTQ people. That's my point. Is everybody doesn't need to buy in, but if ICE starts rounding up Democrats or rounding up fucking LGBTQ people, that's how they're going to get away with it, right? Is like, oh, they're like, you know what I mean? I don't know, dude. It's mixing with political power. Dude, I've never seen it so mainstream, right? I've never seen it like so mainstream. It's like, dude, yeah, November, baby. November, boss. All right, you ready? I'm not going to be a downer, though. I came to fight. I came to fucking fight, bro. I don't know about you, but like, all right. Dude, dance party time. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like you don't know how I have the energy to fight. You're so tired. Yeah, no, I get it, Max. I get it. I think the reason why I have the energy to fight, I'm going to be honest. And it's just because I had a really authoritarian father, okay? And because he was authoritarian and abusive, I then, like, when I went out as a young adult, I drew other abusive people. Like, I didn't draw them. It's not my fault, but other abusive people found me because you get an antenna about you. And so I have been relentlessly fighting like authoritarianism and bullying in my own home, like since I was a little kid. So like the reason why I don't get tired is because it is like the fighting the bully authoritarian is almost my regular state of existence. It's literally just what I do, right? You know what I mean? It's just what I do. I've gone to jobs and taken on, you know, bullying managers. Like when my kid played football, I got an abusive coach fired. I go after the bullies and I fucking vanquish them. And so I don't look at Donald Trump any different. You know what I mean? I don't look at these chodes any different, bro. Let's go, baby. Oh, let's go. Dude, I'm not as spry as I once was. But so it's just like, you know, like that fight is like my natural state of being. And in fact, guys, you ready? I used to like not exactly be able to tell who was trying to control me and who was trying to help me. And I used to just think everybody was trying to control me. So when I was younger, I fought a lot of people that maybe weren't authoritarians and I just wasn't going to have nobody was going to tell me anything, right? Like you give me the tiniest suggestion and I'm like, fuck you, don't try to control me. Now I'm like, I'm better. I don't look at every suggestion as somebody trying to control me, right? Dude, let's go. Anya, thank you. Love you. Thank you for your work. Happy Valentine's, everyone. Oh, dude, is it Valentine's? It is tomorrow, huh? All right, let's go. Oh, but I enjoy it. I do. I enjoy, like, I don't know. I have my days, though, guys. There are some days where I wake up and I get on Twitter and I'm just like, dude, like, no, there's got to be something better than this. Because I don't know if you guys notice, but social media can get bad, dude. Have you noticed it? Like, social media, like, some days I get so inundated, especially Twitter is the worst. I get so inundated with, like, right-wing propaganda that it feels like there's no chance of fighting it whatsoever. It feels like they've already won. They already control the whole planet, but it's all a facade. Like, their shit is designed to make you give up, right? It's designed to make you give up. And then I get on there and I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to reply to this shit. I'm going to fight this energy, right? They try to overwhelm you with so much lying and shit that they're trying to make you get apathetic. Remember, apathy's the danger, guys. That's the real danger. The real danger is like, it's not worth the fight. That's what they try to do, right? But fuck that. Yeah, no, Twitter it's bad, dude. But fuck Elon, dude. He has no idea. Elon, if you're listening, you have no idea the negative mind fucking that I grew up with. All right, in my home life, there is no amount of mind fucking you can do on Twitter that can compare to what I've been through with my own father. So good luck, Elon. Good luck. You're not fucking taking me down, boss. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Oh, dude, let's go, dude. ML. We love you, boss. Oh. Let's go, dude. Oh, I love him in the chair, dude. Let's go. Yay. All right. It's dance time, baby. Let's get in. I got to go make some videos. Right now, though, we're going to get a little deja vu. Thank you guys for all the support, all the love. Like, dude, we're doing this, dude. Anya, I'm healing through you and love your stories. Let's go. Thank you. Let's go. We're going to do it, baby. We're not giving up. All right? We're never giving up. Dude, we're going to build that coalition on the left. We're going to get us together, dude. You, me, all the content creators, even the ones that hate each other, we're going to bring them all together. We're going to try. We're going to try, baby. We're going to try.
They have a lot to say, but I don't know. Been here before, I do recognize the tiny of this marble floor, and I don't need my eyes to see what lies behind that wooden door. A little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. See it like things will turn out okay. Everything lately, I'm feeling so familiar. Coming on greatly, this feeling like a million. I've been here before, yeah, I do recognize the talent of this marble floor, and I don't need my what lies behind that wooden door. A little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. A little time with you and I can see it light. A little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. A little time with you and I can see it like things will turn out okay.
Let's go!
I'm coming up slowly. This feeling that I have now, almost a bit holy. An notion that I will make it out somehow. A little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. See it like a little deja vu, I'm gonna get it right. A little time with you and I can see it like things will turn out alright this time, I know.
All right. Oh, shit. Oh, dude, that was That was a lot of energy, boss. All right, guys. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna make it short tonight. I love you. I gotta go to work. I'll see you tomorrow. Keep it real and be good to yourselves. Good night.
I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together.